It's the inaugural Global Esports Games, and here at Resorts World Sentosa, Singapore, we have our first champions.
And we have the first opportunity. Wow. And he scored.
Yesterday in the eFootball finals, Jay Victor from Brazil demolished Mena RD from Argentina with 7 sensational goals.
He gets the third goal of the game.
+1, +2. Oh, Victor scores yet another goal. Your world champion here.
Prepare for battle.
In the women's Dota 2 finals, Great Britain took on host Singapore.
Will the hometown favorites close it out?
After a hard-fought battle, Team Singapore took games 2 and 3 and brought the trophy home.
They're doing it! That's gonna be it! Gazelle ends the game! It took 7 minutes!
The Dota 2 action continues today with the open finals. 4 of the world's best teams are through and it's anyone's title. Before that, the Streetfighter V top 8 battled it out for the first ever Global Esports Games Streetfighter V gold medal. It's all here at the Global Esports Games live from Resorts World Sentosa, Singapore.
Hey there, it's Claire Jedrick, aka Ariel CLJ, and this is
Abstract, also known as Eugene, as most people know my handle name a little bit better.
That's right, this is day 2 here in Singapore of the 2021 Global Esports Games. And man, we've watched the eFootball 2022 as well as the Dota 2 female champions. And they were crowned yesterday. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Give a highlight?
Yeah, when it comes down to the eFootball yesterday, well, I believe that the grand final game itself is the one that is a lot more enticing because that is the one that everyone just looking at, right? Argentina versus Brazil. And of course, Mena RD versus Jay Victor. I believe that most people looked at Mena RD as, well, the champions because he was the world champion after all. But surprisingly, Jay Victor is the one that managed to bring home the win in a 2-0 fashion and trumped over Mena RD, sending him to second place instead. While the Dota 2 women finals was an amazing one. Game 1 went over to Great Britain and Game 2 went to Singapore in both very convincing manner. While Game 3, boy oh boy, it came down to the wire and the game lasted for a whole 85 minutes.
Yeah, and it kept us on the edge of our seats. We were all here until about like 1 a.m. in the morning, but it was worth it because Singapore won. And I think probably the first medal for Singapore this competition. But what's coming up, the schedule? We have got Streetfighter V Champions Edition as well as Dota 2 Open. What is the rundown for that?
Well, Streetfighter V, we're going to be looking at 8 competitors duking it out with one another. We'll be watching them playing on this very stage. 4 quarterfinals games, followed by 2 semifinals, and then the grand finals. That is where we'll be able to crown the winner for the Streetfighter V champions. And after that, in the later part of the day, we'll be looking at Dota 2 again, except that this time it is going to be open category grand finals best of 3.
That's right. Now, streamers, we haven't forgotten about you. We never forget about you. If you've got comments, you want to show who you support, make sure you do that in the comment box. We love those messages coming through of the support. But right now, we're going to go over to our casters. We're going to go to Horla and Lorak.
Thank you very much, Claire and Eugene. We're going to be heading in. This is the Global Esports Games 2021 Singapore. My name is Huller, and this is Lorik, and we will be bringing you live the Streetfighter V action. How are you doing today on this fine Sunday afternoon?
Doing pretty good, though. I mean, I've really had a great time yesterday watching the qualifiers. So we had a really good show. Some of the players that came to Singapore are just amazing, you know, like some of the top tier ones that I've seen online, you know, over the last 2 years of COVID. Sadly, we couldn't do any kind of offline stuff. And finally, you know, after for so long, we can actually see more offline events coming back to the scene. So I'm really looking forward. So I think generally, what do you think, Holger?
No, I think it's great. And that's the biggest thing. You talked about the fact that it's online. Now it's going to a LAN. But let's go into the highlights of yesterday and to see exactly what we saw in the whole format of this entire Street Fighter V event. So as we go into this one, what we had was 22 players from all over the world, split up into 4 different groups. In Group A, Amu was actually first place. He ended up going 5-0. Ronaldinho ended up second place. Mind you, he's the CPT BR qualifier. In Group B, we had Gamer B throw out the Luke. He went 5-0 as well. And the CPT Central America East 4-1 by Mena RD. I know you're a big fan of that guy. Group C, on the other hand, Talu Breaker. This is a big up-and-comer. He's 4-1. He ended up winning the head-to-head against Derigods, who was also 4-1 as well. And if we're going to Group D, this is the big one, because I'm sure you've heard the CPT UK and Ireland winner with the 4 fills. And of course, our local hero, Brandon, was in second place. And he was 4-1, only losing to the 4 fills.
True. I mean, like some of the talents that we have in this series, you know, they're talking about like some of these are CPT players. You know, CPT means Capcom Pro Tour, and all of them are actually like at least top winning players that have come out from both like various regions, Central America. You even have like Brandon, also a CPT top 3 ending like really recently. And all of these players are really strong in this tournament. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. And I think right now we're going to be throwing that into the brackets very shortly. But I'm really looking forward to this set.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome set here. And we're going to start off with a banger for all you hometown fans. Again, Brandon will be playing against Amu from Pakistan. Both of these guys, Amu, again, was first place in his group. He's something you need to be worried about. Brandon is going up against that one. The second game is going to be Mena RD versus Talu Breaker, Ronaldinho BR versus the 4 fills, and of course, Gamer B and against Please Darlings. That's going to be the last game. This is top 8. This is single elimination. It's a first to 3. One time you lose, unfortunately, you're out of the game.
And this is really critical. You know, like so a lot of times people have been wondering, do we do best of 2? Should we do not? But I think best of 3 really brings out the whole spectrum of the players. You know, gives them time to adjust, get into the rhythm, move into momentum, and actually try to get a win out of it. Because I love watching some combat games, and Streetfighter V will definitely deliver. So I think we're going to throw the mic over to Claire to break it all down.
Thank you guys there for giving us the rundown. Right now I'm going to introduce the Street Fighter Quarterfinals 1. Team Pakistan, we got Ahmad Sahid Amu, 33 years of age, playing for Fear Legends. He's a former snooker player, won the Intel World Open SEA title, and 3rd in the Capcom Pro Tour C. Oh, sorry, that was for Brandon. This is the information. So he's playing for Fear Legends. Favorite characters, Urian, Colleen, and Seth. 3 years of experience. Second player from Singapore, Brandon Chia, 29 years of age, and he's the former snooker player that won Intel World Open SEA title and 3rd in Capcom Pro T Tour SEA. Also the EVO Championship Series 2021 Online Asia South.
All right, so the big thing, let's talk a little bit about Brandon. The Intel World Open was there. He was the Southeast Asia representative. He was also 3rd place, as you alluded to earlier, at CPT Asia, for CPT Asia Southeast, but he was also 3rd place in EVO 2021 Asia South. So this is a guy that's definitely been around the block in the sense of experience. He's been playing with them, but the biggest thing now is the fact that this is a LAN. This is a completely night and day experience. We saw it yesterday.
True. I think LAN-wise, a lot of people need to understand that, you know, LAN tournaments usually have a different kind of feel. You know, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of mind games going on. Actually, those are different frames that's going to happen compared to online play. So I think generally we're going to be seeing some really good games. I mean, I have my hopes up for both players. I love that the fact that they're all playing pretty unique characters, and we're going to see that right here. So I think it looks like our players look good to go.
Yeah, they're getting ready here. But I mean, again, you know, there's what? We have 3 CPT qualifiers in this top 8, right? I think it proves just how good they are, right? We also have, you know, 8 unique fighters. Everybody is playing a different main. Obviously, we might see some pocket picks and all that, see how things go. But we're going to go into the game. This is what's going on. If we're looking at the results that happened with the qualifiers yesterday, Brandon 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 because of the bye, and he loses to the 4 fills. That's his only loss.
Yes. And I think that was a really close game. He was playing against Falk, which is actually Forfil's main character, you know, that he brought it over for his own CPT regionals and actually won that one against Problem X. And I think I really like the fact that these players are here to deliver a crazy show. I'm looking forward to all the players coming up. So I think all in all, you know, why are we waiting for? I think we just want to get into the game.
Yeah. So let's break it down by the head-to-head, right? Pakistan and Singapore, we know that the gamepad choice, kind of important, something to take note of. Hitbox, I'm more of a keyboard style myself, so I lean towards the hitbox, mixbox myself. Fight stick, I know that you're a traditionalist.
I'm still on the whole fight stick scene, so I'm going to stick to that all the way.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see the matchup of Urian versus Akuma. What are your thoughts on this matchup going in?
Generally, I feel that they are pretty even. You know, Euro still is one of the top tier meta characters that most people are playing. But because the character has been out for pretty long, a lot of good countermeasures have been played, and I feel confident that Brandon has a pretty good grasp because there are quite a few kind of gameplays that he's done against local players and also online. So all his experience might actually bring on for Euro matchups. So I mean, I'm going to be biased and say I'm going to support my homeboy Brandon. But who knows, you know, sometimes a top tier character might pull a surprise.
Okay, but let's go to the interview with Amu from yesterday's.
I'm not really fearing for anything because like if I look at myself, I'm more like an underdog over here. Like no one really knows anything about me, but I know a lot about you. So I have my own gear with me and I've been grinding a lot for the past 2 days. Been doing research on my groups, the players in my groups, how they play, and just studying them, their weaknesses, their strengths, their character strengths. You know, that, you know, when it comes to rock, paper, scissors, like how do they actually perform in that? So I've been doing my homework a lot, to be very honest.
Actually, that's the biggest thing, right? And the fact that he was doing research on you. I don't know if it's the level of, you know, you.
Yeah.
That level of research, I don't think, a little scary, I think, at that point. But the thing is that he does know who you are, right?
Yeah.
And he's been grinding it out. This is a guy from Pakistan that we know is probably the top player, if not top 3. This is a name that everyone needs to know of, and I'm happy to see him make it here to make a name for himself on this stage.
Yeah, I think especially Pakistan, small growing community right there. One of the top players is going to be him. I'm looking forward to some usual plays, but I think we're going to take a look at Singapore and see what Brendan has to say.
I didn't feel that I played particularly well, but I was, I guess, fortunate enough to get through. So hopefully I can, you know, improve on my performance tomorrow if I'm going to go all the way.
Aw, so humble, this guy. Oh, man, come on, come on. Throw a bit of swagger right there. We're going to be seeing some of that today, but I think looking forward to both matchups. I really enjoy the fact that this is going to be your usual Euro versus Akuma matchup. A lot of people have watched this online. You're going to be able to catch a lot of Brandon's action, but you're not going to be able to catch a lot of our friends here's action. You know, like Amu's going to have a easier time watching how Brandon plays. Much better if the momentum, especially if Muriel has like good amount of bars, going to be throwing out the Aegis deflectors, and I think the biggest threat that I feel any Euro can do is basically throwing out that EX hit butt. You know, that's going to be a huge game changer, especially if Akuma is going to be playing the Fireball game.
So we were allowed to look at the qualifier games yesterday, and we did see that Brandon was playing. He tried out against a War Destroyer against the Urian player. He actually went with Sagat. What do you think about that? And obviously it didn't work for him. He didn't win, but is he going to pull that one out again?
I mean, I don't think so. I feel like he should get into the Akuma flow of the game, stick to his main. He's always stick to it. He has enjoyed it. Maybe he could have a pocket pick and pick something else, but I think generally a pocket pick might actually come out because this is a pretty stacked 8-man group. A lot of players all have unique mains, all have secret pocket picks, you know, and I think like talking about other players in this bracket, Mena RD definitely has a ton of pocket picks. You know, this player has a ton of characters in his little journal of pocket characters that he's going to pull out, you know, like something like from Hunter x Hunter. So I think what I'm really looking forward to is seeing some interesting games coming out. I really hope that we're going to see some comeback games because that's when the hype really comes, where we really get off our seats, go screaming and shouting and being really crazy. So I'm not going to say who's going to be our favorites at the moment. But
so even on that point, right? The fact that there were 8 unique, everybody has a unique main. Right, when you're preparing for kinds of tournaments like this, obviously you have a Mu, and I'm talking more from the Brandon side, right? You have to deal with the Urian, right? And likewise for the Akuma, for the other one. But the thing is that how far in terms of the matchups, in terms of the strategy and all that research that you need to do with knowing the next fighter and that player, like how far out are you going? Are you looking I just want to get past the next round? Or am I looking, you know, to take it all the way and I need to know everything?
I think like if I was in like let's say Amu's position or Brandon's position, I'll try to look forward and see how far the tournament's going to bring me. You know, chances are if I make it to top 4 or I make it to top 2, you know, these players are going to be a real threat in dodging my position. So and the best thing is this is a single elim race to the top. So it's much easier to plot my journey compared to maybe like a CPT, you know, where you have like a double elimination. You don't know where you're going to play. And the good thing about it is Capcom points, you can kind of have an idea who you're going to match up against. And in terms of that, you're able to plot your journey. So I think this tournament-wise, a lot of good chances for players to actually research enough to understand how a person plays. Is he going to be very dominant in the zoning? Or is he really a shimmy guy? Does he want to do the floor game? What kind of triggers is he hybrid with? Does he switch up, you know, his V skills and V trigger for something else? You know, like for example, Nash, you know, sometimes you would have a totally different build in terms of playing against zoners and maybe rushdown characters or characters that don't have any kind of projectiles. You know, these kind of things really matter in terms of that matchup. And a lot of these players all have really primary mains. That they love a certain gameplay, love a certain game style, and just want to stick to it, and it works because even for example, Birdie wasn't a top pick, you know, like many years ago, and then here we come Mena RD coming along and taking CPT 2018, you know, and or is it 2017? So that's these are the things that really trigger kind of players, you know, like don't pick somebody that you feel is meta. Characters that you feel comfortable playing that style in, be it grappler, Shoto characters, these are the ones that you really do. So I think looks like we're good to go with the game. And let's take a look.
Let's hop into the first game. This is going to be the first quarterfinal matchup. It's going to be Amu versus Brandon, Urian versus Akuma. This is exactly what we expected to go in, just fireworks to start things off. And Urian goes on the aggressive, just trying to set the stage of the neutral game.
But this is a pretty strong start. You know, nobody's really overcommitting, trying to figure out each other. Simple DPs. Brendan's not overcommitting. Simple. And it's not going to change his game plan much. You know, just going to try to figure out how Amu plays. If I know him long enough, he should be able to play around and take a look at what he's going to play. This is really good stuff from Amu. You know, not committing. Going for the mid-range, not gonna go and get too close, get out of the range.
Oh, but an ill-advised Tattoo there, and that's gonna start the combo. The spear, the tackle charge, and he's gonna throw him in, and he's gonna take the first one. And mind you, in that round, Brandon was caught reaching twice. A couple times, I think this is one of those things where in the beginning, maybe you take the throw at least to start things off.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be safe. It's going to be safe right now to just take a look. I mean, this is a first to treat. He's not going to be that miffed in trying to go for it. So I think this is currently still game number 1. And it's only first round. No worries. I mean, I would think it's a great opportunity to understand the momentum of Amu, figure out where Brandon can slowly chip in and get it.
Yep, so he's going to get it going there. And a little bit of a fireball, a little return one in the spear. But, I mean, a little bit defensive, but Akuma's already down a little bit of life. He's trying to push it through, but, like, okay, nice tackle charge there. But what do you think? Oh, nice jump in, and that should end that one. That's going to be round 2 going the way of Amu, and he's off to a very fast start.
I think first round, I'm on the side, like, nope. I'm on the side of everybody likes to spend first round to really, like, suss out how somebody plays and slowly inch it out. So it's a good way to start to reach out into it. I think Reroll, once again, strong pick. And it looks like we have our game 2.
Yeah, it's going to start right away. Brandon off to a fast start. Nice throw. He's got him in the corner, which is a really good spot to be in. Nice, another finisher. Caught him reaching there.
Ooh, good
He's
stun.
going to build up the meter as he gets in with the stun. The damage should be on point, but no kill here.
Nope, but he's going to go for low. What's the mix-up here? And woo.
Okay. When you make the guy angry, this is what happens. Brandon pulls out a perfect out of his back pocket there, and very nice round by Brandon.
Yeah, but I think this round's pretty much pretty clear that Brandon's starting to get a good feel of what Euro's going to play, and he's going to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, very nice AA, making sure that you dominate that. You know, you got to respect the fact that, hey, if he's going to want to jump in, you got to make him pay every single time. Brandon making sure he's on there. But Brandon's play, and what I've noticed, at least over the weekend, is that he's very grounded. He doesn't really like to jump around.
He's not a fan. I mean, he likes to be able to be in control, be able to switch sides if he needs to. Being able to still hold the ground game and also dish out that full combo when he comes, he's definitely going to be there for it.
Yeah, like I said, as that just happened, he just jumped in right there. Oh, he tried to shimmy the throw, but he does get thrown in the end. Aegis now, he's going to bounce around a little bit, get thrown again. That's going to start to be a little bit worrying. Both of them are very low at this point. Akuma, he tries to go in. He activates V-Trigger. He gets in a little bit of damage. He's going to wait for him to go in. He gets up slowly at the over speed. The vicious
Ooh, that was a plus on advantage there.
Nice tech of the throw here. Solo Fireball jumps forward. Air Fireballs. He's going to back up Urian. He's just trying to make use of the space. Spear being charged up one time. He's trying to dash, trying to bait out something. No, but he gets thrown in the end. And it's going to go 1-1. We go to a round 3.
Oh, I was really expecting for the grab right there.
All right, so round 3. This is pretty much a huge round for Brandon, right? You do not want to be down 2-0 at this point. And as I say that, he does get cross up here, and he gets stuck in the corner. Not where you want to be. Another throw. Amu just like making sure he...
Good escape to Tatsu, though.
Very good space. Yeah, you definitely need to escape out of there. They trade on this jump in. He gets in, doesn't actually finish the combo with the chariot tackle. He does get the life, which is pretty huge from him.
I mean, it's interesting that Brandon has quite a bit of bar. He should be able to use it right here. And I'm really looking forward. It's a good chance for him to go for a hit confirm into the special. It really boils down to it. Trigger has been popped off, and he has to make a real key decision right here. Spend the EX bar or save it for a finisher.
Oh, Aegis, nice teleport out of that one. Make sure that you just wait that one out. And he goes in, he uses the EX chariot tackle. He does get the throw, he's solo, one touch, jump in with the CA! Is this gonna connect? I think it does. No, it's blocked at the end, and the EX chariot tackle on the other end, and Amu is up 2-0.
He was close. He was really close. I feel that he almost had it. He almost had it. It was just slightly, if it was just a little bit sooner, actually would have caught him right in the air, which is what Brandon was really hoping to do. But I think in terms of what they should look at is currently is 2-0. It's very critical between Amu and Brandon. So Brandon's really need to bring this back. This may be right at the beginning of the game. We're going to have a comeback. So back to characters select screen.
This is more of like a, hey, let's pause a little bit. Let me breathe, okay? This is, you know, I got punched in the face literally twice, down 2-0, and I've got one last one. This is for all the marbles for Brandon.
Yeah, he needs to break that rhythm that Amu is having right now and coming back to the character screen. You know, guys, always try to choose to go for character screen if you need that reset in your mind, you know, if you want to get back into the game. So 0-2. Not great for Brandon, but he needs to come back in this game.
Yeah, and a couple fireballs, a little bit of a life lead already for Urian. So a nice little start here. But, you know, I mean, Urian, how do you deal with this guy's long limbs? His neutral game is just on point.
Yeah, he needs to be able to get really deep in, and this is tough, you know, because right now, all the way, Amu is just pressuring Brandon all game.
No space, no time to breathe. This is pretty much it. This is for Brandon's tournament life at this point. He loses this round, he's out.
That's a good crossover.
Nice jump in there.
Corner. Yes.
Oh, caught him reaching.
Nice whiff.
Nice little Tatsu. He's trying to shimmy him a little. He's been going to the well quite a many times on that one. EX chariot tackle will push him back though. Get him a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah. I mean, Brandon really tried to get the stun right there, and he didn't want to jeopardize his match, but I think giving Amu an opportunity to breathe with that was like really not out of his means. You know, if we had got that stun, and it would have been a hell of a lot of difference right here.
Definitely so. Neutral jump just to kind of at least space away from these purple fireballs, which are quite many. He charges up, he's going to get the throw here. Metallic Sphere one more time, but nice jump in. The timing on that was on point. Activates V-Trigger, got him in the corner. DP pushes him down. A little bit of life. Oh, but the EX tackle was completely baited. Brandon will take round 2. Let's go to a round 3.
Wow, that was a good bait from Brandon. I really hope that he was going to expect that EX hit button, and that really did.
Oh, just actually gets thrown back.
Nice.
Play
good
jump
start for him. He needs a good jump in again.
Charge up right there. Urian playing it slow. Nice little throw. He's been throwing Akuma quite many times.
Yeah, he gets really into that zone where I think Akuma is like, is he going to throw? Is he going to fireball? Is he going to just go for a shimmy? Or is he just going to go for a whiff punish, you know? Maybe a back hop into punish for Akuma is going to hurt.
EX chariot tackle, it gets blocked and he gets thrown back for his troubles. Metallic Sphere, charge up again. Oh, he's a little
fall on the jump in.
Yeah, but nonetheless, he still get the throw, so he got some sort of damage. Obviously, he wanted more, but nice sweep there.
Very soon, you're gonna have a V-Trigger on Brandon's side.
Tried to shimmy him. Okay, here's the Aegis.
Aegis first.
He's going to be bounced around. He does actually get connected on this one, and that's going to be the C8, and that looks like it's going to be it, and Amu will take this one 3-0. Amu on fire.
Wow, I mean, back-to-back, he was having full momentum. He knew what he was doing. He was trying to go for it, go hard, not going to give Brandon any space at all, and just going to go crazy, and he actually got that. So congratulations to Amu moving into the next stage of the competition. So I think they're going to be going through a short interview, but quickly, just to talk about it. I think Pakistan, big surprise. He came on, it was a nice interview from him talking about like he has good info on everybody else and nobody has really good info on him. So I think we're going to be showing that to Abstract to check it out.
Thank you so much, Lorak, as well as Holler, for that amazing commentary. But before that, I would like to just invite Amu right in front of stage as we just gonna be talking around a little bit and to, you know, really understand how his experience has been so far. Amu, congratulations for winning this quarterfinals games. Here you go. You can step over there. Yeah, somewhere around that. Perfect. All right, now I do have two questions for you, right?
Yeah,
because
sure.
I do want to quote you on the word that you said. You don't know me, but I do know you. That is a big statement, and it does seem like it is very apparent. How much do you know about Brandon when it comes down to this matchup?
To be honest, I've been following the SE FGC for a very long time because they're very good players, number one. And since our FGC back in Pakistan, we don't really have many neighboring countries to play with. So what we end up doing is that we end up watching their replays. Like even in Intel World Open, we got to watch CN versus Brandon. So that was good information. Similarly, Brandon's a great player. And similarly, if someone is a really great player, you have this, like, I would say it's natural to, you know, go online and watch them play, you know, just find out what their weaknesses are, their strengths are. Just try to download your opponent, basically.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, the reason, I mean, I don't want to sound arrogant, but I think that this would have gone either ways. But I was doing a lot of research yesterday. I saw his matches with CN when he was playing against Seth. So I was like, you know, maybe I should not play Seth against him because he's already playing against one of the best sets in the world.
I see. Okay. So he adapted based on that, and amazingly, or rather, your theories and of course all that homework has come into play. So congratulations on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And well, coming up to the next part, right? You are going to be fighting against the winner between Dominican Republic, which is Mena versus Saudi Arabia, which is Talu Breaker. Who do you prefer to fight against with?
To be honest, I want to fight Mena because he's a great player, and you know, I always wanted to play with, you know, the big names just to see how far I can actually go. So this is like a test for me as well to see if I've come a long way, or do I need to go back and hit the scrapboard again and start my theories and, you know, training and everything all over again. So obviously I want to play the best player over here.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much for the interview. I look forward to the next part of your games in the semi-finals. And thank you so much once again for coming in. I would like to toss the microphone back over to Lorak as well as Holler. Boys, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Amu and Eugene, for that amazing interview right there. That was very insightful, and in a way, if if the guy, you heard his words of Amu saying, "I know more about you than you know about me," is that something you want to hear at like 3 in the morning in a dark alley?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to hear it, but I think generally that is pretty much the best game plan that you can get. You know, most players who have I've known for many years, you know, they usually go onto PlayStation Network, they watch replays from the latest players. You know, sometimes watching a tournament on YouTube, you know, maybe quite like a few months ago, a new patch might come in, a new character, a meta might come in, but latest replays from the online platform basically lets you see the latest games, and I think that was a good call from Amu to actually look at the actually not usually Uriel more than Seth, because I mean he is playing against one of the best Seths in Singapore in the world, which is Xian. So I think pretty much we've got our highlights ready. So let's take a quick gander at what we expect.
Yeah. So we're gonna go into the highlights here.
Yeah.
This is the start. And I mean, Yuri and Amu was just kind of from minute 1 was just like on top of Brandon. Didn't really give him much. You know what I mean? Like you could tell Brandon wasn't 100% comfortable with his game plan.
Yeah, I mean, generally it's going to be a good rush down from Uriel when he needs to. If not, he can switch over to the zoner and try to like trade with him. And the hurt part is definitely going to be the tackles, the headbutts are going to come in suddenly, and the EX, you know, you're going to have like positive frames when you're going to dish those moves out. So you definitely want to kind of keep a certain distance. Mid-range should be great, and actually do all of that. So I think good performance from Amu coming to the GEF and moving on to the next stage of the competition. And I'm looking forward to the next few games.
Yeah, and I think this CA right here that was blocked here, and he ended up losing off of that chariot tackle, that EX. I think that was the ultimate game changer, right? That was like the tipping point where you're kind of like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, he hits that changes everything of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, gotta give Brendan credit. Like, he really utilized a lot of the bars, tried to save it for all those CAs when he needs to, have like pop up the triggers when he needs to, get some good damage, especially when he's in like good position. But right here, you know, the hit confirm into the CA was definitely a locker right there. So pretty much Amu finished off with style. He wanted to go for it. So I think we're going to go into
the brackets?
Brackets?
Yeah, we're going to go to the brackets here. And we just saw the first one. Amu will just move on. He 3-0s Brandon. He's going to move into the semifinals here. We're going to have Mena RD up against Talu Breaker. That one's going to be coming up. Talu Breaker, I think, is only 15.
Yeah.
Which is actually insane. You know what I mean? The fact that like he's playing at the professional level, top tier level at 15. What were you doing at 15?
Well, I was playing Counter-Strike at 15 though.
Okay. Were you playing at top tier level though?
I can think so.
Okay.
I mean, we'll ask the other people who would figure out, but I mean at 15, coming all the way from like somewhere else, Saudi Arabia, to Singapore, you know, somewhere that you're unfamiliar of, you might not have traveled. It might be your first time traveling without your family, you know, coming here to compete, maybe for the first time overseas on an offline situation. I mean, I would say this is really gonna have a bit of a mind games that's gonna play a factor in this. Hopefully that doesn't become an obstacle for him, but Mena RD traveling all the way from the Dominican Republic, definitely gonna be well known, especially in the FGC scene. Everybody knows who he is. Definitely brought a big highlight, you know, in the entire Dominican Republic scene. You know, everybody finally knows, like, oh wait, there's a huge FGC scene in Dominican Republic, and it's just like that. And then once again, one player is all he needs. It's just the same for Xian.
Yeah.
So yeah,
absolutely crazy. And we're gonna see that matchup coming up. It's gonna be after the break, and we'll be right back. Peter, as he gets in with the stun. Welcome back to the Global Esports Games 2021 Singapore. I'm Holler, this is Lorik. We're going to be going into the second matchup of the quarterfinals. It's going to be Mena RD versus Talu Breaker. We talked about Talu Breaker's actually 15 though, but does Mena RD, does he actually take the foot off the gas against Talu Breaker?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, there's going to be more pressure coming out from their core picks. I think Mena RD, well known for playing Birdie, and that's going to be his top pick right here. But if you compare to Talu Breaker has always been playing Vega. So I think both sides, all he needs to do, Birdie needs to be able to grab a good position, wait for a chance, wait for Talu Breaker to drop the pressure, maybe mess up somewhere, and maybe punish really hard. So I think we're good. We're going to throw this back over to Claire, and we're going to check out who's going to play next.
All right, thank you so much to Holler and Lorak there. Okay, right now we're going to introduce the players for the second round here for the Street Fighter quarterfinals. That's right, coming up for play one, we got Dominican Republic, Sol Mena. And his IGN is Mena RD. Our second player is from Saudi Arabia, Talal Rajikan, Talu Breaker, 15 years of age, and the winner of EVO Middle East 2021. Favorite characters, Vega, G, Karin, and he's about 5 years of experience, making him 10 years old when he started playing.
All right, and we're back, and it's going to be Mena RD versus Talu Breaker. Mena RD, we got to talk about his pedigree, right? The fact that, yes, he's CPT 2021 Central America East 1 qualifier. He will be playing in the CPT tournament in February, but he was also 5th through 8th Red Bull Kumite 2021 in Vegas. Yep. He was 3rd place EVO 2021 Online LATAM, and 2nd place Intel World Open Central America, right? Yep. And not to mention, he was 1st place in LG Ultra Fight Night in Latin America. This is a guy that has played in many, many tournaments. Talu Breaker, on the other hand, hasn't really had that experience with that LAN. It's very, very different. How is he going to hold up to a titan like Mena RD?
Well, I mean, let's look at like core character picks. You know, you're going to be playing against Mena RD. A lot of his gameplays online, a lot of his VODs are online. He's played all of the leagues. He's played all of the major tournaments, CPT, or even Kumite. So I think a lot of information is out there for him. But I think in terms of looking at how Mena has played so far, you know, he went 3-1. He went 1-3 against Gamer B, which is quite a tough match against the play with Paradox, you know, 3-0, 3-0, and 3-0 for all other games. So very dominant in every other game except playing against Gamer B.
Yeah, I mean, but okay. To Mena RD's defense, he was up against the Luke, right? You haven't really had a whole lot of time to analyze the matchup, to really play into that one. And we'll talk a lot more about Luke later on. But let's go into Talu Breaker here. This is his road to here, in the sense that he lost to Bojan 2-3. But other than that, he ended up pulling out the wins 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 against the rest of the players, Ricky, Darlings, and Stalker. And mind you, Darlings has actually made it to the top 8. So this is a guy that, you know, is respectable there. But I was watching this guy play. His Vega is incredibly crisp. Everything that he's doing has a purpose. He moves with purpose, and he's just very fluid throughout the map.
And especially if you look at all the stats like there, you know, like 2-3. Yeah. It's that close, which means that in terms of whether he's stacking up against the rest of his bracket, his group, he's definitely doing pretty well. So I think generally we're looking forward to their next games coming up very, very soon. But I think both players-wise, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Vega is going to bring, because most people get hyped up if you see like some sort of like non-top tier character in the scene, and of course, you know, one of those characters is Vega. So I think we're going to check out the head-to-head. Wow, I mean, both players play controller.
Yeah. I tend to find, I don't know if it's just me, but I tend to find that the younger players tend to start with the controller, and that they tend to be a little bit more comfortable with it. And I mean, stick to it, not to say that Mena RD is the level of the same age of Talu Breaker or anything like that, but you know, I tend to find that. So it's nothing new here, but you know, we talked about Mena RD's Birdie. He's top tier with that. Vega's on the other side. They're both very, very good. And not to discredit what Talu Breaker has done. He was 1st place in EVO Middle East 2021. So this guy has made a name for himself. but he's been playing online, right? And at 15, now you're playing on LAN. You're playing on the big stage right behind us. You have people watching you. You have the lights. It's got to be a little intimidating.
Yeah, so I think we're almost good to go, but I mean, we want to hear a little bit more from Mena RD, so I'm going to throw the mic over to our host to do a quick chat with Mena RD. Yeah.
I feel very good. I'm just going to do my best and just, just feel like I have a very strong chance of winning the event, and I can't let my country down.
Right, so I think that was pretty cool for him to say that. I mean, I'm looking forward to that. But either way, he's came to play, he's came to win. I'm looking forward to the games that he's going to bring. But I definitely like the idea that Talu Breaker might bring a very interesting matchup for us to see.
Yeah. Like, you do see the occasional Vega. Like, you haven't seen it too much. But, I think it's more of playing against somebody that you can practice with, right? Getting the reps in against a top-tier Vega player, you know what I mean, who mains him and 100% is all in on Vega. That's kind of, you got to find somebody that can do that. It's not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, and also because I think over the past year and a half and almost 2 years, they've been really switching up, adding more V skills, adding more V triggers, and actually added V shift in the recent times. I think these are going to be great tools for Vega to actually use, especially against Birdie. So I think it looks like we're good to go with the game. I'm looking for it, and let's go. Oh, whoa!
A little bit of start here, and it'll a character switch, and it looks like Mena RD will be sticking out with his Sakura to try to change things up. What do you think about this matchup?
Ooh, this is going to be a tough matchup for Vega because I kind of thought that he might be expecting Birdie, but Birdie is a little bit more passive, a little bit more non-rush down kind of character, but here he is, bringing Sakura instead, which he's been playing recently for Mena RD. So I think this is going to be a tough fight because I don't think he gets enough practice against Sakura.
Yeah, caught him reaching there. The stun meter so close, doesn't get out of the corner, so that's a little bit of space, alleviates some of that pressure. He's going to activate the V trigger, throws out the Bloody Kiss, doesn't actually connect. He's back in the corner himself, and he's just going to kind of back off here. But this is a mountain to climb in terms of a life lead.
But it's only first game. I'm on the side of always first games don't really dictate what the outcome is going to look like. So I think I usually feel like most players take this opportunity to find out spacing-wise, how does the character play? Is he going to be play really mid-range? How is his speed? Is he going to be rushing down? Or is he very good at either maybe Okis if the opportunity comes, or is he more of a meaty guy that wants to just poke him out, or when it's an opportunity to jump in. So these opportunities of finding out character usually happens in the first round.
Okay. And I mean, one thing to note is that you talked about the fact that Birdie is definitely a more passive player, or passive character in that sense. He's a lot slower. Talu Breaker on the Vega, he wants to be in your face, jumping off the walls and everything, and Sakura is pretty mobile. So the fact that you're up against something completely different, I mean, we're going to have to see. Nice stun dive. It does get the stun there, and that looks like Talu Breaker will take up round 2.
Yeah, so I think pretty good exchange from both players. Talu's starting to get his momentum going with his Vega, and I like it when the crowd and everybody's really excited the fact that Vega is actually played in here, because everybody wants to see some Vega action.
Yeah. Who doesn't want to see Vega, okay? I mean, he's just showing so much cleavage, it's awkward. All right, nonetheless, he takes the throw here. He's kind of backing him up here. He's got him with a nice DP to finish that combo. Throws him back into the corner.
What's the mix-up? Oh, he almost got this.
The jump back, the slide in, and the double dash pushes him back into the corner. Oh, but the EX Tattoo activates V-Trigger, and just the amount of pressure that Mena has been able to, to put onto Talu Breaker. And as I say that, he stops back and goes back into neutral.
This is going to be a standoff. Who's going to go? Oh! And Talu responses first, goes for the V-Trigger.
Bloody Kiss and off the backboard, and he gets the stop. The command grab is going to be on point. Talu Breaker will take round 1, or game 1, excuse me. And again, like I said, very crisp play, right? Just everything that he's doing, he's moving with a purpose.
And he knows exactly what the matchup is like. In terms of how to play his character. He just needs to come in when he needs to, doesn't need to overcommit, doesn't really want to do the switch-ups, like Vega, you can keep your claws if you want to, just to reduce the range, get some damage in, or you just want to just play it safe and punish when you need to. I think generally they're going to be looking at maybe a character switch, but I feel maybe Mena does not feel uncomfortable after all. This is just really game 1. He just wants to, you know, maybe sweaty hands. It is pretty cold in here, I totally understand. And gives him some time, but also this gives a bit of a momentum crack for Talu, because right now it's gonna maybe mess it up on his momentum. He's feeling good so far, and then take a short break right here. Might screw up his rhythm a little bit.
All right, okay. I feel like as Talu Breaker, if you've got Mena RD sweating, you're doing something right. Right? The fact that he's pushing in here, and he's going to stick with the same character, and he's going to be Sakura, just, you know, no character change or anything. And Sakura is just going to look to just kind of continue on, doesn't actually get punished there.
Ooh, good. And really mixing it up though. I love it when he's just going for it.
Oh, he's going to be punished
good,
here.
Punish right here, coming from Talu. Ooh, look at that damage.
It's so much, and catches the air throw. You've got nowhere to go. A B reversal just to alleviate some of that pressure, to jump in. No punish there. He dodges around, and look, he's all over the place. Where is he? Left, right? I have no idea. Sliver of life, gets him with the overhead, and Talu Breaker is on point. Takes round 1.
Man, this kid is like really bringing some Vega games.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where how do you prepare against something like this if you don't really know a Vega player?
That is true. I mean, I don't get to play any Vega players at all.
Yeah. I think I've seen it on rain like twice in my life. Nonetheless, the stun meter so high. Okay, that DP, there we go. Decent amount of damage. Got to start slowly, right? Chipping in the
build up. This is the stun. What is gonna be the full combo?
Gonna be up. Oh, but throw. That's gonna be the other one, and that's gonna be the second one. Nice comeback by Mena RD, making sure that he takes round 2. Does not want to be down 2-0.
Final round. Nice hit dress for Vega though. It actually fits the mask.
Yeah, it kind of fits in. I mean, all right, but Mena RD playing a little safer, sticking back again, letting Talu Breaker come to him.
But I think it's really nice that he's just keeping to the ground, punishing when he needs to. He just finds good opportunity for like that medium kick into a DP that really helps, and starts chipping it out, gets his bar. But I think what really helps is that both of them have quite a bit of bar, and this is gonna make a break. I think one crazy hard punish coming up from Talu is gonna make it all.
Oh man, he caught him on the end of the EX tattoo, and he makes him pay there.
Shift. Ooh, nice.
Nice hit confirmed.
Not sure why. I would probably do the follow-up for V-Shift, but...
but he has no claw. This is actually pretty big, especially with the stun meter. His life so low by Talu Breaker, gets thrown, and that should be it. 1-1, Mena RD makes the comeback, and we've got an even one.
Yeah, I mean, he felt comfortable with the Sakura pick. He didn't want to switch it out. I think generally he's starting to figure out where Talu Breaker is going to be playing, how his playstyle is, starting to punish when he needs to, and he has been punishing over and over again without having to overcommit too much. So no much jumping, don't have to do anti-airs, and that's a good call.
Yeah. A little bit of a change, right? We saw that, you know, that when you get punched in the face, you do react, and it looks like they've made some amendments. Oh, he caught him reaching here. Sakura's got him in the corner, Mena RD, but that DP, he should get punished here. Talu Breaker, he drops the combo. What was this?
That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
Not out of this yet. I mean, just a little bit of a life deficit in that sense, but Mena RD making him pay.
I mean, I like the fact that Mena always takes the opportunity to do like a backdash and tries to do a forward punish. It's a really good opportunity because Talu likes to press buttons, you know? And if you get a good punish like what he has been doing, look at the amount of damage he has done over like the last 40 seconds. Ooh, just slowly chipping out at Vega.
Yeah, tried to V reversal, but gets thrown instead. He slides underneath it. He's lost his mask, which is pretty big, and that's going to be the throw. He takes round 1. Mena RD has found a solution, and he's been able to react to what Talu Breaker has thrown his way.
Don't need to overcommit, don't need to press too much buttons, just go for that punish over and over again. It's the same combo, you know, like once again, like low, medium, DP, low, medium, DP. Gets him there, pushes to the corner, go for the DP, pressures him out, do the mix-ups, and there you go, you know. Fully committed into taking control of this game.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Gets thrown back, and this is going to be it. He's got a long way to go at this point. Command grab is going to be on point. This goes for the second just to get out of there. He activates the Bloody Kiss. Doesn't actually get connected. Stun meter, something to be close, but the jumping light kick will actually prevent most of that, and Mena RD will take game 3.
I mean, If I was Talu, I would definitely want to go back to character select, even if I'm going to select Vega again. Definitely need. Clearly, you know, this is a point where Mena RD is actually download Dirt. Yeah, our friend right here.
Oh, got him reaching again.
Ouch.
But, you know, you do talk about the timeout, the character select. I think that that's something that you need to learn as a LAN player, tournament, right? It's very different than online where it's like, oh, just go next, just got to get in. You don't really have that time. Nonetheless, Mena RD is just completely just going off on him, being super aggressive, gets him in the corner. Talu breaker, whew.
I mean, this is our number one line, you know, download complete. You can totally understand how a player plays. Even if you're playing a character that is not really played very often, yeah, you know, you should be doing more of the V-shift and following it up, keeping it away, get some converts like this, jumps in the corner, does a mix-up, but there is a slight fear, you know, from coming out from Talu breaker, not being too forthcoming and trying to mix up and try to pressure Mena RD. I think that would have been a better play plan to try to keep him in the corner.
Oh, but that air fireball was on point. He was like reading his mind. He's in his head, so to speak, rent-free, staying there. But nonetheless, trying to go in, he does have a huge life lead. No claw on Talu breaker, so you're kind of limited at this point. But the slide in, he tries to go in, nice V-shift back. Does get punished for that jump in, though. And not too much. Oh, blocked the sweep, but he didn't actually punish that one.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to make something happen because he doesn't want to overcommit, right? Because if you don't, Mena's going to take opportunity. He knows what you're going to possibly do, what are the favorite buttons you've been pressing, and he's just going to go for it. Like, even for that. Oh,
yeah, with a chip. Well played by Mena RD as he takes this one 3-1. Talu breaker unfortunately falls out on this one, and this is again single elimination. He's going to be going home, but nonetheless, what a valiant effort by Talu breaker.
I stick to my theory in life. First game does not mean anything about a game. The first round does not mean anything. It just gives you an opportunity to whether you can download, whether you can get really comfortable with the pick. Do you very quickly switch up? Do you change your game plan? Are you really comfortable with somebody's putting pressure on you, or can you read the player well? So I think these are the things that really matter in terms of like Mena's experience. You know, after so many tournaments over the many years, he's got good. So I think generally, let's take a quick interview with Abstract and Mena RD.
All right, thank you so much, Lorik, as well as Holler, as I do have Mena RD right next to me. One thing before I start off with the interview, I really like what you did to your hair at the side here. Show it over to the camera.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I love that. Absolutely love that. I'm not too sure whether the camera could pick that up. But okay, let us talk a little bit more about the match itself, right? When it comes down to fighting against your opponents here, Talu breaker, how do you prepare yourself to come up against him?
I was studying his character, Vega. I saw him yesterday. I know he's a very good player. So I was just trying to see his replays, trying to see his habits, and it worked out.
Is that why you didn't pick Birdie instead? You picked Birdie instead of Sakura? Oh, sorry. Is that why you picked Sakura instead of Birdie?
Yes, it is a corner pick. I believe Sakura wins that matchup, so it's advantageous to me, and that's why I chose Sakura.
I see. Now, before your match, I went over and of course interviewed Amu from Pakistan, and he did say that he would love to fight against you. Now, how do you feel about that? And do you know much about Amu?
Yes, I was studying him even before I came here to Singapore, and I would love to fight him too, honestly, especially after the match that I saw against Brandon. So, yeah, I look forward to that.
Well, thank you so much for that, Mena RD. Looking forward to that semi-final stage. I'll be looking forward to see who is the one that will come up on top and see who's going to be the one that moves on to the grand finals. But we still have another 2 sets of quarterfinals to watch, and thus I'll be throwing it over to Holler as well as Lorik to cover it up.
I mean, clearly, you have experienced players that really know what they're doing. They do their research, they do their homework. You know, everybody else coming into this GEF games, you know, not gonna be messing around. You know, they're here not trying to experience, like go with their experience, but actually doing research, even on players that they may not have played. So I think generally, let's quickly take a look at the highlights and see how both players played.
This is, I believe, the first matchup that we saw. You know, this is the one where Talu breaker was just kind of on point, just creating a lot of pressure. As I say that, Sakura Mena RD wins that round. But You know, this is the first one, right? Where Talu Breaker, he had a lot of confidence moving in, and I think Mena RD had a hard time just kind of zoning him out. You know, or sorry, finding out where he was being. Like his positioning was a little off. Just trying to get, because you got to get a feel for it, right? And especially in like a fight, like UFC, MMA, whatever it is you're talking about, you always want to be kind of, you know, making sure you have that spacing and that positioning properly done.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly this is a great mix-up coming out from Sakura. You know, you go for the jump kick, go for the slam, keeps him in the corner, try to keep him there non-stop and just pressuring him and waiting for him to crack. And sometimes you do, because great defense equals to great offense, and you need to have really good defense, especially in the corners. This game really makes a break, you know, especially when you have a rushdown character like Sakura. You need to be able to like kind of figure out what he's going to do. Is he going to do a slam? Is he going to do a wake up? Do you want to commit with a EXDP when you need to? Because sometimes you really do need to do that. And I feel like there was a bit of fear from Talu for actually committing to spend the EX bar to get out of your position. So I think in terms of this is really down to experience between both players. And of course, you know, this could be the very start of Talu Breaker's journey in esports. And I look forward to seeing more of Talu Breaker in the future.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing him. He's not going to be going anywhere. And unfortunately, though, this is the bracket. He does end up losing 3-1 to Mena RD, who just takes him out, and he's going to move on. He's going to be playing Amu. That one's going to be coming up in the semifinals. But first, we're going to be going into the rest of the quarterfinals. It's going to be Ronaldinho BR with Nash, probably, versus the 4 Phils against Falk. What do you think about that matchup coming up?
Wow, this is the hype match to watch for the very beginning. I mean, one of them is like CPT for Brazil, one of them is CPT for like UK. I think this is pretty much the one match that we've always been wanting to do. You know, it could be a mini CPT right here because you're actually getting winners from all the regions coming in, playing with each other. This is going to be hype match. This is going to go either way. You know, both of them have really good experience. Ronaldinho played for so long in the Brazil scene, and of course, you know, 4 Phils recently taking CPT UK, and you know, it's a big surprise because everybody in the UK scene kind of got blown away. Like, what? Falk can take a CPT? It's like, you know, well, guys, take the tier list, throw it out the window.
Everything's going to be different. I mean, that's what can happen, especially when you're playing Street Fighter. You know, anyone can, it's any given Sunday, so to speak, or any given day, at least in terms of the online world of Street Fighter V. But we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll be back with our third game.
In my years of competing in Street Fighter V, I've learned one very important lesson. There's going to be nerves, there's going to be pressure, but there's a quote that I really love: to play as if it means nothing when it actually means everything. Hi, I'm Brandon. I'm a competitive Street Fighter V player. I'll be competing in the Global Esports Games for Street Fighter V in December 2021. I first got into Street Fighter when I was 7 years old, so I would actually go to the arcades back then with $5 and get tokens exchanged. Back in 2016, I got more involved with the local Street Fighter V scene. The first major breakthrough victory that I had was actually when I played Momochi back in 2019 Flash Vision Cup. Momochi is one of the all-time greats when it comes to Street Fighter, so having that victory was a really big thing for me, and it gave me a lot of motivation going forward. Reaching the highest levels in competitive Street Fighter V has been one of the most uphill challenges that I've ever faced. The cause of my burnout was probably driven by the thought of winning. I was initially getting the results early on, but I started to feel very, very tired, both mentally and physically, and I wasn't getting any of the results that I thought I could get. I emphasize setting aside some time for your family, friends, and loved ones, because ultimately they are the ones who are going to support you all the way through. I'm really thankful that there's more support for local gamers in Singapore, and that there are more events such as the Global Esports Games that are happening. Even though I'm preparing for the Global Esports Games, I adhere strictly to my personalized training schedule. I only practice 4 days a week because I know that it's really important for me to keep a balanced lifestyle, to keep myself match fit for the tournament itself. The one thing that I can advise esports athletes would be, to don't let the lows overtake the highs. Continue practicing in a very healthy way. Don't forget to set aside time to rest as well.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Games 2021 Singapore. My name is Holler, and with me is Lorik, and we just saw 2 quarterfinal games. We're going to be up to the 3rd one.
Yep.
What do we have in store for this game?
Wow, this is a really hype game. I mean, like, if you guys are watching this on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, tell us in the comment section below, because I am hyped. This game's going to be crazy. This is going to be fun. I'm going to enjoy watching this because, like, you have our top player from UK, a top player from Brazil, going to be playing it out. But before all of this is going to be happening, we're maybe going to have a quick chat with our beautiful Claire, and she's going to tell us more about this.
Sup guys, thanks to the casters right there. All right, in round 3 for the Street Fighter quarterfinals, we got coming up from Brazil, Ronaldo Ne Barbosa Mendes Filho. His IGN is Ronaldinho BR, 34 years of age. His favorite characters are Nash, Ryu, and Laura. He comes with 6 years of experience under his belt. Second player is from Great Britain. His name is Kim Philip Roddy Badiabayo, and his IGN is the 4 Phils. And he's 20 years of age. Favorite characters are Folke Akira Colin, and he has 5 years since season 1. Good luck, guys. Back to you, casters.
All right, so one thing about this one is that the 4 Phils, in an interview he did with CPT, he was saying that he had never competed outside the UK. So this is going to be a primer, pretty much, that LAN tournament experience, that international experience, before he goes into CPT in February.
I think this is a great chance for him to get prepared. I mean, winning online CPT is a really different experience. People need to understand that, but it's nothing to do with the games, nothing to do with the internet, but it's also determines of like how much practice you get, how much can you deal with anxiety. You're up there alone, facing like match of the season, and these are tough times. You're not going to be able to deal with that unless you're in this situation, like live in front of people. And can you imagine people screaming, shouting? Some people will be supporting you, some people will be dissing you because they're supporting the opponent. It's tough to be able to shut that out, get yourself into the gameplay, and this is really make or break, because the format for this tournament is going to be really vital, because only one of these 2 strong players, in my view, is going to move on to the next stage of competition.
Yep, there's no lower bracket. This is pretty much all in. It's going to be the first to 3, best of 5, however you want to say it. It's going to be coming up. And again, these are the top 2 are their CPT competitors. They're both qualifiers here. And they're, you know, we're probably going to see a Nash versus Falk matchup. To be honest, we don't see a whole lot of these matchups.
No, we don't.
Right, especially at this level. But now, mind you, what are your thoughts on that?
I think looking at like Ronaldinho's stats, you know, he did really well. The only person that he had a tough time against was Amu, but I think it's also because Nash against Uriel is pretty tough. It's not the easiest matchup, you know, quite a bit of damage that comes up from Uriel. So I look forward to Ronaldinho actually having that revenge match against Amu. Who knows? Maybe that might happen, might not. So yeah, I mean, like, both players are still pretty strong. I mean, I like Ronaldinho's stats. He definitely did really well, but I like the fact that he's stuck to Nash.
Yeah, I mean, he's a base game, you know, fighter. He's always been there, Nash. You know, does he need a buff? Does he need a nerf? Like, what are you thinking at this point? Especially since the fact that he can take him to this level, play at a very high level, and not really worried about it. But, you know, the 4 fills here, this is his road to this stage right here in the quarterfinals. He destroyed War Destroyer 3-0, Rootkid 3-0, Ripper 0-2-1, 3-0. Brandon, he did get a 3-1. So the only one that took a round off of him. Now, this guy has not really been challenged. You know what I mean? He hasn't been, you know, getting to those 2-2 games, get to that final match. There's a lot of pressure at that point, right?
Yeah.
So that said, is he ready for this? Is he able to just kind of compete at this level? What's going to happen?
I think this matchup is pretty fun because, like, Falk is always have like good pokes, good fireball games, and I think generally we like to maybe see the hit-to-hit and take a look at what's the breakdown of what both players do.
And both of them, you know, Brazil, UK, Great Britain, and then the gamepad choices, both of them controller players.
Yeah.
But again, the most picked, again, Nash versus Falk. I'm pretty sure we'll see that at least going in. I think that, you know, they're so comfortable with the fighter that there's really no reason to change.
Yeah, I mean, there is very new like utilities for Nash in this season, especially for Ronaldinho. I mean, I like to see him picking some of the key V-trigger skills that might actually get him in and out of situations, or we're going to be picking the ones that are going to be empowering up his Skype. So these are the ones that really make or break a game, and I think he most likely will take up the anti-fireball package and actually try to go against Falk. So both of it is pretty interesting, but we might want to hear a little bit of words from Ronaldinho and see what he has to say for him and his experience here at the GEG Games.
It's gone well. It was expected. My group was not among the most difficult ones, so I was quite sure I could qualify, but tomorrow is going to be much harder, I believe.
Shots fired, huh? Not the most difficult? Who are you saying that to, right?
I mean, hashtag true story. First game you come up and you're going to play against like UK's CPT champ. So that's going to be rough on his very start of his journey. But I think in terms of that, pretty clear, pretty nice to know that what he said. I think in terms of, let's maybe find out maybe what both Phils have to say to that.
I'm not familiar with every single player from all of these regions, so a lot of it was unknown. So it was my first experience playing against a lot of these players. So it was good to discover a lot of new play styles and see what the rest of the world has to offer.
Okay, you talked about the fact that he doesn't know all the players, but I'm pretty sure he knows Ronaldinho, right?
Yeah, I think he pretty knows who he is. But I think in terms of like, you don't know them personally, he doesn't get to play with them personally, because it's really hard to play from like UK all the way to Brazil. You're going to have huge lags and it's not going to be very fruitful in terms of playing these kind of tournaments. But coming here, you know, this is really a great opportunity for Phils to play with some high-level Streetfighter V. You know, I think this is a great experience for him to go on to next year's CPT. Hopefully the FGC gets back all their offline events over the year, and this is a great opportunity and could be also, similarly to Talu Breaker, a great start for the next generation of Streetfighter V players.
Yeah. And, you know, it's really awkward playing against the guy that, you know, you're playing against because of the fact that you can see the guy, you can see him reacting. Is he going to rub it in? I mean, I've seen a lot of sportsmanship yesterday, but we're going to go into the first game right now, but it looks like it's going to be Falk Nash as we expected.
Yeah, so starting off with a great conversion, you know, straight away go for a punish on the top. Good try. I mean, like I said, I've always stuck to it. Round 1 does not mean anything to the game. It usually is a great opportunity. It's just like you watching any kind of fighting sport, you know, in terms of like traditional sport. They need to figure out the range, how understand somebody plays, and I'm looking forward to seeing how each of them are going to try to suss out each other's kind of gameplay.
Yeah, but nice moonsault slash all the way in the corner, and Falk, I mean, you want to be zoning, you want to be pushing it back, and a nice V-break throws him back in, doesn't let him get out. V-trigger's not going to be activated, back throw, or excuse me, forward throw that is. Crush counter though, getting a little low. Nash doesn't need to be careful, and oh, he goes right in, super aggressive. And does he have the damage to finish? No, he's going to be a mix-up here. He jumps back, V-shift back to alleviate the pressure. He's back, but the low light kick will end up getting him. Ronaldinho takes round 1.
Clearly showing how the power of like the new Nash is like really showcasing all of his skills, being able to travel from one end to the other. That's really, really important.
Nice boom there. Pushes him back. Nice jump in. Nice little cross up. He's got him in the corner, Falk. And mind you, the only Falk I really watch is Lacuna C. And at this point, I feel like the Four Fills plays Falk very differently. He's very aggressive.
But it's also it's good that he's aggressive at the same time being very passive when he needs to. He's really utilizing the heavy punch and even like the mediums just to kind of suss out, get a hit confirmed. He gets the hit confirmed and straight away converts into a punish.
Right, and nice reaction there in the sense that it's, you know, he takes round 2, figured out what he needs to do. We're going to go to round 3 right now. Fires under the boom. A couple of these ones very low, it's kind of annoying to deal with, especially as a Nash player.
Yeah, if you're going to be trying to throw like sonic booms, you know, it's going to be rough because you can't even try to get rid of it.
Yeah, not really much of a choice. Okay, nice. Moonsault slash there. He's going to get him back in. Nice little block string. Gets pushed back. Falk just trying to zone out a little bit. Nice air fireball.
Ooh, good call on the grab. Post position. Doesn't want to overcommit.
Ooh, V-trigger. No actual follow-up on this one. Tries to go in. Goes super aggressive. Dashes forward. Nice little Sonic Scythe in the back. Ooh. Got him stuck in.
What's
little mix-up. He gets him out.
Wow.
Ronaldinho will take round 3. That's going to be the first game.
And popping all that EX, you know, just to get him in the corner, deals a ton of damage, gets him in. And pretty much we can just both say at the same time, what is the mix-up? You know, is it going to be low? Is it going to be a grab? You need to be able to deal with that. And Ronaldinho has a good grasp of how to do some corner pressure. And I love it. I love it so far. Just stick to my gut, my motto. First game, don't mean nuts.
Okay. Well, let's see if the Four Fills agrees with you on this one, if he can come back. Because I always look at the first one as kind of like, yes, it might not be game, you know, losing if you lose that one, but it's one of those mental breaks. You know what I mean? You're going to be affected. Ooh. Nice little fireball, just kind of zoning a bit here.
I like the fact that both players don't overcommit. They're really, really careful. And ooh, first play from Ronaldinho.
Rose got him in the corner. Block strings, nope. With a jump out, gets the throw, the back throw that is, puts him in the corner. And what does Nash or Ronaldinho want to do? Gets thrown back in, but no. You know, Ronaldinho is kind of like nobody puts baby in a corner.
Yeah, but so far really good reads from both players. You know, really trying to not get themselves in the corner and getting trapped out. But I think right now, Pulp is really inching it out with the stronger pokes. And also dropping all of those low fireballs are really going to be tough. Oh, here comes the conversion.
He's going to do some damage. It probably won't kill. He finishes with a Tragedy Assault. He's got him in the corner. Doesn't have any room. He's built up a lot of the gray area. Great damage and gets the throw. And he will capitalize on that one with a sliver of life.
Strong frame. Like he knew he had frame advantage. Went for the grab. It was a good call.
Nice little air stomp there. Nice crush. Dashes forward. Sonic Sight, just backs up here. Nice crush, no follow-up, low fireballs. Neutral jumps, he's just kind of zoning it out. And this is the Falk that I know. You want to be zoning, right?
Yeah, but I'm worried for Falk right now because there's a lot of bar coming up for Ronaldinho. One bad call or one bad hit confirm, and that's going to be it for Falk because she's down to like 2/3. She's going to need to kind of capitalize. Oh, here comes the conversion.
Oh, the Sonic Sight keeps him alive. Ooh. Got him in the corner now. He does have full meter. Tragedy Assault on this one. He's going to burn up.
Burn one more.
Oh, the stop away. Oh, he catches him out. And he actually has the damage. And the 4 fills will take that one. Every single game so far is going to go to round 3 as tight as possible.
I mean, that was a tough call, you know. I mean, could have gone anybody's way, but I really thought that 4 fills was going to possibly crack under all that pressure from Ronaldinho.
There's a lot. I mean, this is the mental state, right? You need to be very, you fortify everything, make sure that you're okay, because you know you got a long way to go. You're not dead after just 1 round.
So far, both players, you know, really good, strong game. You know, not gonna overcommit, not gonna get sub-punished really hard, not gonna be in a position where it's gonna be a plus frame, because right here, even if Nash is currently at plus frame with the Scythe, you know, he's not going to be able to convert, you know, if he doesn't have enough range, because he needs to be really close to Falk to be able to convert.
This catapult here, doing a decent amount of damage. He activates the V trigger. Got him in. The stun meter, something's close, but life is probably more important. He catches him reaching, and the 4 fills will take game 2. It is 1-1.
And once again, you know, this could be a key round, because anybody that gets game number 2 holds all the cards. You know, pressure-wise, you're going to be at 2-1, you're leading. You're going to be trying to pressure out the game. That game round is going to be really key in terms of like securing this round. And like I said, this is a make or break. You either get knocked out or you move on.
All right, so you don't like round 1, or sorry, game 1, but game 3 kind of important, I would say.
It's really important. I think so. I really want to find out like if they can adjust to the gameplay, because right now the rhythm is really in like 4 fills position, because I mean Falk not gonna overcommit, not doing too many button pressing. Only critical ones though.
Activates here, does get countered. Falk getting a nice little combination there. That does a decent amount, about a third of his life there. Ronaldinho's having a hard time trying to get in the bouncing fireball, something to take note of. It changes the angle, doesn't really expect this. This damage is just on point. Whew. And that throw.
Yeah. I mean, the throw was going to wrap it up. It was tough when you get into that, because in that corner with that full combo.
Okay. Just more in the neutral game. Just a couple booms.
So far, close game. I mean, Ronaldinho's going to be converting.
Nice V reversal there, just stopping that. Sorry, goes in, he gets the cross up, changes it out, finishes that one, pushes him back in the corner. Oh, but the V reversal out of there. Give him a little bit of space. Trying to back off here. Jump in, just completely blocked in. Gonna backdash for now.
Both players, a lot of bar. Here comes the critical one. First player that gets hit with hit confirm is going to be converting into a win.
Fireball bouncing around, tries to dash forward, but the low lights, it's on point. Checks the dash, and there we go. That's the CA, that's the cycle flew well, and he's going to take that one, and he's up 2-1. The 4 fills against Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho, what do you need to do? What adjustments? What's going to happen?
I mean, wow, that's rough. You know, he's trying to convert really hard, but Falk's not going to open up at all. And every time he tries to do a jump in, either he would push forward, double jump forward just to get out of position. Like earlier, he tried to do a overhit with the kick for dash. Didn't get it because he was out of position. And of course, you know, Falk definitely very, very good defensive and only punishes hard when he needs to.
Oh gosh, his Schneid has been on point, not letting Nash get anything. And look at the damage, he's already at half life. Something to take note of. I mean, the 4 fills just making him pay with anything he tries to do.
Ooh. I mean, all that range from a nasty stick is going to be tough. Here comes good damage. What's nice? Convert, nice.
Nice throw.
Goes for the EX fireball. Ooh, good convert back. Gets his turn back.
Oh, nice jump in. Oh, but no finish. Just more great damage being built up, but Ronaldinho's been on the defensive.
Ooh.
Look at that great damage. Oh, a single. Oh, 2-shotted pretty much because he had just had so much great damage.
Yeah, but he can't even shift it out because he already triggered his V trigger, so there was no way he was getting out of the situation.
Okay, makes him pay for this jump in.
Nice.
Spacing is a little off. Back in the corner. Nice AA. Ooh. Misses. He tried to reach for 2 throws. That seems like something that I would take.
But I think he's in the right spot, trying to keep him there. Oh, that slam. Switching position is really good.
Oh, the reversal out call. Good call. Back. No, the throw.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage from that one heavy.
Oh, these air fireballs so annoying, and that's going to be stun, and that looks like it's going to be it. The four fills moves on.
Wow.
He knocks out Ronaldinho.
Oh my goodness. That Falk is crazy. You know, like the amount of damage that you get up from like the heavy, got a good converts, the EX into that, totally just takes your health away. And you don't even realize that your health is going down.
Yeah, and the fact that he's actually in the guy's face. He's being aggressive to Ronaldinho, and he's being, okay, what do you want to do? This is just like, you know, it's completely demoralizing, the fact that you were just completely blocking the entire time. You can't really do anything.
Yeah. And a lot of the moves, you're just stuck in that position. Like even like the last round, he was just stuck in that position. He doesn't have the chance to V-shift out of it. He can't even V-push him out. So there's no way that he was going to get out of that position. So I think generally that was a rough game for Nash. You know, the matchup was tough. It was either going to go either way, but I think we're going to be throwing this back to Abstract so that we can have a quick chat with 4Fills, see how he feels. But I think he feels pretty good.
All right, thank you so much, Holler, as well as Lorak once again, as I have on stage with me, the representative from Great Britain, the 4Fills. Now, how do you feel about coming up with this match against your opponent here?
Very happy. We don't have too many Nash representatives in our region, so this was something new.
Well, you did say something along the lines during your the prior interview that you don't really know too much about the players, right?
Yeah.
So how did you come to prepare against him, actually?
With the little amount of players we do have in our region, I have played them and watched my past games with them to make sure I knew what I was doing.
Right. Okay. Then coming up next, when it comes down to the next semifinals, you'll be fighting against between the winners of Gamer B from Chinese Taipei versus Darigat from Venezuela. So who would you prefer to challenge against?
I don't have a preference, actually. I've never played any of these players here, so I'm willing to take any challenge.
Okay, perfect. So may the best winner win, the kind of stuff, right? All right, thank you so much over to 4Fills. Congratulations once again. I'll be looking forward over to you for the next challenge, of course. And of course, bring it over back to Holler as well as Lorak. Pass it over to you.
All right, and the 4Fills, I mean, congratulations to him. That was a very, methodical game, very systematic, and it completely played to his game plan, right?
Yeah.
His strategy, everything that he wanted to impose on his opponent, he was able to do.
Yeah, but thinking about like how the games are going to be like, I think generally we're going to be taking a look at the highlights, kind of breakthrough on what are the key moments that actually make or break for him. Like, and this position is tough. Look at that heavy, like that one single crush counter from that boom twice. That much of damage, gets out of range, has a huge life lead, and let's go for a convert for Nash. I mean, the life lead is tough. I mean, like, back to this portion, yeah, good slam, gets into the position. And this is what Ronaldinho needs to be able to do, because if you don't, you're going to be in a tough spot, and if you don't have some of your triggers, you don't have the bar to get into her face, it's gonna be rough. But even if you're in her face, she's got all these funky stick moves that keeps you out of the way.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, the first the 4 rounds or whatever, Ronaldinho seemed to have found a groove or whatever, but the 4Fills really was able to react properly. Saw the assault comment, was backing what up he need to, and it didn't seem like, Ronaldinho was very comfortable with his spacing. Like, the positioning seemed to be just slightly off. Something just didn't seem to be working into his favor.
Yeah, and even like for this, for example, it's a great example of how a good balance of a supposedly a zoner character that everybody has known her to be is actually doesn't have to be played like a zoner. Have to be played a little bit more aggressive, and in this position, I think the recent patch definitely made her a lot stronger and a viable pick, compared to what she was. Used to be why people called her as a low tier, and now she's not. She's actually taking games in this scene. So let's quickly jump into the brackets and check out our next set of games.
Yeah, so we just saw the 4Fills take a 3-1 against Ronaldinho, who's going to move on into the semifinals. And then the last game, or the last match of the quarterfinals, is going to be Gamer B versus Please Darlings, I believe. And that was going to be coming up. That was from Venezuela. So we're going to see a barn burner on that last one. But Gamer B is the only one to be bringing out the Luke. What are your thoughts on Luke? Or do we have to? Yeah, what are your thoughts on Luke?
We do have thoughts on Luke. Luke recently came out. Everybody's a bit surprised. I mean, anybody who's played Streetfighter V, you kind of expected like Third Strike kind of characters to be coming back quite a bit of the characters coming back. Personally, I wish Makoto was back because I love playing Makoto back in like Street Fighter 4. But I mean, we can't have everything, so sadly we have to go with a new character, which is great because I think we understand from the Japanese producers that they wanted to bring more characters that are a bit more relevant in terms of this landscape. So I think it's a pretty good idea, and Luke is a pretty tough fight to do because he has a lot of good utility, a lot of certain buttons are really good and certain buttons are lackluster. So I think players going to have a hard time against playing a Luke character, which is quite new.
All right, we're going to find out. That's going to be the fourth quarterfinal game. That will be coming up, but we're going to take a quick little break.
This time, I'll wake up for that sunrise to see every little thing. I'll make tomorrow a brighter place. I'll stop to smell the flowers. I won't just do it for the gram. I'll say yes to everything. This time, it will be different.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride, commitment, unity, equality, innovation, not division. Let the world unite. Come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite. Standing on the edge of the world, we fight for the right to be us. We never give up on the fight. Let the world unite. Come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Games 2021 Singapore. My name is Holler, and with me is Lorik. We're going to be going to the fourth game in the quarterfinals. And this game is going to be with Gamer B and Darlings. What do you think about this matchup?
I mean, look, like I've been watching FGC for a really, really long time, and I mean, I absolutely love Gamer B back in the day when he played like Adon in Street Fighter 4, played against Momochi, one of the most epic matches that we've ever seen back in 2015. You know, like been a huge fan of him. Now he's back here in Singapore playing against his opponent from Venezuela. So I kind of want to see what he has to bring. During those qualifiers, he brought Luke out, and I think it's pretty comfort. But most people who played him actually see him playing more Cammy.
All right, but we're going to find out. This is going to be the fourth matchup. Claire, over to you for the player introduction.
Thanks, Holler and Lorak. Okay, fourth round here for the quarter-final Streetfighter V Champions Edition. Our first player is Chinese Taipei, Xiang Yulin, a Gamer B number, his age is 42 years of age. He's got plenty of experience. Aver, Media, Zowie, and Team Psy Games Beast. Favorite characters, Cammy, Adon, and Nakali. Experience since the game arrived. Second player from Venezuela, Carlos Bellastrini, Darigad ZZ, and his age is 32 years old. Capcom Pro Tour experience, plays top 8 for Intel World Open Tournament for Brazil, and won CEFA Caribbean Esports Federation Tournament on 2020. Back to you guys.
All right. So I think it's pretty funny for everybody who's commenting like, yes, Gamer B is 42.
I did not know that, to be honest. He does not look 42 to me,
No,
and he looks much younger. I don't know what it is. I need to figure out what his skincare treatment is because he's doing a good job.
I think he's being endorsed pretty well, though.
Yeah, I think it's whatever is happening, it's working. But mind you, I think, you know, he is 42, and there's a lot of experience. And in this game, they tend to be a little bit older. Hence, I think when we saw Talu Breaker, I was a little bit shocked by the fact that he was 15, because these games take a lot of grit. You know, people that have been through the process of all of the Street Fighters, even back from Street Fighter 2, you know, like, you just had that experience that really helps them come along. Not to say that Gamer B has really been that long into this, but, you know, this is his path. This is the tournament results that he's had. He's pretty much 3-0'd, you know, everybody going along. Even Mena RD, he 3-1'd him. GTR, that was another hype matchup. He 3-1'd him, but he did it all with Luke. Is this a dirty tournament result so far because of Luke?
I mean, it's really new. Everybody knows Luke is pretty strong right now. Crazy fireball, you know, almost instantaneously coming out. Very low frames on that single fireball, but still, you know, a ton of people who I watch online, you know, especially people who have played. I mean, personally, I like to watch Daigo, and I also like to watch Justin Wong. So they have tried playing Luke. They've showcased what Luke can do, but on our Please Darling side, you know, he's not that shabby. You know, he's done pretty well. And the only person that he has faltered against is Talu Breaker.
Yeah, and he might have got caught off just by the matchup. But mind you, this guy doesn't play the most conventional of fighters as well. He plays Gil, somebody that, you know, you don't see a whole lot in the top tier level. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. He has some crazy games. He's definitely very good with the character, and we'll see some of that. But would you think that it's the same tier of a Luke?
I think that the tough part was between both players. Gil is definitely one of the new characters added within this year itself. And I think most people would have underestimated what Gil can really do. You know, it takes a bit of technical skills to figure out how to use Gil right here. But I think let's take a quick look into their stats in terms of where they're from and also what they use. I think so far, both pretty clear. We got their fight sticks both on hand. I like the fact that they both use fight sticks. Good job, guys. Keep the fire for fight sticks burning. And of course, you know, most picked character right now for Gamer B is Luke. And of course, on Gil's side, I know Please Darling is playing Gil. So I like to see that matchup right here, but it's going to be an interesting match. I'm going to see a lot of fireballs, be it like ice or fire. And pretty much Luke is going to be popping that V trigger and swinging 3 times. I think he's just going to hybrid arm it and just going to be swinging that by fireball back. So I think both players have a pretty good fight coming up for us. Of course, you know, we have a lot of people going to be supporting our Gamer B, but if you guys want to find out more about Please Darling, let's find out more from him.
I'm feeling great. I feel like I achieved, like I will be top 8. I will be seen in the screen time. I feel really nice, and I really like this tournament. It's the most prestigious tournament I've been thus far.
All right, for the record, I see you. I see you, please, darlings. We see you, and we're happy that you're here. On the terms of the top 8, you're in Singapore. You're made it here. This is the land. This is all with the character of Gil, which I'm very impressed with. So we're happy to see you, and we want to see more. And we want to see you maybe take out GamerB, huh?
Wow, that's quite a tall order for Carlos right here to try to take, please darling, please darling, Either way, big shout out, thank you so much for the love. We really enjoyed his presence here, and I think this matchup is going to be really tight. Of course, Luke versus Gil, tough fight between both players. Gil's going to be a good amount of damage, but I think Luke's like all of his utilities, really strong against Gil, and I would feel I'm definitely on the side of where experience will definitely have a higher advantage in terms of this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, experience is one thing, just knowing the game. But the fact that it's the character you have to know as well, which is very different, that is something that it might be very difficult to do. So that's kind of where I'm worried about, Please Darlings, in the sense of just being comfortable with this one. But this is going to be the first game, and he starts it in. Cryokinesis just jumping in, but Luke with the Sandblaster, just so great.
So I think generally we got a good fight between both players. I think GamerB very signature, trying to figure out like both of his the jump-ins, see whether how Please Darling plays, figure out where the good jump-ins are, because everything's gonna come out from that one key jump-in from GamerB.
Oh, there's the jump. That largely well defended there, but he jumps over again. Not really able to capitalize too much. The knee not being, connecting or anything like that. Nice sweep here. He goes in, catches him reaching, gets him back in, all the way in the corner. Takes the throw though.
Ooh, good read from GamerB. Knew that he was going to come in for a grab. Gets out of the way, continues to utilize that fireball. Once again, my motto stays, first game is really good about sussing a player out, figuring out where the good jump-ins are, how far the distance is, what buttons a player likes to press more often.
Oh. Gosh.
And whether he likes to press buttons.
Yeah.
And this is a small proof that personally he likes to press a little bit too much buttons.
Like, okay, when you activate the V trigger, like the heart shot, it just and you throw the Sandblaster, like the 3 times, it just completely catches it off guard. The fact that like you get hit once, you're getting hit by all 3, right? It's just so quick.
And I think generally you're going to be trying to use that to either counter a fireball or try to do it for a knockdown so that he can get into the position, or either way, I think both sides, Luke can have a lot of opportunities of like covering a lot of distance using all his different utility skills. So I think the conversion's going to happen right here. V-trigger, pops the EX, gets him in the corner.
Oh! Thrown back, nice back throw. Completely changes it, techs the throw though, tried to space it out, but GamerB on point, throws out that sand like a dirty, dirty man. And, a street fight, come on, you're throwing sand at somebody?
It hurts.
Yeah, I mean, it gets in the guy's eyes. I mean, sand gets everywhere, right? Even in your pants.
It would be tough to get it out though.
All the cracks, I'm not going to...
I wouldn't want sand up my crack.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
It's a big fan of
something that you got to be careful about, right?
Yeah, somebody that I don't want to hang out with. No, look, no.
All right, it looks like it's going to be the first one going to GamerB, and Please Darling just hops right in, no issues there. But Gil, just parries at least one of the Sandblasters. Kind of tough to do, especially with the speed of that one. And the jump over does get hit there. But I don't know if this is really where we want to be. As I say that, Please Darlings puts him in the corner, and that's where he wants Luke to be. Fireball gets deflected there. Not really much space here. A nice knee. Oh, he shimmies the throw.
Nice.
Nice little combination here. Decent amount of damage. Throw again. Life is a little low. Another throw.
Nice.
Puts him in. Slams his head against the wall. The jump in, and he's going to get jabbed out. Very well played by Please Darlings. Just completely in control of that round. Ooh. Second round here, and it's more Sandblasters being blocked out. Gil jumps over, times it properly, but he does get swept back. Gets knocked down, thrown back now. GamerB just all over him, changing it up.
Yeah, but this is a GamerB that's like a bit more restrained, taking his own time, charging it up, getting some buffs, trying to return it if he needs to. And so far, he doesn't even mind. The little bit of white damage doesn't really matter too much to him.
not too much. I mean, he's so aggressive, right? He activates V trigger, hits him off the backboard, gets him up in the air, throws him in the combination, and here comes the Seraphic Wing. Is this going to connect?
It is, because it's a wake up CA, go straight for it. Wow, I mean, that was a good call from Please Darling.
He's going all in. 0 meter at this point. He just needs to just neutral it out, figure something out. He's so low, but as is himself, he's down life. And Luke is just, or Gamer B. Oh, he does get connected. He doesn't get killed, but he gets thrown, and that's going to be it. I don't know what just happened in the end.
What? I kind of expected Gamer B to kind of convert with like something else, you know. That kind of was a disconnect for whatever reason. I think that was supposed to be his game, but clutched it out. I would say that's a good clutch.
All right, when you're playing online, you can use the excuse of lag and all that, but we're playing on a LAN here. Like there's no such thing as lag, right?
No, there isn't.
Good feeling out process, nice sweep. He doesn't actually dash forward. Nice V-shift back.
Good call on the V-shift though, getting out of position, still holding into his comfort zone.
I mean, this is the power of Luke in the sense that, like, oh, you want to play zoning? You want to play the fireball game? All right, let's go. And he just kind of throws out the sand. I mean, he's very flexible.
Yeah, he keeps throwing out that good long medium kick. Was just a really good call, trying to convert that.
Oh, what? Throw got him in the corner. Jumps over though. No actual punish.
Wow, I'm surprised. I mean, that was a good punish that you should have done there.
Goes for the knee. Block. Gamer be on point with his defense. With those fires. Oh, another sweep. He's catching him out. It's the wind-up punch, the flash knuckle, and the sweep will end that one. He takes round 1. Jumps over the fireball there. Couple jabs, gets a nice little combination, little corner. Fireball, just pushing him back.
I mean, I think basically Gamer B really needs to get a good jump in, needs to get a good read out of it, and that's gonna hurt because he has a good amount of bar that's gonna convert, and here it is. Gets him in the corner.
Next throw though. All right, activates V trigger, throws the fireballs, a little bit of damage, pushes it in, continues the combo, provides a lot of pressure, gets the throw. More fireballs. That stun meter, something to be careful. Nice V-shift back, nice V-break. Throws under, he goes underneath the fireball, gets the sweep in. He tries to cross him up a little bit, but he's on point.
Oh, that was a pretty good call. The EX, good read. I think this is really down to Gamer B getting in a good jump in. Tough. Nice.
Oh, there we go. Flash Knuckle will finish that one. Whew. All right, so we get to see the players, which is quite nice, and we can see a little bit of sweat perspiring on the top of the foreheads. At least they're getting into this one, and it might just be me, or it's kind of hot in the stadium in the sense that the pressure's kind of being turned on right now. Jump over, and blaster. All right, how would you adjust if you're Please Darlings? What are you doing differently?
I mean, right now he needs to kind of pick up the pace. There are good chances for him to actually go in, actually convert, get some good damage on Luke. But right now, he's going to be getting into fully Luke's momentum because right now he's in a good position, waiting for good opportunities. The stun bar for Gil is really tight, but okay. Gets him back in the corner.
V-trigger now. Here we go. Oh, he catches him out. And again, the Sandblaster after the heart shot activation, I mean, it just, the amount of damage and the speed is just so quick.
It's a good utility to use, especially if like against Gil, who's going to be either firing a fireball, whichever ice ball is going to be, you know, both of it's going to be in critical, you know, can't fire it off, he's going to get hurt, he's going to get like countered hard, he's going to take damage, you know, it's not worth the trade, and that's a good skill against him.
Okay, well this is going to be for tournament life in the sense of, Please Darling, he has to win this one out. Gamer B just playing, you know, he's basically taking what the enemy is giving him, right? In the sense that he just, you know, you want to play zoning? All right, I'm playing zoning, and then he's looking for gaps.
Ooh, nice big punish there. Oh. I mean, there are a lot of times where like Gil could have had a good opportunity, but a great like I would say, recovery game from Gamer B really picks up the pace. It always keeps him in bay, keeps him in the corner, and that is game. Wow.
Yeah, Gamer B, very quick, very quick.
Wow.
I mean, it was just a, what, 3-0, I think? It was just very quick in the sense of Gamer B just, you know, taking care of business, not even worrying about it. But again, this is the power of Luke. It's very difficult to kind of just deal with. If you haven't practiced against it, you really, I mean, time has been an issue. You know, to find somebody who can play at the top tier, because you just got to figure it out. But Gamer V is taking that onus on himself, used all of his years of experience to make sure that he's ready for this, and he's got this top tier Luke.
Yeah, but the best thing about him is that he started to figure out where the cracks are for kill, understanding where the jump hits are, understand how the player uses. You know, he always tries to go for a grab, don't really do a convert, gets out into a corner, doesn't know how to bring him back into the corner, and that's the tough part when you're trying to go against a player like Gamer B, who has like quite a bit of years of experience trying to figure out how to get out of a stickler position, trying to capitalize, do some damage, gets out of the position, waits for him to get punished, and really he goes all out with a punish and gets in the corner and just goes all out. So let's take a quick look into the highlights and find out what are the points that we are looking at.
So it was kind of just from the beginning, Luke just the Sandblaster, everything's just on point, just super aggressive, right? Like, I don't know how you're supposed to deal with this guy without practicing the matchup and just kind of dealing with it. Like, just being able to ad-lib and just kind of deal with the things that Luke can do. His options, just his utility belt is just bigger than Batman's, I would say.
Yeah, and it's quite clear that we get, like, Gamer B has a pretty good grasp of when Darling's going to be trying to go for a grab or command or throw, because I think every time we have seen that happen, you know, he's always done it. But here is the wake up CA. Good call from Darling, because I kind of expected him to go for it, and he did.
He did it there. I mean, that was probably one of his better rounds, but then just Gamer V figured it out, just found out how to deal with Gil, and just kind of tore it up.
Yeah, but I think both players did really well. I mean, I was really happy that the Darlings actually had came, played with some of our top tier characters. I mean, don't think they have an opportunity to play with so many players in their community, and being able to come out here, play with some like totally non-players that they don't get to play with, that's going to be rough for them. So I think this is a great chance for them to get good experience as we go into the CPT year coming for 2022.
Yeah, it's going to be a great experience. I mean, it's going to be interesting even watching this replay, just going back into this one and just seeing what Luke can do through all that. But let's take a look at the bracket and see where we're at right now. Okay, so we've gone through all of the quarterfinals. We've seen that all of the, the different players that have gone in. It looks like the semifinals is now going to be Amu, Mena RD versus the 4 Phils and Gamer B. That's going to be the semifinals. Those will be coming up. And mind you, there's no room for error, right? If you're out, you're out. And unfortunately, that's the case. It's going to be first to 3, excuse me, best of 5. And we're going to have 3 more matches. That's going to be coming up. But what are your thoughts just going into that semifinal that we're going to see?
I mean, I'm really happy that lots of supporters for the various players are tuning in, getting a great time, and watching all of their representatives play. I think a lot of people are here to watch some of the key players to take this tournament, but I think this is possibly, we'll see how it goes, because I'm looking forward to seeing like how Pakistan is going to play against Mena RD from Dominican Republic. You know, most people are here to check out how is he playing so far. He's been playing really well. And of course, generally, I want to see those games happening. Coming up is going to be 4 Phils against Gamer B. That's going to be a real tough fight right there. A lot of good action is going to be coming up from these games coming up soon. So big shout outs to our Samsung. They are our official technology partner. Samsung TV has lined up some attractive giveaways, so I think if you can check out the screen right now, pull out your phone, scan the QR code, and you have a chance to win a 55-inch OLED screen that you have right there, and also maybe other swag that could possibly bring home. So what are you waiting for? Pull out your phone. Now it's pretty easy. Take out your camera function, take a look, scan at the QR code, and actually click on the link and start to sign up. You have a chance to win these wonderful prizes. So go ahead and do that right now. So we're coming up. We got a couple of really awesome games. Yep. I think, what do you feel that you want to see in the next round?
I just want to see. I want to see things go to the distance, right? I want to see, the fifth match. I think that's going to be happening. We'll hopefully get to there, especially since we're in the top 4 now. But we're going to find out in the semifinals as we take a quick little break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Global Esports Games 2021 Singapore. My name is Holler, and with me is Lorik, and we're going to be going to the semifinals. Now, we've seen 4 matches thus far. Have we seen any trends throughout?
I think the fun part about this tournament is that actually everybody has their own unique pick, which is great because nobody's really playing some sort of like a repeat match. You know, sometimes you're watching like Japan leagues and whatnot, and some of them have like repeated picks. Like back in the past, some people are playing like Rashids and Ibukis, and I'm surprised no Rashids in this tournament. So surprisingly, we're going to be seeing other matches coming up soon, and coming up next is going to be Pakistan, which is going to be playing Uriel, and we're going to be playing against Mena RD. I'm not sure if he's going to bring out the Sakura again, or is he going to bring out his Birdie, but maybe he might pick out his third pocket pick. Could be Bao or M Bison, or Bison. Actually, is it Bison? Is it Boxer?
It's
Bao? Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna have to see. I think that a lot of people are just prepared in the sense of they're having, you know, many different options, right? I think that that's what you need to do, especially in a tournament as diverse as they've had. It's not the same old fighters that we're seeing over and over and over. It tends to be a wide variety of them. So you need to prepare for that matchup, and you need to ensure that you're ready.
Yeah, and I think it's very key for them to go into this tournament knowing that, you know, you're not really playing in your region anymore. There are pretty much signs when you look at all sorts of like Street Fighter tournaments everywhere. You know, all of them have different kind of characters. But I think let's possibly take a look at what the players are going to be doing, and we're going to be throwing really shortly back to Claire to show us and tell us who are coming up on stage.
Okay, thank you, boys. Right now, I'm going to be introducing the players for the Street Fighter Semifinals 1. It's Pakistan versus Dominican Republic. And player 1 we have from Pakistan, Ahmad Shalid, aka Amu. And our second player from the Dominican Republic, we have Saul Mena, aka Mena RD. Casters, better get ready because we're going to go back to you very shortly.
All right, so we saw that Amu had taken out Brandon, you know, the local favorite 3-0. Yep. He was just kind of tore through it, right? He took a little bit of a break, saw the rest of the game, so he has a little bit of insight in terms of what is available and what, you know, at this point, Mena RD is going to be bringing. Yep. But how do you prepare for somebody with Mena RD in his back pocket? He has like a diverse, wide variety of available fighters to it.
I mean, a lot of players who I've talked to and hang out with, you know, usually like to go back to like YouTube videos, but also going onto the network and actually going and see some of the replays of some of these players, you know, especially if you know their names, you can actually find out some of their latest gameplays, you know, maybe they might do like first to 10s, first to 5s, and it gives you a great breakdown on what kind of characters are they playing. You know, of course, we've seen our Mena RD gone on and play some Sakura earlier, so I'm looking forward to that. But who knows, you know, maybe he might pull out a Balrog out of nowhere and just try to go for a counter pick. So I think in general, if it's Euro, I wouldn't rule out the idea that Balrog might come out in this matchup.
Yeah, and Amu here, he just had 5 group wins, and then he just beat Brandon. This guy's been on fire. He has not lost a single game, or a single match, excuse me. So this guy is just really seems to know what he does. And he's just been talking about the fact that, hey, since you don't have a lot of research on him, or there's not a lot of, you know, content out there in terms of his games, this is a guy that really is largely unknown, or at least, you know, he can see what other people are doing. He's talking about the fact that he can do research on you. It's kind of like the whole thing, you know, the Liam Neeson from Taken, in the sense of, you know, I'm going to find you and I'm going to kill you kind of thing. I'm getting that vibe, no?
Yeah, I think pretty much that's the tough part about having some of the new players that gets into this system. You know, like, because in essence, I think Amu is one of the strongest players in Pakistan, so that's good coming up from his region. But of course, you know, this will be tough for Mena RD to kind of figure out how he does. But on the flip side, he does have an opportunity to see how he played in the previous round. This gives Mena RD some clear insights into how his gameplay is like, and it's not that big different from most of the typical Euro gameplay that you expect. So some of it is going to be fireballs, you know, and of course he's going to be strong and throw out, be it the headbutt or be it the tackles, you know, at the right position. It might be a great way to look at it. So I think this is the head-to-head. Of course, you know, hitbox is coming up from Amu again. Of course, you know, some people are wondering, is it controller? Is it got D-pad? I would say it's more like D-pads is about the same thing. And of course, you know, he's going to be playing his usual picks are Birdie for Mena RD. And of course, I do expect Amu to be bringing his Ural into this matchup.
Yeah, you got to stick with what's got you here, right? If you're undefeated on a character, you just ride that train. You ride that horse all the way, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think he's going to be very comfortable. I think we'll definitely see that one. Urien, I mean, the Japanese, the community have said that Urien is top tier, right? They talk about it. I mean, the thing is that in CPT winners and qualifiers, we haven't seen Urien really win out too many. So I don't know if it's been bad luck or whatever it is, but, you know, at least in one region of the world, they think very highly of the Urien pick.
Yeah, and it's played by so many strong players in that region. So a lot of it also has to boil down to most people who pick like a top tier. You'll be going out to do a counter pick against the top tier if you know that he's going to end up in the finals. I think in common, like almost in any common game, if you're going to know that a certain top tier is going to go in, you're going to try to do a counter pick and go against that Ural. And maybe that's the tough part about going into that. It could get you to the final stage of the competition, but not close it out, because maybe somebody brings a counter pick and locks it down. So sometimes it's just not maybe bad luck, sometimes it's just bad picks or just counter picks. Everybody likes the fact to use Street Fighter as rock, scissors, paper. You know, certain players do have an advantage against others. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is a strong advantage or like a huge advantage, but it's definitely an advantage that will make things easier for you to play against certain characters.
All right, so it looks like the players are getting ready to load into the game here. And I think I saw a Urien versus Birdie. I might have to get my eyes checked maybe, but I thought I saw that on screen. We're going to have to find out. And yes, in fact, it is. This is the first game of the semifinals. Urien versus Birdie here.
Ooh, strong. Trying to suss out each other. Pretty good. I mean, they're using the core meaties from each characters. Trying to suss out how is everybody's gameplay, and I like it so far.
Nice little end finisher with the bullhorn there. But Birdie taking a lot of damage, something you need to be a little bit careful with. Okay, nice chariot tackle there. He goes in, but he does get no punish. It seems to be his turn. Amu continuing to put it on. V-Trigger now is going to be active by Mena.
Now, this is going to be a hard hit because almost full bar coming out from Mena RD. He's just inches away from his full bar. This could be a hit confirm into a CA, but maybe not.
No, that's going to be it. Very well played there. Just nice little combination. Just made him pay. Just made one mistake. And Amu just, you know, just took that round there. Very strong by Amu. Nice AA. It's the metallic spear. Chariot tackle to finish that one off.
But I think this is good. You know, Mena RD is getting very comfortable. He's always been on the patient side, trying to wait for how somebody plays, goes for it when he needs to. Amu, once again, you know, being really, really pivotal in trying to go in for the grabs, trying to go for charges, wake up CA.
Skip to my chain, does connect. He's going to actually do a decent amount of damage, but no meter.
The full damage out of that.
Yeah, no scaling, right? So he's going to take that one, and he's back to the middle of, you know, the map, so to speak, and that's kind of where you want to be. You don't want to be stuck in a corner. Okay, here we go. V-Trigger's now going to be activated.
Goes for the command grab.
He's got the Aegis, a little bit of zoning. He does actually get hit on the Aegis. The second one, he jumps over, tries to go for the Dolphin. He actually goes over the mirror. So low at this point. He's just trying to chip him out. Just gets one single shot, and there we go. 1-1.
And I thought he was going to get the Dolphin jump because it was the right spot, the right time. Just the position was a little bit off.
Again, the same one. You know, Mena RD has been trying to go for that jump in. Amu has made him pay every single time and has thrown him in the corner, throws out the can. And, you know, someone needs to tell him that littering in Singapore is frowned upon. Stuck in the corner now. Drinks another can. Oh my gosh, this guy. No wonder he's continuing to just push forward. There we go. Nice little bullhorn. Nice command grab.
Nice command grab there. I think that was a good call from Mena RD, you know, really holding position. Huge life lead. Doesn't need to commit at all. He's right now in a good position. Doesn't need to do anything. Just going to be patiently waiting.
Touches him with a throw, though. Age is now going to be activated, but he actually... nice little play there. Oh, AA. Here we go. Metallic Spear into the cherry tackle again. Double dashes. Throws him in the corner. Can he get out? And it looks skipped by Jane again. And that should be a kill. It looks like he does take that one. Mena RD will take the first game.
Wow, that was a good call. Wake up, CA. Know that there was going to be a chance for him to go pop it off, and he gets it. And of course, you know, no damage scaling is going to be definitely going to seal out the game. And this is a good call. 1 round to Mena RD.
Yeah. Let's go to the second one. Mena RD is up slightly. Oh, he spaces the jump a little differently. Did you see that? Like, Amu was able to... he missed on that one because of that. But now he's stuck in the corner. Tried to dash and throw, but Mena RD spaces it properly.
But I just like the way that he times really well on the sweep, you know, despite the fact that it's really tough to keep in the corner, and the sweeps just keep locking Euro in that same corner.
Oh, nice command grab. Stun meters starting to add up again.
It's going to be another sweep like it.
In Aegis.
Ooh.
Oh, nice little play. This is going to do some damage. Catches him in. Pushes him back.
Life lead, you know, the life lead from like Mena RD is going to be tough. You know, Euro has a huge uphill battle just trying to get for it. And I think that's tough, you know. Go!
Oh, that command grab was from downtown. Gets him with a headbutt, though. The nice jump back jab, though. Wow, and the nice light kick will just take that one.
Yeah, I didn't think that he purposely did that jump light punch. It was pretty much a miscommand.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? I don't think this guy's getting here on luck. So Mena RD kind of knows what he's doing. Nice jump in there, but no actual damage aside from a couple hits. Push back here.
Lots of patience. Nobody wants to commit.
Ooh! Back in the corner, command grab.
Yep.
Lets him have it. Walks up.
Wow, that was a good call.
Again. Oh.
Wow, that's going to hurt. Full stun.
That's it. 2-0 going the way of Mena RD. They have a pretty... he's pretty much in the driver's seat at this point.
Yeah, it's quite convincing. He gets into position. He knows what he's going to do. He has full download on Amu. He knows exactly what he's going to do. Like, chances are, is he going to go for a diving knee? No, he's just going to wait there. And I think Amu needs to really change up his game, be a bit more aggressive. Need to be able to understand, like, will Mena do the grab? Will Mena go for the low kick and try to go for lows and try to open him up? You know, he really needs to be able to change up that gameplay in order to grab back a game.
Yeah, it looks like he's downloaded something. He nodded to himself. He did have a moment of self-recollection in the sense of, what do I need to do a little bit differently? So he seems to have figured it out. AA here. Nice little combination. Dashes double time.
Oh.
But, man, he jumps right over them.
And I was surprised. I mean, it was a really high jump, and like that last minute into that overhit was a great choice.
Oh, but the stun. Mena RD, let the man breathe. Let the man breathe. Just completely controlling him in the corner after that nice jump over. Mena RD right now. This is it for the tournament life of Amu.
Oh, wow. That was a good trick right there. I was expecting him to just go for the lows, but good call on the EX command grab. Right, ouch.
Nice crush. Dashes forward, gets the overhead, pushes him back, throws it well. It's going to be in. Oh, the chain catches him out. It's going to be a good start. Again, the back throw. The knee. He's looking for positioning at this point. Oh, but he does block this one. Activation is going to be used. Aegis is on the other end. This is going to do a decent amount of work, but the overhead, he's on point with his defense. He does block that one.
Oh. And that has a bit of armor for the DP from Birdie. I like the fact that they're right now not much health on both ends, but all Mena has to do is just wait for a while. Don't have to go anything. Goes for the EX Bull Rush.
So low, it's just a slight tick. And he's just looking for that low medium. The Thunder, it gets him on point. And Mena RD will move on. He 3-0s Amu. And he moves on to the grand final.
Wow. I mean, that's pretty much what to expect from Mena RD. You know, if you watch him often, usually this is going to be like his masterclass of him getting in the corner, if you're going to jump in, he's just going to do like an anti-air and just going to get you out of the position. Or if he knows you well enough, he's able to do that EX bull rush and get you out of position and gets you down. And once again, pushes you in the corner and just dominates and holds that corner. So I think pretty much if you guys want to see some crazy matchups, you know, we can definitely catch up the highlights in a short while. But once again, you know, a lot of people have came into this hoping that Mena RD will move on to the next stage, and we already have it. This is one of our top 2 players for this event. So very quickly, let's go into Abstract for a quick interview.
All right, thank you, boys. Now, here we have, ladies and gentlemen, the winner for all the semifinals. We are going to be looking at Mena RD moving on to the grand finals. Now, I do want to ask you a bit more questions about the grand final stages, but we'll hold on to that for a bit because this game, this semifinals games, it is a 3-0 victory. It is a very convincing victory, and I believe that it would really help Amu. If you have any comments about his gameplay, what do you think can he improve about?
Amu is a very strong player. He has different characters. He has Seth, he has Irian, but I prepared for him even before coming here. It was a long time preparation, and I have a lot of experience in the matchup. I don't know how much birdies Amu can fight, but I have access to a lot of Irians, so I guess that made the difference.
Yeah, that birdie is something that we did not see in the quarterfinals. Semifinals is where we saw his birdie just taking off. Now, the grand final stage. We are going to be looking at the 4 field versus Gamer B. All right. So instead of asking, you know, the typical who do you want to go against with, in the event that you face the 4 field in the grand finals, what would you like to say to him?
I'm prepared.
You're prepared.
Yeah.
Are you going to be saying the same thing for Gamer B though?
Yes, I'm actually very prepared for the both of them. So I just got to say good luck. You will need it.
Oh, now that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Mena RD. As we now going to be moving on to the next part of the segment. Take it away, boys.
I love it. I love it. The trash talking, let it begin. We're down to the final 3. I mean, we're going to see Gamer B, and then we're going to see the 4 fills going at it. But the next one up, they're going to need luck against going Mena RD. What are your thoughts?
I mean, we're finally at the final portions of the game. You know, I'm really psyched up. I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of the games played out. I mean, there's also 3 more games. You know, we definitely have a 3rd, 4th placing game that we're going to be seeing very, very quickly. But either way, I am very looking forward to this highlight because it's pretty much a masterclass in using birdies. So let's take a quick look.
Yeah, I was completely zoned out. I just felt like, you know, Amu was not really able to find his groove. There was a little bit of a, in terms of spacing, Birdie was just complete control over the spacing and the positioning.
Yeah, I think here is definitely like the CA straight into it, gets a huge chunk of damage, and that's what it is. But of course, you know, this was, I thought that he would have got this Dolphin Dive and got actually the win, but goes for quick pokes and gets away with it.
He's able to do that. I mean, he did all right. It's not like it just found. I felt like Mena RD had found what he would done. You know what I mean? And just was able to counter things properly. Like he controlled it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the part that he just went straight. He understood that the Aegis was going to pop. He just straight away pops the CA. He has a slightly better frame advantage in terms of that and goes straight for the damage. And that was a good call. I mean, generally, like, Mena knows what he's doing with his birdie. Got him through into CPT champions. And then, of course, definitely showed us, like, once you get in the corner, this is how you should do it. Getting people in the corner, reading your opponent. And I think the downloaded is definitely happened when he came out into like round number 2. So,
yeah, it just like cool. Anything that he threw at him, it just didn't seem like he had an answer for everything. Birdie, that is, Mena RD. He seemed to be just in complete control, very comfortable with it. I mean, he talked about the fact that he's been playing with a lot of Urians back home, so it didn't really seem like anything was like completely off-putting or anything, or that would catch him off guard. But let's go to the bracket. Let's see exactly where we're at right now. This is going to be the semifinals, of course. It's going to be the second game that's going to be coming up. It's going to be the 4 fills versus Gamer B. That one's going to be a barn burner. I'm really looking forward to that one. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
I mean, I really felt that it was important for everybody to give credit to Amu. You know, he came in from Pakistan. He's really like it doesn't have a huge community there, and I think they came in here trying to compete, played really well. I think he had a really good time, because yesterday you get to play some of the players all around the world, and I think this is really key about running the Global Esports Games, because it gives opportunity for a lot of players from all around the world to be able to play with other players around. And I think that's really a great opportunity for us to exchange and have a great time and learning each other's gameplay, and who knows, we make new friends. You could have new sparring partners and scrim partners, and I think generally, if any of these players will be traveling over other seas trying to go for more offline events, I think this is an opportunity for us to actually get together, start to learn, and have a mutual game that we all love, and this is Streetfighter V.
All right, well, that's going to be it for the first game of the semifinals. This is the Global Esports Games 2021 Singapore. We're going to be right back with a quick break.
This is where all is never seen and rarely done. Here, you can steer yourself in any direction you choose, through HDBs, jalans, and lorongs. Walk atop trees or around them. This is where your passion for wandering the familiar and exploring the unknown is made possible.
Uncompromisingly engineered for the multi-chain future. Assemble blockchains like building blocks. Earn with your tokens through decentralized finance. Buy and trade NFTs. Fast, scalable, and very low energy. Come join the future.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Games 2021 Singapore. My name is Holler, this is Lorik, and we're now down to the second semifinal. It's going to be against Gamer B, against the Four Phils. What are your thoughts on this little matchup?
Like, this game is really hype. I'm really looking forward to this game because both players are really strong. They're pretty much known in their own regions. I think, especially for those who are watching a lot of Street Fighter online, Falk, not well-known character, not well-known to be taking herself into the next tier. And then we have Four Phils actually taking the recent CPT online. And he's here today to play against Gamer B. And I think this will be a crazy matchup. Lots of exciting games coming up. And I kind of saved all this hype for this game because I'm looking forward to this game.
Yeah, all right. It looks like the players are ready. Claire, if you don't mind, give us a player introduction.
Thank you, guys. Introducing the players for Street Fighter V. Semi-finals, Great Britain versus Chinese Taipei. Now for Great Britain, player one, Kim Phillip, the Four Phils. Player two from Chinese Taipei, Xiang Yulin, Gamer B. Casters, are you ready?
We are ready. Thank you so much, Claire, for that player introduction. We're going to be going in. Now, mind you, this is one of the largest age difference gaps that we're going to be seeing, at least in this tournament, with Gamer B being 42 years old young, while the Four Phils is actually only 20. I mean, this guy has, you know, he can only go up from here, right? Like, we've seen just how strong he is. He's a CPT qualifier from the UK. I mean, this guy seems to be on point, and he seems to be just getting better and better every time I see him.
Yeah, and it's surprising to me that, like, he comes to an offline event, even though that he's not really traveled out of the UK and compete, and mostly played due to the pandemic, that we've been playing a lot of online, and then now he's here in the semifinals actually having a great time, because like he went through yesterday's qualifiers like almost with no loss, not even only throwing one round, which is like really strong. And then you come into this tournament and you're already at the semis, and you're going up against one of the well, like I would say more of the prolific characters that have been playing ever since, like, you know, for most people who have played Streetfighter 4, you know Gamer B from back then playing Adon and all the way to now. And now we see Gamer B in the semifinals playing against. So it's more like the new rookie against the veteran in this matchup. And I pretty am psyched.
Yeah. I mean, the four Phils has never competed outside of the UK. This is definitely, you know, new ground for him in the sense of, I'm sure he's played in local tournaments, but playing on this international stage is a little bit different, right? Gamer B here, this is the tournament results that he had. He's been undefeated throughout. He's had 5 wins in the group stage, won against the quarterfinals against Please Darlings. That happened 3-1. This is a power of Luke, and he's kind of ridden this train all the way here to the semifinals.
Yeah, and I think right now it's tough for anybody who's going to play against Luke, because it's a pretty new character. You're not going to have much, I would say, too much gameplay online. And I think in general, I know we've also seen 4Phils gone crazy and also winning all of his rounds. So it's either a make or break for both gentlemen, because they have brought it all the way from day one all the way to now and bringing it all the way to the top.
Yeah. So we're probably going to see a Falk-Luke matchup for this one. Again, these are all kind of new, especially since Luke is a little bit of a new fighter added to the arsenal, so to speak. But let's look at the head-to-head. Let's kind of see exactly what these two are actually looking at right now. And again, we're talking about, you know, the new breed, the young guns. They're always sticking with the gamepad controllers versus the fight stick, the classic, the Gamer B, the traditionalist, I would say. But, you know, again, most pick character, we're probably going to see it, Falk versus Luke. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I still swear upon my fight sticks at home. I'm still a loyalist. We're not going to change. I mean, for controller and D-pad players out there, you know what? You can do you do what you do. I'm going to stick to my fight stick, and then that's going to be my thing all the way. You know, maybe some players have switched to hitboxes and whatnot, but I still have that joystick feel, because that feels really good for me.
Okay, I mean, whatever works. I mean, everybody has their own thing. I actually use a mixed box myself, so I'm like partially keyboard, and I like the button layout, so to speak. So I use something a little bit slightly different. But, you know, everybody's different. Whatever works at the end of the day. I think we've seen, you know, you can win with anything. I think I saw somebody play with a Guitar Hero controller, so I mean, pretty much the world is your oyster in this realm.
I think pretty much. I mean, anybody can play with anything they want, but I would say this matchup, I mean, coming back to the game, I think this matchup is really going to be tight, because it's a first to 3. You know, anything goes. If you don't do well, you are going to be playing 3rd and 4th place. And I don't think any of these gentlemen have come this far to go down so soon. So I think generally, I'm looking forward to this, but I would say I'm kind of favoring the Falk matchup right here.
Okay. We're going to just start this one off. This is going to be the second semifinals, Falk versus Luke. The 4Phils versus Gamer B, just to kind of start things off. And Luke just going a little bit aggressive there.
Yeah, but it does a great jump in from Gamer B, you know. I mean, I feel that that's really good converts, trying to get good damage, and gets the stun already on first game. But, you know, like, I stick to my motto, you know. First game don't really mean much to me. It's a great opportunity for somebody to showcase what they can do, but it's definitely not the deciding factor for me.
Yeah, but just look at how aggressive Gamer B has been, right? He's just kind of been in his face, double dashing forward, back throw there, but he's just kind of like all over Falk. And Falk he wants a little bit of space, right? Yeah, social distancing.
Yeah, I love that like crossover and just converting, keeping him there. And you always expect Gamer B to commit to the DP. You know, some people don't like to throw a DP when they want to, but you're not going to kid with Gamer B. He will throw that DP and wraps up the game. Just like that. I didn't even finish finishing my train of thought right there, and he's done.
I mean, he's got stuns in every single round, just completely turning it off. I mean, he burns the CA at the very end because you might as well finish him, but just Gamer B, complete control, utter domination at this point by the character that kind of looks like Popeye, especially with his arms that big.
Yeah, but I'm going to stick to that. It's only game one. Anything can happen. I'm always praying for the comeback. So it doesn't matter who it is. I just enjoy myself with some comeback games. So this could be round number 2. So let's see how this plays out.
Trying to get a little bit of space, but again, Gamer B just decides to turn it up. Back throw right in the corner. Okay, he reverses that one. Throws out the bubble gum.
But I still like this Gamer B's aggression. You know, he's not holding back. He's just going to go for it. He's not going to kind of give you space for you to try to do like the heavies from Falk, you know, and try to take damage. He's going to still commit to the aggression. He's not backing down, not taking additional damage, and not going to overcommit, but it's not as if he's totally stopped.
Yeah, this is a much better round by the Four Fills. He's found a decent amount of damage, and he's got him very, very low. A couple more shots, one more, and he should chip him out. He has a large life lead, but I don't know if Gamer B can overcome this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a huge, he needs a lot of bar, and he's going to spend it right here on round 1. I don't think so, man. I think right now he's going to save the bar. He knows it's not in his favor for this round, and just move on and play round number 2.
It was on points, but the Four Fills just being able to withstand the pressure. He kind of figured something out, at least in that first round, but Gamer B back to that action, back to the aggression, just in your face Luke.
Yep, and that's the DP that he will commit to because it's so fast. Like the DP is no joke. He just goes for it and he gets the stun, gets full control, jumps in, does the full combo.
No kill, but with just a single chip out, yeah, he caught him reaching, and he's gonna get a perfect with that final throw. Gamer B takes round 2. Let's go to a round 3.
Well, I mean, either way, you know, both players doing really well. It's not as if like Four Fills has given up. You know, he's really holding it there, and he got good control. But it's just down to who has the better rhythm and gets into the right spot. Because right now, Four Fills is gonna be trying to utilize his V skill a little bit more. I think the V skill is gonna be a pivotal part in trying to secure more setups for him to actually scale up and do more damage. Oh, this is a good chance for him to escalate this to the next stage.
He's doing a good job of keeping him out. That's the biggest thing. Gamer B's just looking for that opening. Again, just being able to turn it off. V-trigger now is going to be used. He's got Heart Shot on. Nice. Look at those little fireballs. That does a ton of damage.
Seriously, that damage is a lot for like this. Just a couple of hits. Damn.
Kind of trying to work it out. He goes underneath the jumping Luke, catches him out with a rising rocket, gets the throw as well.
But big shout outs to Four Fills. I mean, he actually moved forward, gets out of the way, and switches position, and he still has control.
No, but
not that he lost it.
I mean, he activates V-Trigger, but he was just kind of in his face, and it's like almost indefinite, right, with that meter being run. But, you know, Gamer B, a little low, doesn't need to be careful. He's just looking for that one last opening. The Four Fills is trying to zone him out, keep him out, make sure that he doesn't just jump under, but he gets the nice undershot, the little the low fireball there, the Kugel, and he does end up getting that one.
And that move is so signature for Falk. You know, you're going to trade fireball to her. Bad idea, man. She's going to dodge it, and she's going to land some hits on you. So I think so far 1-1. Starting to look really good between both players. I mean, I like so far what I'm seeing.
Yep. I mean, the Four Fills is trying to do what he can in terms of the zoning, right? But Gamer B, just once he gets in, it's just like he gets in a little bit there. He's got to be a little bit careful because it's not his turn.
Oof. But this game, nobody's want to commit. It's good. I think right now, both players are pretty confident of what their game plan is. I like the fact that they're really calm.
Oh, nice
uses
rocket.
the Sandblast to push away the V-trigger skill, the V skill. I think that's a good call.
Okay. There we go. Gets the crush as well. Throws out the old bubble. He's gonna activate V-trigger. Air fireball. A little bit more zoning. Just push him out. Gamer B, you know, at what point do you get frustrated?
At this point. I mean, I'm trying to get in, I'm trying to do the jump in, and it's either the air fireball, the ground fireball, or if not, you guys are going to do anti-air. And that hurts, you know, like that single anti-air deals quite a lot of damage, so I think that hurts a lot. Oh, here.
Oh, he jumps over the fireball.
The mix-up.
It's the throw. Blocks. V-trigger now going to be activated by the Four Fills.
Oh.
Low fireballs. Oh, okay. He's a little low. Gets him out with a low fireball. The bubble is going to be exploding. Tries to jump over this one, but the zoning, just a single tick. The 4 fills is looking to just zone him out, keep him out, just looking for that last sliver of life. Oh, he catches him. Oh, but 10 seconds and he gets the throw, and GamerB. Somebody call 119 because I feel like we got a robbery to report.
That was truly clutch. I mean, I think for anybody who's watching and don't really have watched Street Fighter 5 before, you know, there is no more fireball chip damage at the end. You know, if your health is down to 0, it does not mean that you will die from chip damage. You know, you just need to be able to finish him or use actually a CA to finish him.
Oh, stun meter catches him out. Ooh. There we go. And this is the Luke that we've seen, at least with GamerB previously in the first match. I mean, the first game that is, just completely turning it up, getting a perfect. What do you do?
I mean, with that kind of like relentless aggression from the players, you know, it's tough. You know, it's having Luke in your face, doing all these shenanigans, and then you're like, do I block up? Do I block down? I don't really have a strong DP. I can't counter that anti-air, and that's rough, you know.
Bit tough.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a strong. That much of a strong anti-air when you're going to be rushing down from Luke, and Luke's so tight.
Yeah, but if you look at GamerB, his position, he was slowly backpedaling a little bit, and I mean, he's looking to turn it up now. Catches him out with a throw. He's trying to provide a little bit of pressure. Falk just wants that space. Activates V-Trigger. Fireball dashes. Oh, the Rising Rocket actually gets blocked there. He's going to pay for his, not his life, but that's a stun meter. It's so high. A single touch, no, but the V reversal will lower that one. Keeps him alive, at least for now.
Yeah, I was worried for a second there, like so close to the stun, and that's it. This is GamerB. He's not afraid to throw the AX DP because he's not worried. He's not worried. He's like, I'm going to go for it, you know. And you're just going to be able to read whether I'm going to do it or not.
Back to the neutral game. 4 fills. Oh, nice AA there. Okay, he's going to go in a little bit. Activates V-Trigger from GamerB. And the hard shot, Sandblaster. I mean, again, it catches you out once. I mean, he's going to hit you 3 times. Just the amount of damage that you get. It's almost like free damage in a way.
It's a lot of damage. I don't like the skill because it's just so good.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit broken, but and the amount of damage that it deals is so instantaneous, like just annoying.
Yeah, it catches you out. Nice air fireball. He's got him in the corner, and he's just looking. He's building up to at least the gray damage for now. But the Sandblaster, again, the zoning that Luke can do as well. He can play that game too.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a good position if you can hold GamerB in this spot. Nope, you can't stop the aggression train right here.
Oh,
good call. Good. I mean, that would have hurt, you know, if that grab actually went through.
Sandblaster EX. V-Trigger now is going to be used. Oh, this is neck and neck. Nice AA. Rising Rocket's been on point. GamerB's been really on point with his AA today. But the CA, the Cycle Flugel.
I think that's around.
Is that?
That is around.
Yeah, that should be enough.
That is around. I mean, ouch. I mean, but that's a lot of bar to burn. Yeah. Like, that is pretty much all the bar to try to not give GamerB the win for this session. I mean, that was a needed call that he needed. So that kept all feels alive.
Oh, he's back in. He's got him in the corner. Gets to the throw.
Yikes.
Jumps in again, but he puts himself in the corner. A little unfortunate with the positioning. V-Trigger now is going to be activated by the 4 fills.
Oh, this is rough. You know, it's like such a huge life lead. You know, and he's gonna need a lot more bar than just one. You know, it could make a difference, but it's unfair game for both sides. I really think GamerB just needs to be able to wait for opportunity to get out. But right now, 4 fills. Oh,
nice Rising Rocket. He like threaded the needle, gets the crush, the crumble. He's gonna hit him off the backboard, but he drops the combo. Oh, and he gets thrown back. Oh, but GamerB will move on.
What?
And he will face Mena RD in the finals. But GamerB just completely turning that one up right when he needed to. Just absolute craziness.
I mean, look at it. I mean, Luke, hardcore, full-on aggression, not giving him air, fully in rhythm. Like, I mean, 3rd round, I would have probably tried to shake up GamerB's like momentum at there, but I mean, what can you do with that? You know, like, what can you do? I mean, if that amount of aggression, if you don't V-Trigger, throw out that V skills, and I think that's tough. So I think very quickly, let's throw this to Eugene and have a quick chat with our GamerB.
Thank you so much, casting boys. Congratulations over to Gamer B as he will now be proceeding over to the grand finals facing against Mena RD. Now, congratulations, Gamer B. Whatever that you have showed us has been amazing. I would like to say, well, do you have anything that you'd like to say to your opponents here?
I think Fulfills is a really great player, and I know I think he's the best Falcon player right now. And for that, I'm doing a lot of research for him. So I'm glad I beat him right here. But before that, I was kind of nervous about that.
Yeah, we saw him playing in the quarterfinals. His Folk was really scary, I would say. And I believe that you came in and you fought it out and you got yourself into the grand finals. Now, I believe that you have heard you have heard Mena RD from Dominican Republic. He said to be careful, you need it. So what have you got to say in return?
Well, we are actually a good friend outside the game, but it's a fighting game, right?
Yes.
And it's 1v1. When we face each other on a stage, we are enemy. So there's no mercy for both. And I want to kill him, and he want to kill me. Let's do it.
Let's do it! All right, thank you so much once again, Gamer B. Congratulations. I will be looking forward to see you in the grand finals. Now, I'm done with this interview here. I will pass it back to the casting boys. Take it away.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I mean, we're right here, top 4. Top 2 already come out. We're going to find out who's going to be in the 3rd place. I mean, both players still really strong. I mean, Fulfills CPT champ, for UK. I really like him. Falk bringing out some characters that you don't see often and coming here to represent. I mean, in general, big shout outs to Gamer B. And before that, let's quickly look at the highlights.
So Luke, just like, I think the first round or the first game that you talk about just not being very important. Just, I think it sets the tone, right? What Gamer B wanted to do was just be in your face. Just be that annoying guy, disrespecting all social distancing rules, and just kind of making sure he pays, right? He's not even wearing a mask, for God's sakes.
No, he's not. He's gonna just get in your face, blow some steam, blow some sand in your face, and then get at you. So I think generally this is a really nice Falk comeback, just going in, zoning, totally go for the pokes when he needs to. And I think generally nothing much wrong with Fulfill's gameplay. I think he was really in an uncomfortable zone, with that rush down and the amount of damage that Luke actually dishes out. Look at that chunk that just disappeared. Just 2 hits and huge amount of damage goes in, and stun meter goes straight for the full perfect. Back to back, it's tough. It's tough going up against such an aggressive beatdown character.
I mean, it's one of those things where, the fact that he has options to even get in, his fireball game might even be better than yours. I mean, he just has so many different ways to get in on that, and it's kind of frustrating because you haven't figured out what you need to do yet, right? You haven't had that time to just lab it for weeks and weeks and weeks, I mean, the Luke character was out just a couple of weeks ago, or, it's somewhat relatively new. So it's not the easiest place to be in, but I felt like the Fulfills really put up a good fight. I think that he's going to go back home and just learn from this one, right?
Yeah, I think that the pumped up Sandblaster from the V-Trigger is ridiculous. The amount of damage he deals, you cannot trade fireballs with him, and I think that's gonna be rough. Any kind of matchup's gonna be rough if you're trying to trade up with that skill right there. So I think broken, maybe, but that's just my opinion. I think it's a bit broken. So
okay. All right, let's go look at the bracket to see where we're at right now. That was the last game of the semifinals. We just saw the 3-1 Gamer B over the Fulfills. Mena RD 3-0'd Amu. He is in the finals as well. We're going to be seeing a pretty epic grand finals here. Mena RD versus Gamer B. What are your thoughts? And what is Mena RD? What character does he need to pick?
Wow, I don't know. I mean, both players play pretty well. I mean, they can convert really well. I mean, look at Birdie. Birdie, if he converts in the right position, gets a good punish, he's going to deal a lot of damage. If you're going to go get rushed down by Luke, you're going to get a lot of damage. So both sides is pretty even, Steven. Mena definitely feels like he has a bit of an advantage if he's on the defensive side. He reads people really well. He can able to download some of the plays that somebody does. So I would say both players are pretty stacked up. Both have a very good amount of experience. both in their zone. No, they have both played in major tournaments, not just like one event like this, but lots of them. So generally, both players pretty strong.
Yeah, both very, very strong. And let's give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Razer, for supporting the Global Esports Games. And be sure to check out the Razer Viper Ultimate at Razer.com to learn more about this amazing wireless gaming mouse. I actually use a Razer gaming mouse, a Razer Viper myself. How about you?
Okay. I mean, that's good for you. I mean, I don't really use, I don't get to use a mouse anymore.
All right.
I've got like a lot of work laptops and then I'm stuck on my work right now. But either way, you know, if not, I'll be playing on a fight stick.
Okay, all right. You can't do work on a fight stick. That's all I'm saying.
I'll take a Razer, what was the word for it? Kaiju? No?
Yeah,
I'll use one of those for sure.
All right, but we're going to go take a quick little break before we get into the grand finals. We'll be right back.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride, commitment, unity, equality, innovation, not division. Let the world unite. Come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite. Standing on the edge of the world, we fight for the right to be us. We never give up on the fight. Let the world unite. Come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite.
Viewers on my stream always ask me why my reaction time is so slow. Just wait till you are my age and I want to see how fast your reaction time is.
Hey Arthur!
Hey Jill, what's up?
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. I
Sure.
heard the food here is really awesome, so let's go and try it out.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go!
So, you know, everybody always says, right, esports players, streamers, always just drink energy drink and play video games all night. But I think it's very important to have a nice, healthy meal, you know?
Yeah, Athos, that's so right. There's so much work that goes behind the scenes. It's multitasking or streaming and posting and entertaining and talking. It's like no joke, you know? So, Athos, how did you actually get into streaming?
Ooh, when my dad passed away like about 10 years ago, I look at it as like an opportunity to take a break. Actually, I was quite comfortable at my job, but I wanted to try something new, so I decided to start streaming. But the first thing that came to my mind was, who would want to watch this? That was when my wife came in, and my wife is like, who cares? Just get a cam, just get a mic, just talk to the camera, just show people your face, and then show your gameplay. I mean, isn't that what eventually people wants to watch? So that's how got me started.
Here it comes.
Oh, it's here, nice. Wow, it looks good.
And the best part, right, is that a lot of its ingredients are harvested at the back in the garden right here, okay? That's how fresh it is.
Really?
I know.
Yo, so what about you, Jill? I heard that you're a songwriter too, right?
Yeah. When I first went into entertainment, my mom wasn't really for it because, you know, in our generation, right, you assume you have to work a 9-to-5 job. Even though I've not been a gamer and streamer for a very long time, it's been like really encouraging, and the support from the local community has been like really awesome.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And events like Global Esports Games are giving a lot more exposure to this scene. You know, when it comes to gaming, it doesn't really matter who you are. As long as you have a passion, you really never know where you might go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is nigh. And when it comes down to the most exciting part of Streetfighter V, we're coming into you guys real soon because the Bronze Games and the Grand Finals is coming up next.
That's right, man. We were really immersed right there with the semi-finals. It's pretty crazy right there. Give us a lowdown on the semi-finals and your thoughts. Were you surprised with the results?
Honestly, if you ask me, I wouldn't say that I am too surprised with the results. I believe that a lot of people comes in as the favorites when it comes down to looking at Mena RD from the Dominican Republic and, of course, Gamer B from Chinese Taipei, because both of them has been in the scene for quite a lot of times and they have shown exactly what they are made of. But a small part of me, or rather, a big part of me, is actually hoping for Amu from Pakistan to actually win, because it does seem like he is very, very humble and he really tries his best to make his name to be known. Maybe not a lot of people knows of him, but he has definitely done his homework.
Now, that's right. Well, that last match that we are going into, where the winner will be crowned the GEG, I guess, for Street Fighters number 5. And it's going to be super exciting. And then we'll have a bronze match after that as well. Is any of the schedules and rundowns you want to give?
Well, at this moment in time, it is going to be the same thing when it comes down to the format. We are going to be looking at best of 3 within a best of 5. So all the players gotta have to do is win 3 rounds each. Within each rounds, there are gonna be a best of 3. So I think that's kind of confusing, but the best thing I can say is a best of 3 within a best of 5.
Well, I tell you what, no rest there for the casters as we go back over there to Hola and as well as Lorak.
All right, and we're back. This is the Global Esports Games Singapore 2021. We're going to be into the Street Fighter V. It's going to be the 3rd, 4th place game. We saw Amu in the 4 fills. We've seen them already, but now they're going to be fighting for 3rd place. This is going to be an interesting matchup, right? What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I mean, we've been watching some of the games from start to end, and I think right now is a really good fight between both Pakistan and Venezuela, because I think, United... Great Britain, sorry. And I think both players are pretty strong in terms of like, I think generally we want to take a look at the brackets first before we iterate more on this. So I think we've seen the journey for Amu. He got into the quarterfinals, got knocked out in semis. We also seen 4 fills go up against Ronaldinho and won him, but got into the semis and got knocked out. So generally we're watching both Amu playing against the 4 fills.
Yeah, it's going to be another good matchup. I think that we've seen a lot of it. I wanted to see more of Amu, and unfortunately, we weren't able to see too much going in. We did see him yesterday in the qualifiers, but we just want to see more of these players, and we're lucky to have this 3rd, 4th place game. It's going to be, again, Amu versus the 4 fills. It's going to be Falk versus Urian. I'm really looking forward to this. Long limbs, long, staff. The zoning, the neutral game is going to be quite strong, so I'm really excited to see this game.
And they actually, both of them have really good fireball game. Both of them zone pretty well, and I think they can be a difference because I think, like talking about Fall Fills, he doesn't really play just a conventional, maybe just a zoner pure Fault. He actually mixes it up, has good amount of damage, utilizes the latest buffs for her, and actually goes on the offensive when he needs to. And I think the gameplay from him is pretty strong, and on a Euro side, Euro's still always been one of the strongest characters in the tier, and I really think that they should really play on and find out who actually will win. But I think both players came here with the dream of like playing with other players, enjoying that interaction. And to me, I think that's really important, like playing any kind of games, you'll be like Dota, eFootball, or even Streetfighter V, End of the day, we're all gamers together and always enjoying these games together. So I think generally, yeah. So I think generally, let's see how it all is. And I think I want to kind of see what is going to be. But I think Holler, like, I feel this third and fourth place has a really good game coming up.
Yeah. And for me, it's, you're in third, fourth place, but this is one of those things where you've got the international experience. You're playing on a LAN. You're understanding what you need to do, and it's a completely different environment.
Yeah.
Right. I guess in a way, as a player, you might be overwhelmed if there was a huge crowd. Unfortunately, we have COVID. We're not able to have those live crowds that are just the robust and the numbers that we expect. But this is still getting out and playing against somebody face to face. Right. It's a different story in a sense. Even from the qualifiers that we saw from the games that you're playing, you're hearing people mash buttons. You know what I mean? I saw people like Gamer B, he's kind of loud when he's mashing that DP, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's his joystick. Something that you do at home. There was a War Destroyer who was, when he was playing, he was actually showing emotions. That's something that we haven't really seen too much, especially online where you don't really see them. You just see a still of them. So it's a completely different thing of, do you hold like the poker face? Are you like, IDOM? Are you, what level are you?
So I think both players are pretty much like quite poker face. They've come in not trying to reveal too much, but I think both players, in terms of like let's be really straight. Out of both players, Fall Fills does have a stronger game plan, especially coming up from like CPT UK champ and taking some of that. So I really feel like both players are pretty strong in this tournament. But on my hand, I have to lay the reality check right here. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. But my money is on Fall Fills going to be taking the bronze and actually securing that third place.
Okay. But I think we have the Mena RD highlights. Let's look into those for the next video.
So far, he's played his first round, played Sakura, and pretty dominant, pretty strong. He knew he was going to go into this matchup using Sakura. Played against Talu, and I feel Talu's going to have a hard time going up against such a pure rushdown character that's gonna apply so much pressure onto him. So I think that's tough, and Mena has really good like ground game, and is able to actually keep his player in the corner and knows how to lock out the game with that simple CA. Following round, he plays Birdie, tries to go up against Ural, and pretty much Mena is the one who take out a move that will be playing up really shortly. So I think we're going to see that match in a short while. But yeah, once again, go straight for the CA, converts and gets a huge amount of damage. So I think generally we're going to be seeing a lot of Mena RD going to be taking, and this is one of our 2 finalists going into the final. So I like it so far. The gameplay has been really tight, really strong, and both players are pretty sick.
And Mena RD's just been able to react, right? He's been able to adjust his game plan, understanding some things work, some things don't. He's been very knowledgeable. He came in well prepared. He understood the Vega one. He decided to go with the pocket pick of Sakura. He was on point with that. The fact that, the Urian versus the Birdie one, he has that matchup down pat. He seemed to be very comfortable in control, really had the right spacing, understanding exactly what he needed to do. Just very well prepared. Big props to Mena RD.
Okay, but I think looking at Gamer B, Gamer B's highlights is gonna be right. I think let's take a look at Gamer B's highlight. I think generally he's really always strong with his Duke. Never really let go. He knows offensively he needs to go in for the kill. Very aggressive, gets in the corner, always mashes out that V trigger into that Sandblaster, and I think that hurts. That hurts so much. So I think he utilizes almost every single portion of Luke, closing out distance in between them, always knowing when it's a good time to jump in, reads his opponent pretty well, and I like the K play so far, man.
Yeah, so we're going to go into, I mean, Gamer B was just like, this is the Luke play. He's just been constantly just aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. No one's been able to stop this train that is Luke. Everybody's saying that he's top tier. I think that we're proving today that he is top tier, and he seems to understand what he needs to do, which is just get in your face. Don't let the guy breathe. Just completely go all in. I mean, the perfect on the 4 fills, just completely suffocating him, not giving him any sort of time, any sort of way to react to this, and they really haven't had the time to probably lab this matchup as probably as they should have.
Yeah, and I think in the past, Gamer B used to play a lot more Cammy, and I think Luke is pretty much a good, I would say, switch up from his usual Cammy picks. This is really much quite similar in how you want to play Cammy, in the sense that they're both rushing down, they're both very aggressive team characters, but in terms of the damage, Luke really delivers, brings on like a huge chunk of damage with every combo that he delivers. So I think that hurts, like big rush down, a lot of damage, just dishing it out, and then he's always ready to just return the fireball game if he needs to. I think that's tough.
So, I mean, Luke is, they talk about the fact that this guy might be the new model for Street Fighter VI moving forward, right? Everything is just like, the way he's been built, it's almost like a NetherRealm Studios type of game where the fireball is instantaneous, you can't really react, you have a little bit of an issue with that. So, it tends to be very unlike Street Fighter. So, I mean, is this the right way? Are you comfortable with this? Is this something that you want?
Well, it feels like this is where they want the game to be, like a bit more aggressive, a bit more quick. Some people don't really like it because it feels like it's just pure aggression, and it's just down to having really solid defense. But on the flip side, it's really good that players start to figure out, maybe it's not just as simple as throwing a fireball and anti-air. There's a lot of gameplay behind it, and a lot of like trying to figure out how your player reacts. Like if you know that you're really good in the corner, you want to gonna capitalize on that. Then that's really where you need to start to figure out. Okay, my opponent loves to go in for lows, or he likes to go for the grab, or he's gonna wait there and try to bait me out for a DP. These are the options that he's gonna be throwing out in terms of when you're stuck in the corner. What will you do? It's just like Gamer B. Sometimes he just doesn't care. He's just gonna go for the EX DP and try to get out of the corner because he kind of has a decent read on what you're going to throw on. I think generally, sometimes you just can't be scared. If you're going to be afraid of throwing that DP out and try to get out of the corner, you're going to have to do it. And then sometimes it works out. So I think anybody who's watched Daigo is the same thing. Sometimes Daigo in the worst situations are always able to nearly get like a 99% or 100, sometimes even 100% hit on the EX like Sonic, like Scissors Cut. So I think generally that anti-air is always going to be key for players like this to go into a tournament like that. And for you to get out of the corner, for you to be able to hold your game plan, is really key in trying to get yourself in the next stage. Like I think even for example, 4 Fields did really good with all of his game plan. He's tried to go for like fireball game. He's like tried to be meaty. He tried to do pokes. Not gonna try to overcommit. And when he does do the punish, he does not hold back and deals a lot of damage back. So I think it's really down to you understanding what your character does, how your gameplay is like, and how do you play the game. Because every single character is pretty viable. I think Falk is definitely a great example of that. Luke, sure, I know, bias. I feel it's a new character. I feel it's still pretty strong. Some people still sussing out. Maybe you're not used to the matchup, or there's not enough people who pick up the character and play it at its highest ability. But I think generally, people who want to pick up Street Fighter, like don't just pick. I like Ryu or I like Akuma. Sometimes that's your feel, but maybe you need to figure out that maybe another character could be a comfort pick for you.
So I guess coming from somebody who's brand new to Street Fighter, who is the character that you would recommend then?
Wow, okay. I mean, anybody should start off with maybe Ryu. Ryu is always a good start. If you
Did you just say, does it not pick Ryu?
I would say maybe not the meta in the game for playing Ryu, but I would say if you want to start playing Street Fighter, like if you're totally new, maybe you don't play Street Fighter, because I mean our GEG games, we have all sorts of games, we're on Dota, you're on like eFootball. Maybe you look at Street Fighter like, hey, maybe I want to play a bit of Street Fighter, and then maybe the first character you pick up might be Ryu. Understand the game, understand that there are a lot of different kind of mechanics to the games. You kind of need to learn how to do a fireball. That's the I have difficulty trying to teach my partner how to do a fireball. So that's part of the game. You need to figure out how to turn But I think in terms of like, let's talk about generations. Street Fighter 4, it was really hard to pick up. The learning curve was really high. You need to be able to like turn a lot of buttons. It's not the easiest thing to pick up. And then like Capcom said, hey, you know, let's make it slightly easier, welcome more people into it. And Street Fighter V is a great example. You know, people who get into the game are not even like, not all of them are veterans. You know, look at today, great example. Talu's only 15. The game has been out for like what, 4 or 5 years? So I think generally this is a great, it's a great, like I would say, I mean, it's a great opportunity for the next generation, you know, to join the FGC and play some Street Fighter. It doesn't necessarily have to be Street Fighter. There are tons of fighting games out there. And in terms of that, I feel that, you know, sometimes making a game a little bit easier to pick up would welcome new talent, and we have seen that today.
Okay, well, awesome. All right, let's go to Claire, who will be introducing the next set of players.
Thanks, guys. You can take a break for about 1 minute. As we introduce the players for the third placing for Pakistan versus Great Britain, and our first player from Pakistan, Amu. Our second player here from Great Britain, the Four Phils.
All right, it looks like...
Over to you guys.
And it looks like we're back.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, like, we're back, and yeah, Hollow. So, matchup. I said my favorite card, my favorite player today. I mean, I've thrown the cards down and given my shout-outs to Four Phils.
I was going to ride that train too, to be honest. But I honestly, I like what I've seen with Amu. I feel like he's been very consistent. He seems to understand the game. He seems to be playing very well. And I want guys that haven't, you know, been able to, you know, play on the main stage or that are really well known to really just kind of to make a name for themselves here, right? I feel like this is a great opportunity for him to kind of just shine, and I feel like he'll do really well. But against a competitor like the Four Phils, it might be very difficult.
Yeah, I think it would be a tough fight for Euro, but not the end of the world. I mean, Euro is a pretty strong pick for this, but both players have come a long way, you know, like trying to secure their qualifiers from yesterday. And today, you know, right now they're fighting for either third or fourth placing. And I think one person will walk away with a medal.
Yeah.
And one person would probably walk away with experience. So I think the experience itself is rewarding enough. So yeah, I mean... I don't know. I mean, Falk, real surprise pick. Not really surprised if you watched his play, but I think I was really surprised that you know, you really have strong gameplay for Falk, and I think you kind of want to see how that plays out with the fight against Euro.
So you talk a little bit about experience, right? About the fact that if they lose, they go home with like experience, and then they go, you know, they're happy with that. But you kind of sound like my dad in the sense that, like, you know what I mean? Like, go mow the lawn because you're going to build character, or this is great experience for you. You know, I feel like you're kind of doing it dad-like.
I mean, like, let's give you some credit. I mean, they came here trying to play, and we don't really want to knock them down, although I've already knocked them down with, like, being my pick. But, yeah, you know, we'll see. Looking forward to the next the coming up match. 3rd and 4th, please.
Yeah, it's going to be happening soon. The Four Phils versus Amu PS4 representing Pakistan. I think that this is going to be a great game. This is going to be the 3rd, 4th one that you've already alluded to. But it's Urian versus Falk, and I know we've seen these characters quite a lot, but is there something that maybe you look to just change things up? Do you pick another fighter? How comfortable are you if you were in the position of either of these players?
Well, I mean, if I was playing Ural, I would still stick to my game plan, but I would probably learn a thing or two from Gamer V and go for a more aggressive pick. But looking at the results so far, semifinals took a game off of Gamer B, but right now he's here in the 3rd and 4th placing, so I think he's gonna do pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing was against, you know, you hit the train that is Gamer B, the Luke train, and, you know, that's going to happen. Move PS4, on the other hand, he's done, you know, he destroyed, you know, Brandon 3-0 semifinals against Mena RD, who destroyed him in kind. This kind of happens in the FGC in the sense that, like, hey, sometimes you're gonna get beat, but you need to come back stronger. You need to figure out what went wrong. Just put yourself in a position to win. He still has a chance to get himself 3rd place. He's gonna be looking to do that here as he goes up against the Capcom Pro Tour qualifier of UK/Ireland.
All right, so I think let's quickly jump into our head-to-head between both players. We know where they come from, and of course, once again, Amu loves to use the hitbox, which is fine, and of course, Forfields will be using that D-pad.
Yeah. I'm a hitbox guy. I love it. I think it's the way to go. Controller, I have a hard time because I don't know if it's too small to me. My hands cramp. I don't know what it is, but I can't seem to play it with a pad.
I mean, I still prefer Pantera. That's really it for me. I mean, it's a really strong stick, and I think to me, I still like Pantera 1, the first version, not the Evo. So I think the new ones are out and they're really pretty tight. So I think Xian also uses Pantera Evo, and he has a great time with it. So sometimes all you gotta do is play some sets with Xian and again just get wrecked. So
yeah.
that's how it is when you play against Xian.
Yeah. I mean, you learn, right? I think that's the biggest thing. Being able to play with somebody of that caliber really helps prepare you for a tournament like this. I do know that he's been around and he's been playing at least with like Mena RD and whatever. He's been calling out other people to play with him. But Xian is nearby in the sense that he's in Singapore and he's looking to game with all of these guys.
Yeah, I think in terms of like Singapore's community, there's really a strong bunch of players that come up from there, and they've always been, okay, right, looks like we're good to go.
Looks like it's going to be, Amu PS4 is going to be pulling out the set to go better matchup against Fall. What are your thoughts?
So it's a good swap out using Seth instead of Uriel. I think the axe kick is going to be pivotal to try to keep Falk down if you need to.
And, looks like, I mean, he seems to know his distances, like his range. That said, Falk has been like the ultimate zoner, right? Super oppressive, very difficult to deal with. And here's the V-Trigger 2. This can bounce everywhere. So difficult, I guess. No?
Yeah, I mean, this could have converted harder for him. He could have gone a little bit more aggressive, get the V-Trigger up a little bit more aggressive and get like maybe go for the lows instead of just an overhead. I think that would have converted better. And that's the wake up DP and gets punished for that.
So round 2 here. Again. Just using that staff to his advantage. I think it's funny. Why, like, you did very well with Urian. I don't know why you would look to just change all of a sudden into Seth. I mean, there's probably something that I don't know into this Falk matchup. But
yeah, I mean,
seeing that here.
I mean, the Seth matchup could be slightly in favor for him, but I think the tough part is him getting more practice against Falk will be the tough matchup for him. And so much like zone game for him. He needs to be able to get in. Gets a good convert if he has to.
Yeah.
Oof, that was rough. It's really good defense game from Forfields. Totally no kind of like leeways, no openings, no nothing. Like just trying to hit against a unmovable wall.
Yeah, just like next hit kills. I mean, yeah, he's got the great damage, but it should be enough right now. He's gonna look to detect the throw there. This life lead, the Hecatones. Goes in. I basically cannot pronounce that, the life of me, but the hands, the Hecatonteras. That's what it's called. I don't even know. It's impossible to pronounce, but nonetheless,
I mean, that was a rough game to watch for Amu. I mean, he's totally just get like zoned out, not getting any hits in. I think he should be a little bit more aggressive, I hope, but they're going to be going straight into round 2. Wow, that's pretty quick.
All right, so it's going to be the second match right now. The nice little air fireball, more of the bubble, and just trying to keep it tech throw. And again, just, nice jump in. Okay, no actual punish aside from a throw there.
Oh, okay. All right, switching it up, more throws. I love it. So far, he needs to be a bit more aggressive. Goes for the free trigger.
Oh, he's on point. Completely under knowing how to defend that. Tries to stomp on his head like Mario and a Goomba.
I mean, but look at that damage, just from that. So strong. And then Falk has the huge life lead. Doesn't need to just commit at all.
Just being defense after defense. Amu, PS4, just not being able to find that gap just to get something started. Again, look at this great damage. He's been blocking almost the entire round.
And Falk just needs to hold back, keep chipping out, keep doing damage, keep holding it out, and then just slowly take away life over and over again. Ooh, yes, nice. first. That was a good combo, gets him in the corner.
Oh, gets the spin kick.
Alright. It looks like almost close to getting the stun damage.
Oh, but
there
he does get stunned. This is gonna hurt.
Gonna
hands?
put Amu on the menu. I think right now he's gonna get him on the scoreboard and get 1 round back.
That's good, that's good.
We'll see. I mean, like, once again, you know, first round maybe gives Amu some time to readjust after that really fierce first round. But, ooh.
Oh, the tandem, he pulls it back, takes out his soul, goes for the bicycle kick into hands, axe kick well. Fireball just a little bit more zoning. I mean, he's done a lot, but not a whole lot of damage. It seems like the damage hasn't scaled properly.
No, he needs to be able to get in a position that he can convert, but he needs to be able to also get deep in, because right now all he's trying to do is just do the jump in, and Fallfields is just waiting for that to happen.
Not able to do that there. The air fireball is just a little bit more zoning, and he's using the snap to his great benefit, so to speak.
Wow, nice.
Thrown
Good
back.
switch over though from Amu. I really thought that he was going to convert for that, but nope.
Nice V reversal though. That pretty much stop him. I mean, Amu PS4 is going to back up here, just regen that great damage. The bubble did a little bit more zoning, and he decides to go in, take throw.
Right.
It's going to be 1.
Corner. What's the mix-up?
I feel like he hasn't taken advantage of that. You know, the V-Trigger 2, just you put him in a blender and you make him guess, but it seems like he hasn't really been able to do the damage. And he misses it. The CA a little, the positioning, the spacing is a little off.
Yeah, I mean that was a good Hail Mary trying to go for it. I think that the position was a bit tough, too near to it. I don't think he would have converted, but this is good chance.
Gets the throw. There we go. There we go. You got to start slow. Look at this. It's just like a best of 3 now. It's 1-1. It's even. This is where you want to be.
Yeah, Amu's slowly getting into the mood, being a bit more aggressive this time, spending more time to get for the throws. I think Fallfields really need to be able to read those and get those reversals from the grabs, because that's dealing a bunch of damage and putting him in the corner very easily. And I think the recovery from that is going to be rough.
Might be a little tough at this point, but the Fallfields is looking to turn this up. And I mean, the damage scaling. Oh, nice jump over. Puts him in the corner.
Oh man, it's not close enough to get the drop. Axe kick. I love it. Gets him back in the corner.
It's nice. The bubble, just zoning him out. The low fireballs. Jumps in. He doesn't actually get the AA. He's going to pay for this one.
Great jump.
A lot of damage here. And there's the V-Trigger 2. That's the one we wanted. Oh, it's still around, but the AA is on point. Actually stops most of that. He jumps in. The nice V-shift back. He gets the V-break. He takes him, throws him back in the corner, and he tries to go in. The axe kick completely blocked, and he gets the low jab.
Oh.
And Amu PS4 will take round 1.
I'm shocked. I mean, Amu really bringing back the A game. And no kidding, man. Seth really delivering on every single target. And I think he's starting to figure out where Fallfields is going to be crack spots that he can break into and try to pressure him down.
This is what he wanted to do. Nice pressure here. This is a nice turn of events. He's got him in. He's got him down to about half life now. Seth just blocking a little bit now, but he does have the life lead. Oh, he misses the AA. The Fallfields is going to be hurt. He's going to pay for this one. And it looks like Amu PS4 dashes forward. He knows he's got the advantage. He jumps in again. He tries to go for the cross-up. He does get blocked in the end. He's so low at this point, and he gets hit here. The V-Trigger, that's going to be hit. And he does get him in. And he's trying to do that. He gets the throw. This is just the start.
Bad.
He gets him in. And the stun is going to be on point. The bubble. He jumps on in. Is this enough to scale? I don't know if he's got this one. He's going to have to guess for game. No, the CA.
Going for
this
it.
is the game,
That's
right?
the game.
Scaling,
that is the game.
All right, and he's back in this one. Second round going for the Fallfields, but he had to commit everything. He empties the tank. He makes sure he gets into this one. We go to a round 3.
Wow. But that follow-up was just sick, you know? I mean, I was expecting him to just kind of do a reset or maybe even like a mix-up just to try to like maybe slam him, get him out of the way, maybe save a bar for the next round, but nope, gonna go for full in.
Yeah, you might as well take it at this point, right? I mean, you'll kind of deal with it. Yeah, you're a little bit of a disadvantage in the final round, but nonetheless, I think that you have to take the round when it's given, especially since he was down so much life. Goes in.
Oh, that was
gets the throw. Jump in. Nice AA there by the Fallfields. Takes the throw.
Yeah, but there's still a huge life lead for Fault, and doesn't need to overcommit anything at all. It just needs to be able to chip him out. Maybe wait for an anti-air.
Oh, he misses the AA. He jumps over. He goes in. He gets blocked. He's stuck in the corner, though. The 4Phils is looking for an opening. He does have the life lead, so the onus is on amuPS4 to do something.
Yeah, but I think that's the one that he's waiting for. See, this is the EX that he wants to go for. You know, gets a lot of damage. One tap, and he's dead.
Oh, he gets the tandem. Okay, that's going to be the Souls suck. That's a good start to this one. Now the V-Trigger 2. Can he bounce around? He's not actually doing a decent amount. He jumps over. That's the one he needed. He gets the CA, and he's going to take this one. amuPS4 clutches that one out.
What? I mean, Bob was expecting him maybe to throw a slam. I don't know, but that was sick. Like jumping over, do the convert straight into CA, gets Amu back on the scoreboard.
Do you think amuPS4 baited him by messing up the other V-Trigger 2s to set himself up for that one?
It's possible.
I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm pretty sure he would do that. That's like, that's a terrible idea.
I mean, he saw the opportunity to go for it, and he went for it. I mean, if I had that spot, I would do it. I mean, he's always been throwing that anti-air all the way, and I think generally, if you don't do it, I would. I mean, he's been converting every single combo off of that, like overhit and crossover to just grab it. So I think that's a good call right there.
A nice cradle into Axis. He's got him in the corner. He does have the life lead. The V-Trigger will now going to be activated. Gets the throw, throws him in the corner. Low fireball. V-skill as well. And, just building up that great damage. Oh, but nice neutral jump here. He's going to look to turn this around. He decides to go in. Here's the V-Trigger 2. He's bouncing around. Is he able to mix him up? He's trying to get something. He does! He does it again! Oh my gosh, and with the cradle and the V-Trigger 2 just completely on point, just totally mixing him up. The 4Phils, we thought he had a defense for this, but he doesn't actually know at this point.
Well, one final game for Amu to grab this game off of 4Phils. Wow, this is gonna be it. Oh. I mean, both players are doing really well, but I think Amu is really gonna be trying to secure this game. But I think 4Phils feeling the pressure. He doesn't want to just show the game right now.
I mean, this is for the bronze medal right here. Okay, but Falk. Okay, the 4Phils. He pulls this one out. We're gonna go to a round 3. But hey, this is it.
Match
third, fourth, right? Match point
really
for him.
Match point. One round's gonna take it. Amu wants to capitalize, or is it gonna be 4Phils? You know, gonna be scoring it out and grabbing it right after, and I would say equalize the score. You know, this bronze medal on the line.
Misses the AA. Okay, he's gonna take that one just to slow things down. He throws out the bubble, gets the throw, decides to jump in. More air fireballs. Seth looking for his opening.
Oh, but this Seth. Ooh, he's really taking it out. You know, it's not. Oh, great jump in. Good convert.
That's doing some decent amount of damage. He gets the throw in the corner position. Oh, but the hey, it's going to be blocked. That's going to be much. The stun, he's double dashing. It doesn't really matter. Throwing out the hands, and this could be it. The V-Trigger 2. It's going to be after. It's not the scale. Oh, the jump. It's a bit of a scramble. He jumps on in. He's trying to go in. Gets blocked in. He jumps over him. He's back in.
Panic time.
Oh, the hands is going to be enough. And amuPS4
oh my
takes
goodness.
it with the hands, pulling it out. The V-Trigger 2 was just on point, being able to turn it up at a moment's notice.
What?
And there you go. amuPS4 is your bronze award, bronze medal winner.
Medal, yeah, but like, wow. I mean, that came out right when he needed it. You know, every time he had the opportunity to punish, he did. Did not drop any combos, went for it, and it looks like a huge steal and beautiful clutch. You know, beautiful clutch over and over again. When he needed to, he went for it. When he needed to drop the combo, he did it. And wow, I mean, that's wild. It hurt. I mean, I feel that final scramble for 4Phils was rough because I was like, what do I do? Do I block? Am I going to get slammed? Am I going to get what am I going to do? Am I going to get a mix-up? Wow, that's rough.
I mean that was kind of the Xian special, right? With the Seth V-Trigger 2,
yeah.
About the orb, not really understanding. And if you guys have paid attention to, you know, Xian, you know, all of this stuff, he talks a lot about those strategy and tips and all that. But let's go to the interview. Eugene, please take it away.
Thank you, casters. Now, Amu, I have a lot of questions, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, Amu from Pakistan! Going back home with the bronze medal. Amu, how do you feel right now?
I feel pretty good, to be honest. I'm pretty excited as well. I was very excited to be here. I was very excited to face really strong players. And it was just a really good experience overall to actually, you know, see how it is outside of Pakistan, because we usually don't travel there a lot. We don't really have many opportunities there. and it's very hard to find sponsors. So, I want to give a huge shout out to my manager, of course. I don't think this would have been possible without him, his funding, and everything that he has done for us, his entire federation. We really owe them a lot, actually, for this thing.
A great shout out, great shout out. Thank you so much, Amu. Now, did you expect this result against Four Fields? Because throwing a little bit of shade over to Lorek, he did say that reality is, Four Fields is the one that probably have the higher chance of winning. What do you think about that?
To be honest, it's like I said, I don't want to sound cocky or arrogant, but I know you, but you don't know me. And I've been watching a lot of matches like Razor CN versus Lacuna. And Lacuna is, I don't want to take anything away from the Fields, but I think Lacuna is definitely the best Falcon in the world right now. And watching his matches with CN, I was kind of confident, even though I picked up Seth almost like a month ago. But watching CN play just helped me kind of download the game and just how it is. Even though I kind of screwed up a couple of times, but I got lucky over there. So I was kind of prepared for this matchup, I would say.
Any other last words over to your fans, supporters, or family members of that?
Oh, lots of them actually. My entire FGC, I'm so thankful to them, especially Micro Nuke X, Saki Mirza. He's always been there for me, and he's always supported me. And a huge shout outs to him, a huge shout outs to my FGC, my wife, my kids, my supporters, my manager most definitely. And I think a huge shout outs to everyone, to Fear Legends as well. And a lot of people. The list just keeps on going on, going on. The huge shout outs to the SG community, by the way. Ever since we came here, some of us were fortunate enough to bring our own gear. So I was fortunate enough to play with them as well. And huge shout outs to the SG community as well. I think they're great people and a great community as well. And of course, a huge shout outs to Singapore for such an amazing event,
Thank you so much, Amu. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Amu from Pakistan going back home with a bronze medal. And with that all said and done, that is the Bronze Games. We'll be moving on to the Grand Finals real soon. Back to you, Cassis.
Wow. I don't know, man. We are finally here.
Yeah, we're finally here, but let me just say, Amu PS4, I think it's okay for you to be cocky at this point. You took out one of the best Falks in the world. You took out one of the best Akumas in the world. Yep. I mean, you were just kind of on a tear right here. I think it's okay to be a little arrogant at this point. You have proven that you do stand on the stage, but the fact that he was able to play Seth for 30 days, 1 month before this, and to get it to this level, okay, I've been playing this game for years, and I'm not at that level.
No, I mean, neither am I. But I mean, back to like what he said. I think sometimes as long as you get your basics right and you get your foundations right, and you pretty much can pick up a few characters that work. And big shout outs to Cian. Cian really showcased what Seth can really do, and he's also a huge part of the SG community. Like the rest of them, like Oswald recently won CPT Southeast Asia. We also have Brandon who's playing and won Intel, so it's a great portion of that. They also got the others who are also part of the SG community, like Dixon, and the rest are all just part of a small, tight-knit group of SG players that continue to play. And this is a big shout-out to all of the local SG players. And if you guys want to pick up the game, you can always reach out to Cian. He's very, very open to teaching new blood. And then, of course, don't forget all the best camis that also came out from Singapore, his bravery. So these are players that represent SG, and I think generally, anywhere around the world that you come from. So I think that's good.
Yep. And before we go into that one and moving forward, let's go into the highlights now. This is going to be, again, the Four Phils versus, Amu PS4's Seth right here. And I think that we were just completely turned up, right? I think we didn't really know what to expect. We were expecting the Urian throughout. And the Four Phils is off to a fast start. We thought it was a bad mistake, a character selection. But, Amu PS4 really seemed to seemed to know the right matchup, the right play. And he was completely in control after that first couple of games.
Yeah, I think Falk had really good defense, all the way, and then Four Phils really had strong defense all the way. But there was some times where a bad move, or a whiff punish is gonna just take it all away, and this is the rough part when you're playing Falk.
Yeah, and these are moments where you take the L, you go home, you learn the lessons, right? There's a lot of things that could have been done better. I think that, the Four Phils, I don't know if he really expected all this. Look at this mix-up. That was insane. He closes it out with the CA. If that's not being clipped, I don't know what should be, because that was amazing right there.
I mean, this is signature CN move, going for the V trigger and then going to the back. And after that, crossover it straight into the CA. Why not? Just do it. This is a great idea, and I think generally this is a great gameplay from Amu, taking the game and getting the bronze medal. Big shout outs to them. And a big shout out to everybody. I think so far this game has been really hyped, but I am looking forward to the next round.
Yeah, of course. And that's going to be the grand finals. That's the one we all want to see. And I think Mena RD fans, for all of you guys back though. Plus, Gamer B, that's going to be up as well. But let's look at the bracket to see exactly the journey that they went on to get here.
Wow, I mean, look at all that. I mean, Mena RD goes 3-1 against Talu Breaker, which is one of the youngest and strongest Vega players around. And then he takes on Amu, takes him out, and gets on to the finals. So, for example, for Gamer B, you know, like Gamer B playing his Luke, takes out like Please Darling, moves on and plays against 4Fils, pushes 4Fils into the third and fourth bracket. And finally, this is where we are right now. Our grand finals of between Mena RD and Gamer B.
Yeah, it's going to be a matchup, and it's something that we wanted to see. Mena RD is going to throw out the birdie. What's going to happen with that? We're definitely going to see the Luke from Gamer B. He's been riding that train throughout. I think that he's just top tier at this point, and we'll see him. That's going to be coming up and throughout. But yeah, I mean, Gamer B, Mena RD, what haven't we said about these two?
I think it's very interesting that during the qualifier stage, you know, we've seen they were both in the same group. And of course, you know, we've seen Luke, which is played by Gamer B, taking out 3-1 against Mena RD. So could that actually play out again? Or have Mena done enough research or homework on how to deal with Luke, you know, over a night? Because it's quite tough to go against a character if you don't get a chance to actually play or, you know, get some practice on it.
Okay. All right, we're going to find out soon, but we're going to take a quick little break before we get in the grand finals. We'll be right back.
This time, I'll wake up for that sunrise to see every little thing. I'll make tomorrow a brighter place. I'll stop to smell the flowers. I won't just do it for the gram. I'll say yes to everything. This time, it will be different.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Games 2021. This is in Singapore. My name is Holler, this is Lorik, and we're going to be going at the grand finals. It's going to be Gamer B versus Mena RD.
I mean, both players, like lots of accolades, did really well, have a long history of like playing in both just major tournaments and every kind of tournaments that you can pretty much cover, you know, like anything that has big brands, Capcom Pro Tour, even EVO, they have all been there and done that. So I think right now it's just a matter of them going into another major tournament and showing what they've got.
All right, but we've got the grand finalists, and Claire, please introduce the grand finalists.
That's right. We have here the grand finals for the Streetfighter V. Two friends battling it out from the Dominican Republic and Chinese Taipei. That's right. Player number 1 from the Dominican Republic is Mena RD. And our second player from Chinese Taipei, Gamer B. Take it away, guys.
All right, it looks like Mena RD, and you see the slow walk that Gamer B had upstage. He had a bit of a stroll, a little bit of a strut. He's got a little confidence in his shoes, so to speak. I mean, this guy seems to be really on point. Like, nobody's been able to take this guy down. Nobody's been able to figure out a solution to the Luke problem.
I think the tough part is that Gamer B is playing Luke, which is going to be a tough fight for Mena RD. He doesn't really have that much of having chances to play against Luke, and I think this matchup will be tough for Mena RD to come over, because Birdie is going to have a hard time with this aggression that Gamer B is going to be dishing out over and over again.
Mena RD talked about it in the interviews, right? He said he was prepared for the Luke. He understood what's coming. Everybody knows that Luke has been around, right?
Yep.
Especially since yesterday. Gamer B has not hit anything. He's not been using it as a pocket pick or anything. He's just had it from day one, right? Every single moment. So if we're looking at the journey that Gamer B went on, of course, group stage undefeated. 5 wins, quarterfinals. He beats Please Darlings 3-1. He also beats the 4 Phils 3-1 as well. And he's here now in the grand finals, just completely steamrolling everybody.
Yeah, I think the same thing could be said for Mena RD. You know, he has come for a long way, played against Gamer B. Though in the qualifying stage, he lost to Gamer B 3-1. That doesn't really mean that anything else, because he could be taking on other players. But I really hope that he has gotten a chance to really brush up on Luke. Or maybe he just wasn't really committed to just playing hard during the qualifiers and saving it for this grand finals.
Yeah, and Mena RD even moving forward, right, into the CPT, considering he did qualify for that from Central America East. Luke is probably, somebody's going to pick him up. Right? This matchup is not going away. Everybody said that this guy's top tier. We're seeing it now, just how difficult it is. You think you've got a solution, but he's got an answer for everything because of the fact that he's so versatile.
Yeah, and also because you can come up with the rushdown, and don't forget the fact that the amount of damage he deals from the combo, and of course on the Sandblaster. I think generally once he pops off the V-Trigger, you're going to be expecting the 3 damage. So I think in Amu, once again, you know, we're going to be seeing him go against Mena RD earlier, and he takes 3-0. I think the score-wise for Mena RD, pretty clear-cut. He has just gone dominating from start to end. The only person he has ever lost in this event is actually Gamer B.
But to Mena RD's credit, he's done very well in this tournament because, yes, he's lost maybe, you know, the first game or whatever. But the thing is that he's adjusted his game plan, right? In terms of positioning, in terms of just moving around, the battlefield, so to speak. He's been able to do that, right? He's done a good job of that,
yeah,
making sure that he's got that right spacing. And, the changes that he makes, everything that he's looking to do has just been very important for him. And that's why he's in the grand finals, because of these changes.
All right, so let's take a quick look at the head-to-head right now. I mean, both players, clearly we've seen them over and over again on the screen. And of course, we know very clearly going to be playing on D-pad is Mena RD, and of course, Gamer B, one of the veterans, is going to stick to the fight stick like me. And I love it that he's sticking to the fight stick because I do that too. And of course, big shout outs to the Pantera. I love using that. So pretty much the right fight stick to go for.
And you see Mena RD with that photo with a little bit of a gang sign there. I don't know what that... No, I'm just kidding. It's just an I love you. It's going to be going in. But this is the grand finals. They're getting set up and they're getting ready to go. Now, the last one, the 3rd, 4th place match, you actually said the 4 Phils was going to win it.
Oh, dear.
And of course, you cursed them. You cursed him, excuse me.
Caster's curse.
So who are you going to go with on this one?
I mean, I'm more favoring Gamer B because I think the Luke is a slightly better matchup against Mena. You know, everybody's gonna be flaming me on Twitch. I said, yo, you know what? It has to be this way. You know, if we're gonna be like choosing players right here and getting you guys to engage on our Twitch chat, sure. Then I'm going to stick to Gamer B.
Okay. I mean, you basically just cursed him, unfortunately. I think that you just knocked him out. I think I'm going to go with the other train, Mena RD, because of the fact that you just went with him. Just to make things a little interesting. I feel like Mena RD, he's been, you know, like water, in the sense that he's kind of adjusting to anything that's coming at him, making sure that, you know, he's not being, you know, stuck to one character or anything.
Right.
He's been able to
this
prove
is the
that,
line, you know.
That's right.
Cut the lines.
Okay, this is the losers and the winners, right?
Oh, no. We're going to go with non-caster curse, and I'm going to see how it all plays out. But I mean, okay, but seriously speaking, I mean, both players are very strong and have done a whole plethora of events and have scored a lot of like high-tier tournaments that they have played, and they all score really high placings. You know, it's no joke that these both gentlemen have come a long way.
Yeah. This is definitely not their first rodeo. These guys have been around the block. I don't know how you want to infer that, but they've actually been playing tournaments throughout. This is not a new experience. I think it's a renewed experience, and the fact that, you know, everything was online, right?
Yeah.
We haven't been able to have a LAN, but now that we've had a proper LAN, we're stuck in a bubble in Singapore. Yes, Resource World Sentosa, but we're here now, and this is where we're able to do this, and we're actually able to have that LAN. For the first time, I'm going to look at my opponent. I can see what he's doing and maybe, you know, get some sort of insights. Maybe a little trash talking goes a long way, right?
Yeah, but I think what we have been really experiencing over 2 years, you know, it's tough to keep playing online. It's really not part what FGC is. I think offline events are the way to go. I think them coming out here is a big step forward for us to get back into offline events. I think everybody's looking forward to it.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to this one. I think no matter who wins this one, I think it's going to be an epic matchup. I just want to see it go to a 5th game. That's all I want. We haven't seen a single one. We've seen the 3-1s. We've seen a lot of those, but we haven't seen it go the distance, and I want to see that.
Well, I think this might be the game to go, you know, because we've seen both players come from the depths. You know, it could be even 0-2 for either players, and they have actually managed to do a comeback 3-2. So, I mean, anybody's game to go. I mean, this is really critical for both players. I mean, it's first to 3.
Yeah.
You got that. That's it. You know, there's no reset, no nothing. It's just gonna be this cutthroat, get into it, and I think both players can and deliver a great show.
Yeah. And that's what we want, right? We want to see these guys going at it. It looks like they're starting to get their everything set up right now, but it looks, I mean, okay, here we go. We're going to just see the character selection because, you know, Mena RD has just so many different, you know, options. What is he going to do? Gamer B insta-picks the Luke. And, Mena RD, does he go for the Balrog? He's hovering over it? Oh, it looks like he's going to be picking the Balrog. What do you think about this?
This is definitely Mena's like 3rd pocket pick. I mean, he's played Balrog in a couple of events, even the recent like Streetfighter League. It's gonna be pain, you know. A lot of damage gonna come out from Mena RD, and I look forward to that full combo.
This is, I'm actually looking forward to this. I think that this is one way to deal with the aggression of Luke. You become the aggressor. You go after him. You turn these things around, and you know, you do Balrog things.
Oof.
And that, you know, that medium dash punch.
I mean, well, this is gonna be rough. I mean, both players are really in a tough position, but that's great amount of damage coming out from Luke. Just that follow up.
Okay. They're both gets knocked into the corner. Gamer B just going aggressive. B reversal to slow things down and let the stun meter go down, which is the biggest thing. But his life lead, he's got a mountain to climb.
I mean, both players need to kind of get into pace. I mean, first round, doesn't matter. It always is a point of time where, you know, everybody's trying to suss out each other, kind of know where each other's at. And I think Luke's Fireball game might be more painful on Balrog than he needs to be.
Oh, the Rising Rocket pushes him back. He's just a sliver of life. And honestly, the Sandblaster is so quick. I don't know if if he keeps his distance. I mean, he's got time, he's got life on his lead, so Gamer B's in no rush. It's up to Mena RD to do something.
And both players just like waiting it out.
I mean, again, Gamer B has no rush.
You go,
right? Because you have to be blocking, right? The Sandblaster is just so quick, like that, right? It'll kill you in an instant. So it's like, what does Mena RD do? Gamer B has the answers with Luke.
Still, you know, round 1. Anybody's game, still really tight between both players.
Yeah, and I think too, Mena RD is agenda. He really wants to be the aggressor. He needs that life lead. Make Luke come to him a bit, and he's got that life lead now.
Yeah, and right now I think there's a decent life lead for Balrog, and he just need to try to keep him in the corner. Oh, so close to that stun meter!
The shimmy! He gets him with the stun, and that should be game.
That's gonna be game. Wow. I mean, this is how it's gonna play out, you know, like one wrong move or one whiff punish, and you're gonna get punished hard.
That dash though, and he's got a flash knuckle himself, a little bit of a dash similar to Balrog there. This guy's a little bit of everything. Oh, and he just goes right through the fireball. Nice B-skill there.
Yeah, I mean, both players are still holding pretty strong. I mean, still first round, a lot of bar on both sides, but it's gonna be painful for Balrog to keep taking those fireballs, you know.
Gamer B tried to dash forward. He gets punished with this one, gets thrown back in. Those dashes, just dash mediums or straights are just too much right now.
Right, this is gonna be it. anybody's game right now. Pops off V-Trigger.
Oh, the slowdown.
Oh, look at that damage. Huge damage.
A hard shot with the Sandblaster just on top. The 3 that hit, just too many. Right, this V-Trigger is ridiculous. Look at the comeback. He gets thrown back. Not dead yet. Oh, but here's the CA. Does he block this one?
Yeah, he's going to take that chip and die. I mean, ouch. Ouch. First round to Mena RD. Whoa, so far.
I mean, you cursed GamerB, right? You said it.
Yikes.
But Mena RD seems to have found an answer, and I think this is very relevant to a lot of people watching because of the fact that, like, how do they deal with Luke? No one in this tournament has been able to find a way, some sort of answer to that, and it looks like Mena RD has the answer. Here it is.
I mean, Luke's definitely going to be able to change the game plan a bit because he can't go overly zealous on the aggression. He's going to get punished for like a huge amount of damage from Balrog, and I think this is a good chance for Mena RD to capitalize, gets him in the corner, and actually close it out if he can in the early stages.
Oh, nice jump in. Backs out of the throw, though. Oh, nice little turnaround. Not your turn. He misses the throw. He gets thrown back into the corner. He does have the life lead. He's got him stuck in. Nice tech. Goes for the sweep, activates V-Trigger, and then activate triggers as well. Got him.
Oh, that's so close. Yeah,
just
nice.
the damage. He just activated, he hit the confirm, and that was pretty much all she wrote.
That was a good comeback from GamerB. I mean, like, really looking forward to him to continue to keep this pressure, and of course, you know, like the amount of bar that he's gonna need. Every time he pops that V-Trigger, I get PTSD, man. I was like, oh no, here it comes.
Nice sweep. He's got the charge up on the V-skill, that is. Okay, he pushes him back. The EX dash straight. He's trying to shimmy a little bit. Ooh! Nice little jab combo. He's got the throw. The stun meter is something to take note of. V-Trigger, can he make the comeback? He's got the slowdown. Makes it very easy for the Sandblasters. That hit on.
Yeah, still, I mean, like, ouch! It just feels like the same thing for a bull rush coming in from Balrog. I mean, like, it's almost like Mena RD is channeling Birdie into his Balrog too.
Yeah, and, you know, you just go at him, right? This is the way you deal with Luke. You provide for pressure. I think that's the biggest thing in Street Fighter V. It really doesn't matter who you play. As long as you put somebody in a corner, I think that you're going to be in a good spot.
So I think right now it's good for GamerB to get in the corner, goes for that, gets the distance with punish, and get a huge life lead. I need one more. What's the mix-up?
Oh, he misses the throw, the
nice
sweep, the rising rocket.
That, wow, that was nice.
Oh, okay. Command grab. This is going to be the start of it. He's got a long way to go, though. Oh, he tried to go for the EX dash, but he's too quick, GamerB. He's got the reactions. He takes this one. It's going to be 1-1.
Wow, this game is starting to get really heated up. No 1-1 for both sides. I mean, like, that was a good read from GamerB. You know, he knew he was going to go for it and just do a jump back into medium.
Dash straight just to start things off. Something to take note of moving forward. Sandblaster. Good zoning. He backs away. Smart. Couple jabs. Nice little combination.
Simple combos. Continue to chip away on the health.
I mean, it's one thing to do. I mean, the damage is minuscule, but the thing is that you're pushing him back into the middle. You don't want to be pushed too far back, and it seems like he's being on the defensive throughout. Look at how Mena RD has been very oppressive in his face, just giving him a hard time. And as I say that, GamerB looks to counter this.
Yeah, but I think that... Oh! Snap? No. Very close. I mean, like, there's huge life lead for Luke. I think he needs to really try to wrap up the game.
Nice jump in.
Huge hit from
Nice jump in. Oh, but he drops the combo. At least the dash straight at the end. But the life lead is there. It's not like that would have killed, but you need all the damage that you can get. Command grab, that's going to start things off. It's going to be very close.
But the amount of stun, from that one single command grab.
Oh, the V reversal. He's got to be careful because the Sandblaster, okay, he's going to have to use EX just to try to get in. He tries to walk in, and he gets the nice medium punch, and that's going to take that one. That's going to be just round 1, though.
Still 1-1. I mean, anybody's game right now, so it's not really the crunch time. But Luke, really needs to try to capitalize, gets into the try to get in and try to take out some of that chip damage because I think the game plan is working in a sense, but he just doesn't get a chance to close out the game.
Ooh, that rising rocket was on point. Very quick with that one. He looks to turn this around. GamerB just back in. Oh, ooh, nice.
Nice DP.
Oh my gosh. This rising rocket is giving me a rising rocket. V-Trigger's now going to be activated. Oh. Text the throw. Goes for the EX dash. Oh, the nice crush.
Counter into that.
Oh, off the backboard. He's got him up in the air. He charges forward. He takes the throw, though. That keeps him alive, at least for now.
I mean, that was a good tech coming out from Borok, but just good follow-up from GamerB. Not gonna let up, not gonna keep let any of the steam off from the train that's coming out from Luke.
It's neutral jump. Slowing things down a little bit. Luke looking for his opening.
Yeah, I think both players holding up pretty well. I think 1-1's tough. I think generally it's just, ooh.
In the corner, look at this damage. I mean, again, we talk about Luke's damage, but Bulwark's got some damage too, let's be honest.
I mean, if he does the full V-trigger combo into that, that's gonna do a lot of damage.
Oh, try to just go in, but I mean, with V-trigger activated, okay, V-trigger now is gonna be activated by Mena RD.
Oh,
nice rising rocket.
Goes for the EX DP, I just love it.
Jump in, gets him to the jab, gets him to the throw.
What's the mix-up?
Oh, the jab. Actually gets out of that. That's just a command grab. That's not death, though.
Almost.
Luke, but the rising rocket EX, he did not expect that one. GamerB up 2-1.
What?
I don't think anyone expected that rising rocket right
No, just commit. Like, this is what GamerB does. He just commits to the DP, the rising rocket at EX, and hopes for the best, because sometimes he just gets it. Wow, damn.
That was actually pretty sick right there. I mean, just turning that up, I don't think anyone's really expecting that. But, you know, again, Mena RD is just downloading this information, right? What is GamerB looking to do? And it looks like he's going to do a costume change, because why not, right? Sun's out, guns out.
Yeah, this gives Mena RD some time to like back up, have a think, try to see whether he can close out games for GamerB, because GamerB has been closing out the games in comparison to like Mena RD. Mena RD is so close to getting out of the games, and the health difference is so little. You know, it could easily just be anybody's game right there.
Very close. But now GamerB in the driver's seat. He's looking to just slow things down, actually, just playing the zoning game with these sandblasters. Oh, that's stun. Look at that. I mean, this is off of the sandblasters that he's done, but it looks like he's going to look to turn this around. He double dashes forward. He takes the throw, though. Mena RD's got him. No. He's got him back in. Does have a life lead, though.
But I think even the life lead itself, it could still be Balrog's game, you know, like with that V-trigger off, he just needs one bar and should be able to convert well.
Yeah, the trigger is starting to go down. Mind you, Mena RD did swap V-skills. I don't know if you noticed that. He's now into one, but he's got him in the corner. He's got the command grab. That's going to start things off. That's a good start to this comeback. Oh, jump in. The rising rocket is on point. His AA is so good.
Match point. Match point for GamerB right here. It could be the end. Oh,
misses the throw. He jumps over that one.
So
oh, nice spin. There we go. That's the V skill. I expected that earlier, to be honest. I feel like against Luke, it's like you have just barely enough time to react to it.
Oh, so close. Right now, it's good pressure coming out from GamerB.
Got the sweep.
Tops the trigger. He could seal out the deal.
Gonna get him.
Trigger is ready for Luke. Just gonna try to pop it off when he gets a chance.
Yeah, but Mena RD's trigger's going down. He's losing that window, that timing.
That's the damage. Oh, that's good!
Got it. And GamerB is your gold medalist for the Global Esports Games.
Wow.
Streetfighter V 2021 Singapore. What a game right there. We kind of expected that, right? GamerB was on point throughout the entire tournament, and the fact that he was able to do it in the end, just GamerB doing GamerB things.
I mean, Luke, once again, solid pick, you know, really strong against that. He was not going to let up. Very calm, very collected, continuously just pokes it out, deals enough damage, and when he's such a huge life lead, he doesn't need to overcommit into anything, and then when he gets a chance, goes for the EX DP. Love it. Really strong picks, man.
Yeah. And this is one of those things where everybody played, go home, lab it out. Figure out how to counter this Luke. I thought Balrog was the answer. You know, he did well, at least for the first one, but we're going to have to see what GamerB has to say. Let's bring it over to Eugene.
Thank you so much, casters and ladies and gentlemen. Introducing, we have the GEG Grand Finals going back home with the gold medal. Back to Chinese Taipei, we have GamerB! bask in the glory, Gamer B. Now, before we ask any more questions, how do you feel right now?
I feel like extremely happy because it's been a long time to enter like a offline tournament and facing like the best player in the world, and I can get a champion right here. It means a lot to me, and I want to like thanks to all my friends and my country to support me to come here. Without them, I couldn't win. Yeah.
Well, anything that you'd like to say over to Mena RD?
Well, he's still young. He got a lot of chance. I'm already old, so give me the chance.
Well, since speaking about old, right? I mean, you are going back home with the gold medal,
Yes.
right? So, what are you gonna do when it comes down to next year, 2022? How are you going to defend your title?
Well, I mean, the game changed fast, right? So I cannot sure like how the balance, the matchup change, and the people get stronger, right? I don't know. Maybe next year there will be like more top players come here. I just want to make sure like I'll be prepared, be ready for it, and try to give more like a chance to the people who like me, because I play fighting games so long. I just love the game, and I want to keep going on. And I hope this title, this champion can tell them they can keep chasing their dreams. I think that's the most important thing.
Absolutely love the passion for fighting games. Absolutely love the passion that Gamer B has. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Gamer B from Chinese Taipei. And with that said and done, we're going to be passing it right back to the caster's desk. Boys, take it away.
Wow. Absolutely congratulations to Gamer B there. Putting on a show here. There was no answer to this guy. He was on throughout. Everything that he did, yeah, he got lost the first one.
Yes.
But he was able to come back. That was the biggest
break the caster's curse. So good. So happy about that. I mean, generally, it's a great game between both players. I mean, both of them are pretty tight. They have great accolades. But I think generally, let's take a quick look at the highlights and find out what transpired.
I mean, if we're looking at the highlights, I mean, I think aside from the first game where Mena RD did quite well with Balrog, I think Luke, Gamer B was just on point, right? I think that, like, the fact that he was afraid to dash in because he knows the Sandblaster is faster, I mean, just really, it's very difficult to get in on him. He's like such a good zoner. He has so many different options. I mean, his Rising Rocket is just on point, his AAs, like, throughout. Like, it was just very difficult for Mena RD to really get in there.
And it's tough because, like, he's trying to rush in against something that comes out that quick, and pressing buttons against that Sandblaster is tough. You're not going to be able to trade out with it. You got to have, like, some sort of other game plan, try to jump in. Even that is also really tough. So I think generally it's a really tough player to play against right now. Luke is pretty strong in this case. And, of course, the Rising Rocket, the Rising Punch is still so on point. And of course, similarly to like how the rest of the players who are doing using characters, like Daigo also uses EX DPs to get out of the situation, and he's just willing to commit to it. So I love it when he just does that, and he's just so on point, so quick. These guys, doesn't feel like a 42. He plays like a 20-year-old. Reactions are so fast, and then he just goes straight for the counter all the time, or goes for the anti-air all the time, and it's always spot on. So far, I think he's only missed one EX DP out of the entire event. Like that's nuts. Like that's really spot on, and he's really good, done well in this tournament. So I think that's fun.
Like everything that was on point. Like the fact that you really had a hard time getting in. I think it came back to whoever had the life lead. They just win that round. I think that was very apparent in that round, in that entire match, the grand finals, right? If you have a slight lead, you win. Right? Yeah. It was almost like that point because, again, you have your V-trigger, you activate, you continue on, and you just provide more pressure and less options for him to get away from you.
Yeah, and you just keep pressuring and pressuring till, until like Mena has to commit to something. Like, if you're low health, and you have all the bars, what are you going to do? You're going to have to try to make something happen. And when you try to make that something happen, Gamer B is just waiting. Like, are you going to jump in? Are you going to try to do something else? Are you just going to rocket punch in, you know. It really depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to close in and try to close the distance? Because once you do, you know, he's just going to try to back out, try to use like Sandblast to push you out, push you away, or you try to get away from the situation and just back out. And I think that's tough, you know. It's a lot of distance to cover for Balrog. So I think even if he played Birdie, it's still a pretty tough fight between all of that. So.
All right, well, we had an epic day today. I mean, we've been casting this throughout. Thank you so much, Lorik. My name is Holler. You can find me at Holler TV. They can find you on where?
On Facebook, yeah. I mean, like, generally, you know, what's really important is we really hope that air travel comes back. You know, people can fly in more. You know, nowadays, only players can fly in, which is tough. You know, but it's great that I get to see all these players in Singapore. But, you know, either way, just really happy that we got to watch this entire event play out. And I think all that and more, I think we're just going to go straight into the medal ceremony.
Yeah. Let's pass it on to the hosts, and we'll be signing off for the last time. Thank you. Good night.
What up, guys? We are now going to crown the Streetfighter V champion here at the GEG 2021.
Well, the games has definitely had its ups and downs, quite a lot of roller coaster rides, I would say. But in the end, when it comes down to the grand final game, a lot of you guys probably didn't feel disappointed at all looking at Mena RD as well as Gamer B fighting against one another. But in the end, only one will climb all the way to the top.
Right, let's crown our medalists right now. In bronze position, Pakistan Amu. In silver place, Dominican Republic, Mena RD. And in gold position, crowning the new Streetfighter V champion here in Singapore from Chinese Taipei, Gamer B.
Now, we also like to give a huge thank you and a huge shout out over to My Republic as they have kindly specially prepared us swag kits to be given and presented to our Street Fighter V winners of this inaugural Global Esports event. Thank you, My Republic.
Right now, we'd like to introduce our VIP, Mr. Kelvin Tan, the GEF Director of Esports, for photo-taking session. Well, that was an amazing, real afternoon here for the Street Fighter V champion. And then, of course, like you said, with the Gamer B being crowned the overall champion, experience versus friends versus the underdog.
Indeed. One thing's for sure, Amu came out of, technically he will say himself, nowhere, and he have learned his opponents. He tried his very best, and in the end, he climbed all the way to third place. Definitely something to bring back home, really happy about.
Okay, thank you very much to our players and to our VIP there, Mr. Kelvin Tan, GEF, Director of Esports. Now, we're going to look at the next segment of our day. Super exciting, the Dota 2 Opens. What is the schedule?
Well, for the Dota 2 Open Division, we're going to be looking at the teams battling it out against one another. And unfortunately, we'll only be looking at the Grand Finals play on this very stage. Who is going to be like, we'll let you know exactly which team will be fighting against which team, but it is going to be a best of 3 games, and we hope to see a close game like we seen yesterday.
That's right. Well, we'll sign off now and be back very shortly after the break.
You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air. You wanna dance this? Everybody get your hands in the air.
Yeah, that's right, for the Dota 2 Open Finals. This is the last real match of the day. I mean, we've had a crazy day, Eugene, because we had the quarterfinals, we had the semifinals, and then we've crowned a champion for the Streetfighter V. That was Gamer B.
Gamer B definitely went out with fireworks, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys at home or watching all the games were really happy and content with the results and the fact that Mena went up against Gamer B. Both of them are absolutely great, and I just love everything. For those players that unfortunately got knocked out in the semifinals or perhaps even in the quarterfinals, well, there's no such thing as losing. You either go to a competition, you win, or you go back home with more experience.
That's right. We also had Singapore take part, so some slight disappointments over there, but exactly what you said.
Yeah.
You either win or go home with more experience. So we expect more to see from like Brendan Chia. But you know what? Let's go over and talk about the Dota 2. What is the format?
Well, when it comes down to Dota 2, exactly as what has happened yesterday. We're going to be looking at Dota 2 in a best-of-3 format, a minimum of 2 games, a maximum of 3 games. And perhaps we'll be able to see some really tight games against one another. And do note that these two teams are definitely teams that you should be looking out for.
It's going to be a tough competition, I know, between Singapore and Brazil.
Oh.
Well, we're going to introduce our casters. Over there on the other side of the room, we've got Sean, a.k.a. Hades, and Leonard, a.k.a. Omo.
Thank you, Claire, and welcome to the Global Esports Games. Like Eugene put it, we are here for the Dota 2 Open Men's Finals between Team Singapore and Team Brazil. So I know a little bit about Team Brazil. I know they have some representatives here who competed at the highest level in all of Dota 2. But Sean, you're very familiar with the Singaporean team. Why don't you introduce us?
When we talk about the highest level of gameplay at the Global Esports Games, we talk about as well, I believe the host mentioned, it's good that some like Brandon Chia, the Street Fighter representative, can go home with experience. One thing that this finals has is definitely no lack of experience. If anything, what they have is overwhelming amounts of experience. And it's not just the Brazilians, man. Even Team Singapore, they have a player who's also been to TI, which basically it confirms that this game, we're going to get great stuff. This best of 3 series, it's going to be nothing but intense and amazing.
All right, and with that, let's take a look at what the players went through earlier today in the semifinals matchups here. Because that is screens. You're very familiar with them, Sean, so why don't you give us a bit of an introduction?
Obviously, that's Chibix right there. I mean, earlier on, the guy on his left, that was Exilent, and one of the upcoming mid players in Singapore. I believe he peaked within the top 10 of Southeast Asia. Peloson as well, who stood in for Quincy Crew at the Singapore Major. So, like I said, all these players, no lack of experience. If anything, it's about whether they can band together. Obviously, they played from different teams. Exilent is the newest member, the youngest member to the stack. Mizu, also formerly known as Miracle. A couple of years back, I wouldn't even say it was his peak, but back then he was known as the Naga Siren God. He's transitioned away from the carry role into the offlane role. And, that's actually suited him very well at his current team. And I actually want to quickly point out, 3 out of 5 members, they're from an upper division DPC, Southeast Asia, league team. They come from, the Enigma Galaxy. I just wonder how they're going to gel together because, the 2 out of the 3, one is the coach, 2 are players. Now, what's it like playing with that coach here and, of course, with 2 other players? How's it like?
Well, we'll get a bit more into that later on, but let's take a look at the brackets and the journey which these teams had to take to get to the grand finals here today. Of course, Team Singapore with a convincing 2-0 victory over Team Great Britain, and Brazil as well, a 2-1 over Mongolia, a bit more contested right there. Of course, both of these teams representing their nations here in the grand finals of the GEG Dota 2 Open. Very exciting stuff going to come our way. Like you said, the top tier division play we're expecting to see from both of these teams.
The scoreboard, even though you saw 2-0, it doesn't even actually reflect what went down. Yeah. And between Team Singapore versus Team Great Britain, it was actually pretty close as well. And to be fair, the semifinals, all of them could have been any of these could have been the grand finals. Not even kidding. Because you're talking about all these teams, all these players who have already played at an international level, or at least a regional level, which already implies that these guys, they know what's up, they know what's at stake. And yesterday we did see the women's finals where Team Singapore took away the grand champion status. Now we're going to see if the male, the guys. We saw the Lionesses already had their show. Yeah. Now it's time for the Lions. Who will we see the Lion King? Yeah. Or the Brazilians going to come out and go, we got this, man.
Well, we'll have to take a look indeed. Now we've talked a lot about the players. Let's throw it back to Claire at the main stage to meet the players.
All right, guys. Well, we are here for the Dota 2 Open Finals. And the teams you're going to be introducing are Team 1, Team Singapore. Good luck, guys. And on the left side of me, we have Team Brazil. Good luck, Brazil.
And there we go. That's going to be Team Brazil and Team Singapore. We've talked a bit about the teams. We've talked a bit about the players. We have to talk a bit about the context as well. I think that's so important. We are, of course, here in Singapore for the Global Esports Federations. I think it's the first inaugural tournament here in Singapore. And I think it's very exciting as well to see such capable players, right? Let's take a look at the head-to-head between both of these teams. And why don't you run us through that one, Sean?
We also want to quickly mention Chibix versus RDO. Chibix has basically played between the carry and the mid role. Exilent, like I mentioned, the newest player to the Singapore stack, and probably the youngest to the competitive scene. And I'm very excited to watch Teo Lee Core play, because I've only ever watched his games, obviously from the watch screen and only online. And this is the first time that I'm going to get to be able to witness the Brazilians play up close. And if there's one thing these guys are able to do, they can handle the heat. They're not afraid of the intensity that Team Singapore could potentially bring into this best of 3 series.
Yeah, well, I think I'm glad that you brought that one up, actually, because Teolikon and I do believe KJ as well, unless I'm mistaken, which I hope I'm not, they did play at TI, the international, the highest stage you can really get to for Dota 2, and playing the double support lineup here. Do you think they'll be able to control the game, the pacing of the game?
I would like to think so, because one thing that the C region is not too famous for is having support players, but one thing they could make up for it for is always having a lot of core players from the carry in the mid role that is able to, like I said, high mechanical role, the high mechanical region. In the Brazilian region, even though it's still in development, it's still growing. Like I mentioned yesterday, it's actually, it reminds you of the C region from years back. So I'm very excited to see that we have a platform like this at the Global Esports Games that allows these players to showcase their talents and say that, hey, don't count us out just because, you know, we're from like one of the further out regions. We still have talented players that are able to compete on the top level. And this is a great, you know, series to see that up close.
Yeah, great platform for it as well. And we talk about Team Brazil, but now let's hear from the captain of Team Brazil here and what they had to say about this matchup.
I think the last fights, like whoever loses that fight loses the game because both teams had a lot of siege, so they could get the structures. Just you kill once and then it's like that. So in the end, we had like a lot of buybacks in the last game. So that was the highlight of the game, the 5 buybacks.
Yeah, whoever loses the fight is gonna lose the game. That's what we're looking out here for today, right? You kind of hinted at a bit of action between these two teams. Both regions really seemingly to favor the action-heavy playstyle, let's say.
Exactly, but one thing that, you know, we can expect from these two teams is that they're not going to bring just their own regional meta.
Yeah.
You are talking about players who have international experience, players who are able to play at a really high, like tier 1.5 minimum to tier 1 level. And these players, you know, they're observing all the other regions. They're going to try and bring in their own spice to it as well. And that's something which I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yes.
You know, often actually not too popular notion, but like Singaporeans, we're also known for observing the Chinese meta, for example. You know, Freedom, I do believe he has played in Chinese teams before, and this is having, you know, been there, being able to bring some of that discipline into usually what we expect from a very chaotic kind of playstyle from the C region is something which, you know, as him as the captain, how is he able to like sort of like find the middle ground? And even for the Brazilians, obviously, you know, playing into the NA region kind of, I want to see like how they bring that over here. Does it you know, outplay the C region? Can the team Singapore cope? Can they adapt? That's the most important part.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to bring up, Sean. I'm glad you did. Yesterday, our keywords for the tournament in the ladies division was adaptability. What do you think it's going to be today?
Well,
team fighting?
Mechanics? Honestly, it's macro movement, and besides the draft, I'm very interested to see that because, you know, Dota is a game where regional play. Every region, every country has a different meta. Everyone has their own take to it. There's only so many perspectives that you can bring into a game of Dota, especially in a competitive setting. 5v5, the coordination, it has to be very, very on point. There is a minimal margin for error. And if anything, that's where, you know, even the psychological battle comes into play. You know, Exilent, he hasn't really played on a LAN setting before, I believe. Like, not on this level, at least. So I want to see, like, how he's going to cope.
Yeah,
and I think some of the Brazilians as well. I'm not too sure if the rest of them have like this kind of LAN experience. But to see if they can cope, like especially like what if you make a mistake? You know, are you gonna be taken aback, or are you gonna be able to like, you know, just walk the chest held high and just like, I don't care?
How do you play off your mistakes? How do you overcome the errors made? And I do believe Exilent, you mentioned he was the next up-and-coming talent from the region, right? He's the one we want to look out for. I think it's great that he has a platform right now as well to really just show off his skills and practice on the big stage. And that's something that I want to bring it back to as well. Something we talked about yesterday. Maybe it's not as relevant today because, like you said, tier 1, tier 1.5 players here, amazing experience on the 10 players on your screen. But he's still playing at a LAN, and for the first time in a while as well. That's got to play into it.
I mean, he has played like a custom game LAN. This was like the River Runes tournament, which I also casted that one.
Yeah.
And it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. But a custom game is a custom game. It's not an accurate representation to tell, especially for 1v1 mid.
Yeah.
End of the day, you know, you could be like.
Did he win it?
No, he didn't.
Wow,
He came close. He came pretty close. Okay. Top 4. So you know, the thing is, like, as long as these 1v1 tournaments go, you know, it only shows so much. Like, you can, sure, you can win the lane, but you can't win the game.
Exactly.
It's a common notion, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've got to keep in mind as well. It is a 5v5. It is a MOBA. Doesn't matter if you win your lane. Sometimes win lane, lose game. Sometimes lose lane, win game. You never really know. It's still a 5v5 game. It's still like 40, 50 minutes you got to play out. Yesterday as well, 75 minutes we saw play out in Game 3 of the Ladies Division.
Exactly. I mean, that 85-minute game.
Yeah.
That was a complete banger. I'm actually waiting to see, like, are we going to see like similar situation today? Because, you know, like I said, between these two teams, you're seeing a ton of experience. You're seeing a ton of skill. And, you know, I'm pretty sure the Brazilians as well, they already had a taste of what it's like to play against a C team, which is the Mongolians, Lil Gun. And these guys have been around for quite a while. They're not exactly new to the scene. And if anything, both these two teams, they've had the warm-up in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Now's the time to go. They're all warmed up. The momentum is there from both sides. And, you know, there's no such thing as cold hands. These guys, they've really had to overcome their opponents, you know, with a little bit, I would say a little bit of difficulty. I would say there was a bit of
wasn't
tension.
easy. Right?
Exactly.
Yesterday in the grand finals, not to downplay or anything, but both teams coming into it in the ladies division, they had pretty convincing 2-0s in the semifinals. Today, both teams had some hiccups here and there on their path to the grand finals en route here today. I mean, we have to look out for a lot of things, right? How do you overcome those challenges? How do you take away the lessons from your semifinals? This is why we lost the game. This is why this game was hard. What are your takeaways? What are you learning from it? Like Eugene so aptly put it just now, there's no such thing as losses. It's just how you learn and how you adapt and how you improvise to overcome these challenges.
Exactly. I mean, we saw that yesterday, and we just refer back to yesterday's grand finals, where Team Singapore, the girls, they lost game 1, but they were able to adapt. They were able to learn, and came back for game 2 with the reverse sweep. 1-0 down. You're thinking at that point, really, it's a best of 1, and being able to win that, I want to see. I'm actually hoping that we get that game, we actually see a best of 3. I want to see the full 3 games, not even lying, because I'm so excited to see this. I've been waiting for this series the whole time.
Yeah, we started a little bit earlier today. Honestly, we could see 3 70-minute games, 80-minute games, and we're still going to be happy about that one because it's going to be some exciting, intense Dota 2 action. And with that, I do believe the draft is about ready, so you guys won't have to listen to us ramble on for much longer, and we'll look at the players and what ideas, what plans they have coming to the series, what they want to pull out here. Is there anything in particular you're looking out for as someone who's more familiar with the Singapore team?
Well, actually, more looking forward to the Brazilian meta.
Yeah,
because the SA region is something which is, it's up and coming. And to see more of these players shine on international stage, this is something I could not ask for more. Because especially when Moxie, one of the DPC casters, she's mentioned about how this region is often overlooked, and it's a region where they have great players. It's just that they need the international experience, and it all boils down to the finding these opportunities, and that's what international events like the Global Esports Games, that's what they are for. And if anything,
5 seconds
you can see the looks on their faces right now, very, very intense concentration. Because ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, the drafting phase for Dota 2, 125 heroes to pick from, and you only have slightly bit more than a handful of bans. What do you do? It's so many options, so many routes, but you have to get the whole team on the same path.
Exactly, and mind games as well, right? Do we ban their best heroes? Do we prioritize our best heroes? Do we want to snatch your heroes? What do we want to do here?
5 seconds
so,
remaining.
we have some bans coming through. Monkey King for the Brazilian team, as well as IO and the Weaver for Team Singapore. What are your thoughts on this so far? Anything big reveal?
IO is just a hero, which this is already a clear reflection of how they see things going. Because IO is a hero which is just so good with all these melee cores. Almost impossible to kill unless you have a hero that's able to jump the back line. And if anything, actually this is the thing which is interesting to me, because Brazil, in their matches against Mongolia, they elect the Snapfire, picking it up with Tidehunter, the negative armor shred. Shredder and Gush destroys any melee core, and they're opening up for Fleck. Oh, this is a really not even Fleck, this is just confidence pick. Timbersaw and a Lion.
Yeah, well, the Lion we saw to great effect yesterday in the ladies matchup as well, and this was a pick we talked about should be prioritized, right? It's so effective against so many heroes. But this Timbersaw, I want to pay a bit more attention to that. We have seen this pop up in some major tournaments, even being first picked. If you're confident on this hero, is it just that strong?
I think so, because this hero is just so beefy, right? It's just so beefy. When
Lots of
in your
damage
face,
as well.
once you get the reactive armor stacks, you're basically you're up in the carry's face. He can't do anything, and even if if your supports are not equipped with magic damage burst, you can't bring this big beast machine down. It's like basically, it's like sending a bunch of kids to fight against a transformer. It just doesn't work. It doesn't happen. So that's why and this is the thing. In Singapore, they immediately respond with their own confidence pick back, and that is the Medusa. We saw that for the Team Singapore girls as well, and it's also for Great Britain. But Medusa is a hero that just basically in the other regions they just love it. Medusa is the hero that she doesn't lose the lane, and she has a pretty decent way of harassing, especially when you play around the Mystic Snakes. Especially if you get the final bounce, it is a lot of damage. We saw it solo kill an Underlord yesterday.
Yeah, with a bounce.
Heroes in the game. Exactly. So having that in this lane against Timber, this is kind of off, because I'm not sure how confident Brazil are doing this. The line can still be a flex. It can be like a 4, it can be a 5, so this is still relatively open. But the Mirana pickup for sure, this is just okay, Polo Sensei, tell you what, just pick my hero first, which implies that they are putting a bit more emphasis on the mid lane. It's going to boil down to the mid lane.
Right, okay, and this Medusa as well, right? Picked in the same phase for the ladies team and the male team. Do you think they've been sharing a bit of strategies over there?
I think so, but if any, I also feel like these two teams, they've definitely observed each other.
Oh yeah.
And this is the best part about this matchup. You don't even have to look at just the Global Esports Games. There is a lot of history to look at online. There's a lot of research that could be done from both captains.
Wow.
And of course, you can also tell
I
that...
love this.
Exactly, right? There's everything that you can see to play. Because you know what? I'm pretty sure at some point, these teams, these players, playing from existing professional teams, they're going to bring some of these existing strategies and insights into this final series. And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. So Ogre, Mars Band, all the more, they're just trying to force Singapore into picking an offlane that would seem strong, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, exactly. And Sean, I love this as well because we talked so much about the tournament meta yesterday, and we're starting to see it develop, even though it's across divisions. Ogre Magi in 3 games at 100% win rate yesterday. They're banning that one away. Don't want Team Singapore to grab it. Yeah, in Singapore, they kind of learned the lessons from the girls' teams as well. The Medusa into the Drow Ranger had a really hard time, so we're just gonna ban that one away together with the Razor, together with the Terrorblade. And sure, your Medusa is kind of a free game.
I like the Bane pick here. When you talk about giving the Medusa a free lane, but the drafts kind of speak otherwise, because right now you look at the second phase of the drafts, you know, taking out TB, great, because like Terrorblade, Metamorph, it's very annoying for offlaners. It's a lot of damage, right? But you see, this is the thing I like about the Drow and Razor pick, because it bans, because then you can tell if they want to pick like this melee offlane, they can kind of just go in, like maybe a stun into a Mirana arrow, the hero dies. So we might be looking at something, say like a Legion Commander, a Darkseer for example, but the question is, where's the synergy coming from if you pick a Darkseer? Tide is still open in the pool. And okay, the 2 pulse 5 picks have been shown from Brazil and Singapore. The Bane, the one of 2 very strong anti-BKB spells, Fiend's Grip. So it's great for spirits especially, and of course with the first skill, you basically reduce the impact of tanky heroes.
Yeah, but Fiend's Grip into the Medusa Scream though.
I think it's perfectly fine. I think it's perfectly fine. Because Bane, Fiend's Grip, you see there's not many like reliable stuns that's able to hit the backline. So I'm pretty sure that's why Brazil, from their perspective, they hear it. They're going, man. They're excited. They're excited.
I don't know if you guys at home can hear the voice lines, but they're excited. We are excited. We've got a very
I love the Korean
crowd.
voice lines. I love it when I see Korean shoutcasted. They're so hyped. I love them. And okay, so back to the drop. You see, that's why they banned out the LC.
Yeah.
And this was the build-up they're looking for, because I'm pretty sure they might be setting up for something, say like a PA. Timber is great against that, and it's just such a good game from PA or even PL. But this will be the Bat Rider mid, the great instant counter to the Ember Spirit. So this is X-Island. He's gonna have his hands full dealing with a Bat Rider, and this is where the Enchantress has a lot to do. Because, you know, like X-Freedom, he's already very, very well versed with playing in heroes like Enchantress, Chen. And Enchantress 5 is something that is most notable in the NA region. You would have thought, you know, maybe that might be used to intimidate Brazil, but because they're playing in the NA region, playing with NA pubs already,
they're familiar.
They're familiar with it. You know, they played with like, I believe like Dubu, he likes to play a lot of Enchantress, or you know, looking at some of the other 5s, they're so used to it. So I don't know, I feel like a bit worried. Bat Rider can just easily napalm stacks, just burn every single creep. The zoo is killed out, so what do you do?
And you talk about BKB piercing as well, right? Less so, that's BKB piercing too, if I'm not wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's gonna be pretty difficult. Ember Spirit especially, I think he's gonna have a hard time here. Needs the Lincolns maybe?
At this point, honestly, you just want to make sure that you're executing your side lanes gameplay well enough so that Bat Rider's not able to apply as much pressure to the Ember. Because as long as he has a Remnant hitting level 6 first,
yes,
or at least at the same timing as the Bat, he should be relatively okay.
Remaining.
And I'm just
back.
concerned about more like how are they going to play against the Timbersaw lane?
Yeah.
Because looking at the picks of Team Singapore, this is the okay, Talu, I'm going to get you levels and I'm going to ditch you lane. So after that, like who couples here with the Mirana? See, LC. If you're Brazil,
they definitely need a plus 3, right?
They have no stun. They ban tight. So we might be looking at Sand King, Darkseer. It's like they're trying to force out a Darkseer.
But if you get the Darkseer, you really have no stun.
Exactly.
Night
Stalker. Great. We saw success with the Night Stalker for Team Singapore yesterday. The guys may be taking, you know, they may be taking a leaf from the girls.
Side note, that's my favorite voice line in the game. I bought that one. I love it so much.
I want your teammates get mad if you're feeding. That is the translation. I love it.
I always play with my friends and I always use that voice line. I love it. It's hilarious.
Great stuff banning out the Wraith King. So you can see there is a similarity with the bans from yesterday as well. You know, when Team Singapore picked up the Night Stalker for Bings, they also banned out the Wraith King, trying to ensure that, trying to ensure that the opposition team can't get that very self-sustainable hero. Because once you blow up a Wraith King, obviously the reincarnation, the secondary life, is pop a BKB, you're going back in and you have no spells. What do? Right-click damage, not enough. So right now, if you're Brazil, you want to pick that carry. I'm not too sure about PA. I was thinking about the Faceless Void. It could be alright. Say PA, Void. We might even be looking at something like a Sven. So a lot of options here.
Well, it feels to me like they have so much space to get a carry that just scales, right? Their comp has so much tempo.
Exactly. Like Brazil has pick off, but not too much on the team fight part. And this is where I feel like the Faceless Void could be okay, but the only downside to that is that they're playing around long cooldowns, and Team Singapore does not have long cooldown heroes.
No cooldowns.
Basically, they're just saying, you know what? Come at us, we're just going to create so much chaos. These team fights are going to be very, very all over the place. It's going to be very disjointed from what one would usually expect, like yesterday.
No, but Sean, then I have to play devil's advocate. Yesterday in the game, we saw stuns have such a big impact. Ogre Magi, Lion, heroes like this just do so much in these early skirmishes and team fights later on as well. Singapore, they have none of that.
This is why, you know, when you're playing at a higher level of Dota, everyone just wants... This is like a confidence thing, especially in a game.
This is a very ego comp, right?
Like if you win, I wouldn't even say... Okay, it can be seen as two sides of the coin, right? It's like ego, or it can also be seen as just confidence.
Yeah.
And you want to enter a grand finals with confidence, saying, you know, I don't care what you pick. So this is where Brazil, they're thinking very hard right now what hero you're going for. Yeah, they're actually going into the troll.
The Fusel troll, is that the play here?
Fusel, I mean, you need something that scales, right? I actually think Maelstrom, Sanjin Yasha kind of thing. Oh, look at that, the coach. They were ready for this. They actually thought about it. And the troll is something which is a bit of an unknown factor walking to this series. We're starting to see just a tiny bit more popularity. But it's also a hero that is not still seen as too ideal. But you know, but then again, the Brazilians, they come from a region which is known for bringing out these carry heroes that the rest of the world will be like, nah, it's not good. But the Brazilians, they're like, vamos! I don't care. I'm going to make it work and I'm going to show you how. We're going to play our game.
Speaking of Vamos, I think Troll is one of the best heroes to Vamos with, right? So we'll have to see what he can do in this game. Do you think he's going to go for a bit more farming build? Is that the intention here, you think?
I like the Maelstrom because it's able to scale. I think the Fusel Blade is too all-in, and it doesn't help you take towers as fast. Building into the Maelstrom, Sanjin Yasha, obviously you can go into your Satanic, and it's just something that helps you scale the Medusa. Because, you know, we saw Medusa yesterday. Give her like a bit of space, she's going to break that whole map open by a mile, and she's going to create a lot of pressure just from her farming patterns alone.
Yes.
And I believe we will start to see that a lot more in this particular series. There we go. Just begin the draft. There's just a bit of a technical pause, but you can already see that these teams that, you know, obviously they're going to be very, very like intense about how they deal with the Enchantress.
Yes.
Because one of the annoying things about Enchantress is that with a bit of RNG, she's going to be occupying the enemy jungle. You're not going to be able to stack as much.
That's the goal, right? You want to play up in your face with the Mirana, with the Enchantress, maybe the Night Stalker as well when it hits nighttime. What's the recourse here for Team Brazil? What do they have to stem the bleeding, to stop the tide?
I wouldn't even say stem the bleeding. Honestly, at this point, it's like, you know what? There's a pest in their house. You can choose to you can choose to swat it, or you can choose to ignore it and just do your thing. So that, you know, if you're cleaning the rest of the house, you're starving the bug out. It doesn't really matter. So those are some of the approaches that we can see how, you know, Team Singapore could use to approach it. But, you know, Team Brazil, I love it. I mentioned to you that Timbersaw is a hero that is probably going to be seen as a dominant pick, and true enough, it does come out. So having the Timbersaw pick I'm very excited to see it work. But although first picking it like that, I am questioning what is going on in the coach's mind. But that's why I see
confidence.
Confidence. Or this is the thing, right? I did mention that with the Brazilians, you're often like, what are they thinking? You know, these guys are like, are they fooling around?
Sean, I'm gonna be honest with you here. I saw a first pick Timbersaw from OG the other day, and that thing looked completely broken.
Exactly, right? It's such a good hero right now against most melee cores. And although into Medusa, like if you really pressure the lane properly, like, you know, even destroying the support, nullifying the supports, you know, impacting the lane, it can actually be a huge pain. It basically opens up the bottom lane by using only one hero, and it gives the line a bit more, especially a bit more freedom to rotate to the middle lane and play around the Ember Spirit. And Lion is a great counter to Ember because of the double stuns.
Yes. Now, without further ado, we are finally going to be going into Game 1 between Team Singapore and Team Brazil here. The teams are excited, the voice lines are being thrown out, the sprays are coming out as well. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to need to ask you, which was your favorite voice line of the lot? I will hold that for now. Now, I want to point out as well, I do like the support lineup here from Brazil. Lion and Bane on the two TI players here. Gives you everything, right? Stuns, BKB piercing, damage, save.
But if you think about it, there is a lack of of a secondary initiation follow-up. Because if you look at the bat, right, if you last saw, you know, great, who follows up?
Isn't it the Timber just running in?
You're basically playing around, besides the Timber, you're also playing around, like, say, the Lion Finger, which has a very long cooldown at level 1. And this is something where, you know, Enchantress, she really has to do a lot. So I was kind of surprised that, you know, Freedom didn't go for his usual Chen, because he does love these two heroes, micro heroes that are not played too much in the C region, but yet at the same time they create a ton of space. They also, you know, they mess around the enemy's jungle. It forces unnecessary movements around the lane. So one thing I actually want to quickly point out back into the draft is that the Ember Spirit, he is very, very vulnerable to one line. Like, you know, one catch, one hex, you're dead. And this is something where he has a lot to do. And this is why I'm looking back to the mid matchup. I want to see how the Bat Rider like really does. This mid matchup, if you know, even if he trades even, it's still okay for the Bat. But not so much with Ember. I feel like Ember has to somehow come on top. Hence the pressure on the pause 5.
That's going to be difficult for sure. We'll need to see what can happen here. You don't really have the ganking potential as well, right? The Ant really just needs to come in and be annoying. Is that the goal here?
Basically, that's it, you know, like you're having like all these like heroes that kind of just run around throwing spells. It's like trying to do the Matrix. You're like, whoa, can I dodge everything? It's very hard. You get a Night Stalker running this way, but like Mirana's like throwing it out. It's like a choke point. It's like an axe. It's really like a cross point. It's like a crossfire, and you're just not able to rerun. And at the same time, as you're trying to sort of like dodge between that tiny space, you have like this crazy Enchantress like coming out of all these creeps, and Enchantress is at annoying 5, as you can see.
Now, Sean, who wins this 1v1?
Bane, easily Bane.
Well, we're seeing it.
Yeah, Bane wants to mess around with the Enchantress.
Yeah.
And already falling down to below half HP. Not too ideal.
Just trying to stop the Enchantress from getting to the lane. They're in a tri-lane right now as well. That's something we got to point out. This Medusa Enchantress, they're not having a fun lane.
You have to look as well at the Dire Wards inside the Radiant jungle. Look at that Cliff Ward, just making sure that they constantly have vision around, you know, make the Enchantress creeps, knowing like what's coming to the lane. Is it going to be like, you know, a Wild Wing Ripper? Is it going to be a Hellbear? Is it going to be a Centaur War Runner? You know, time will tell. But Exilin so far doing okay. Winning now, it seems like he's winning the battle of the first wave against the Bad Rider. Here in the off lane, this is the lane that, you know, I would like to pay a bit more attention to because of the troll lane. The Medusa lane is, you know, you lose lane, it doesn't matter, you just flash farm the jungle, right?
Yes.
But the troll lane, this is something where, you know, this is where we want to pay more attention to because this is where the meta is formed. Definitely.
Yeah, that's definitely something we need to look out for as well. And I want to point out that level 1 there from Mr. Bane, causing some harassment down in the bottom lane, then TPing up to save his boss one once the wave comes under the tower. Really good stuff from KJ on that position 5 here. Now, the names are a little bit mixed up, but it's going to be KJ on position 5, and I do believe Theo Lacour on position 4, that Lion who's coming through. So we'll need to see how this one plays out. A bit more space now that the Bane is TP'd away here.
So Enchantress just trying to mess around, you know, picks up the Ripper. You get a bit of an armor buff, which will maybe help the right-click trades be a bit better.
This is so annoying.
Yeah, so you can see, you know, that Bane rotation, kind of sacrificing the first wave early on to go to the bottom lane. It paid off, but that's because, you know, Night Stalker is kind of weak in terms of laning early, like before he gets to like say level 4 or 5. So this is where, you know, tiny attention to details are everything in this particular series.
Team Singapore, they strike first blood, but it's only on a courier for now.
The CS chart, you know, I'm really like pleased to see that the Ember is having a much better game in terms of CS at the moment. It's a narrow lead, but these narrow leads can often stretch into what could be, you know, game tipping. And that is the catalyst for what could potentially happen for the transition into mid game.
A couple CS here and there, a couple bits of gold here and there. It could be the difference between a bottle and not having a bottle, the difference between having boots and not having boots, and that could really make all the difference. It is, at the end of the day, a game of inches here. All muted, I like that name. Timbersaw causing a bit of pressure, starting to do some Timbersaw things here.
I actually wonder if the Brazilians had any time to, you know, explore the C-pumps a bit.
Yeah.
And explore some of the different other metas.
Yeah.
Because after all, you know, with Dota, I would kill to like enjoy some of the other metas.
That is true. That is true. That would be really fun to look out for. Enchantress.
Not a trader he wants.
Starting to do the Enchantress things as well.
Yeah, it kind of exposes the ward. So now, Freedom, he's going to know he's going to deal with it. My mistake, it wasn't a cliff ward, but it was a very good ward to block up the camp. And this is what, you know, in the NA region, when you're so used to playing against these support Enchantresses, you basically just want to go in and do that.
Yeah.
Forces them to commit 75 gold for basically getting them a bit more space, and what is often seen as a gamble or confidence play. Because when you go for these neutral creeps, you know, you're already wasting 75 gold, or not, you're investing 75 gold that you need to make the gank to make it pay off. You need dividends. But okay, Troll just messing around the Mirana, and I like how the Mirana is playing so aggressive with these right clicks.
Yeah, exactly what you need to be doing.
She's just annoying, like, he's just an annoying pest below him.
Like, Mirana does a lot of damage, has nice range, has mobility, has that stun, has range. Like I said already, I feel like, you know, no, to my pop Miranas out there, be aggressive, poke with your right clicks. But I do want to point out as well, Analog in the mid lane, he did something a bit cheeky, went in to steal the bounty, and got a nice little stack for his bottle. Some aggression here as well to Exilin.
Yeah, so Exilin, he's going to try and sidestep, turn around, but there goes the arrow. Falling very low, taking damage from the creep wave. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and you can see how familiar Polosun is with this Mirana as well. Landing the leap barely over the wall, but they don't manage to take down Analog on this Bear Rider. He barely escapes thanks to the bottle and the water room.
I mean, when you look at the levels, I do believe that was only a level 1 arrow on the Mirana. Yeah, you want to save that skill point. You never know what happens. So maybe you need to Starfall. And you know, Timber, this is where you basically leave the hero alone. And I believe very soon within the next 3 minutes, you're going to start seeing these supports like try to basically gain one of the other 2 lanes a better advantage. Because those are the tempo lanes.
So you're going to be looking out for what timing in this game?
It will be a level 2 arrow, so regardless, the stun duration has been nerfed over time because it's based on duration. And over here, Theo Lico not having the best time into the enchantment because the level 1 impetus, it does a ton. Or Freedom
Yeah.
might have thought about going back in, places the ward down, thought about, what if he comes in. But now Enchantress, he's going to find a stack. And this is what they want to protect. You want to protect the triangle, and Enchantress is just doing what she normally does. I hear Lasso over in the mid lane, and Ember Spirit is just going
Gets
to rip it out.
Just like that. Lasso for basically nothing. Exilent is going to be able to go home, has the Remnant in the mid lane, uses 2 Remnants, and gets right out of dodge, is full health, no Lasso available. Can't help but feel like that's a big win. And then
This early on in the game, I think that's perfectly fine. You commit the Ember to force the Ember to... By forcing the Ember back, at least you know when the Ember Spirit is. Ember usually, you kind of maybe have a power rune, you want to maybe get a rotation out. And meanwhile, look at X Freedom in the triangle. He's stolen the stack, and the only thing left is the Ancients.
Yeah, but look at Polosan here. This Mirana starting to really output
the arrow.
some damage. Nice use of the Starfall, gets the double proc onto Bane, and just like that, first blood here for Mirana.
Oh, Freedom. Not what you wanted.
along.
Probably getting run down by this very scary bat rider. That's nothing but a bat. Does that look a bat to you?
That is not a bat. I know Halloween ended a couple months ago, but that is not a bat.
There we go, the big scary bird running him down. And this is what I meant about the Timbersaw. Exactly. And now this actually might be a solo kill here onto Chivix. There's just no way you escape. But no mana on Timber though, so actually looks like it might be okay. Alright.
Yeah,
Pretty
barely
sure.
gets away there.
I was expecting for like a support to come in and try to clean him off, but I guess not.
But it is nighttime right now. They try to put some pressure down on the turret, but that's going to be the end of that one. Double braces coming in from this Night Stalker as well. He's going to be a tanky boy.
And if you look at the CS chart, it's dead even. Even though there's a 1,000 gold advantage, that's only because of the first blood advantage. This
Sean,
is how tight this game is.
You know, I really like this Ember skin. Not because of how it looks, but because of the sound effect.
Alright, this is the nunchuck set,
Yeah,
right?
it just goes gunk, gunk when he's last hitting, and I quite like that.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who understand like Chinese folklore, we call him like Guan Yu Gong. He's like this god of war, basically. He's like the Chinese Mars. If you think about it.
Chinese Mars skin here. And, this Timbersaw is starting to get really annoying. What's the play here from Mirana? Do you just leave the lane at this point? Just say, I've had enough?
I think this is where they want to pressure the bat rider. When Lasso is off, you just want to kind of like force the supports away. So this may seem like it's a reactive play, but in reality, it's a proactive play. By forcing pressure on an opposite end of where the enemy is, you're trying to bait them into reacting to what you're doing. As such, this is what being proactive on the map and just putting pressure around. This is really good at drawing the aggro away from what we call the dead lane. The safe lane is not as safe as you think it is anymore. So X Freedom, you see constantly behind enemy line. And over the middle lane, Lasso.
Oh, it's used. Not many stacks on the Ember. I don't know if he's going to be able to get away. There we go. Has the Remnant.
Oh, regen.
Oh my goodness. That's the best feeling in the game, by the way. When you get away from it.
So dirty. And okay, getting a kill here for the Troll. Already rotating in.
Yeah, X Freedom kind of getting caught out a bit in the jungle there, but it doesn't really matter because the job is done. The creeps in the mid lane, there was a bit of an army there for Team Singapore. They had the Mirana, they had the creeps from the Enchantress, and they just took down mid-tier 1 turret already.
And if you look at the way this game is going, you look at Timber, he's already rotated to the top. Now trying to open up another side lane and basically just hold the line so that your carry is able to farm the jungle safely. Unlike the bottom lane where Medusa, if the creeps are constantly coming in, it's really hard for you to go back and forth between the creeps and whatnot. But I think with maybe say another level and another half an item, you should be perfectly fine. And I want to see what the Brazilians do next with the next Lasso, which should be coming off cooldown in a bit.
Should be coming off cooldown, I think in a minute or so, but it looks like they want to play onto the Timbersaw right now. I don't know about this, he's really tanky, but that doesn't matter. You got the magic damage, you got the arrow. Bane is here to try to save the day. The nice Mirana will take that for herself, let the Ember Spirit have free reign. They're going to run down the double supports as well. Bane is going to get dropped. Lion is going to get dropped. The urn taken away, and that's going to be a nice bunch of kills there for Team Singapore.
And Exilent, his net worth is definitely accelerating. After getting those solo kills, you can see right at top of the net worth. And the last thing you want right now, if you're these under-level supports on the line in the Bane, is to have the scary Ember Spirit just run at you, with those nunchucks. It's like basically your angry dad coming, your Asian angry dad running at you for failing a math test. That's what's happening here.
And Sean, you talked a lot about 1v1s as well. We talked a lot about how, win lane, win game doesn't necessarily happen. Ember, he did pretty okay in lane, but it wasn't like he popped off. Once the rotations start happening, once the skirmishes start happening, he went crazy. Troll, Battle, Trance, Battle, Fervor is used here, but pretty ambitious.
Trying to force the TP out, even popping the Fervor, so not the biggest loss. As, that's something that's just showing dominance, because right now Troll kind of still has the advantage over the Medusa. And something that we're starting to see, this is the pressure on the middle lane, because this is where Team Singapore are looking to create pressure inside the enemy's houses. Arrow misses. Should have tried for the chain combo.
Lasso, yeah, and now Mirana might get caught in return. There we go, Lasso is used. That's gonna be that. That's gonna mean level 4 here for Lion.
But they didn't get the last on the hero though, not ideal, but that's the pick that they will take. And this, but you see, when you see the Lassos off cooldown, you're very happy. You're really very happy with your Team Singapore, and that's why Freedom, immediately TP'd out. He understands, no Lasso, I'm safe.
No CC near me, the Lion can't reach me, the Bane cannot reach me. I'm just gonna be able to get out of there. Silent right now on this Ember Spirit, top of the net worth charts. Nightstalker not far behind, but Medusa's not having the best game, having lain against the Timbersaw. You think the cost here, the positions 2 and 3 of Team Singapore, it's gonna buy her enough space?
I mean, you say that it's a bad game, right, Omo? But if you look at but if you look at the net worth, right, Timber and Medusa, Medusa's slowly leapfrogging over the Timber. If anything, Timber is probably not getting the kind of space that he would usually like to be that giant transformer. And meanwhile, I just want to quickly mention that the Brazilians, seeing how they adapt, it's a huge difference, it's a huge contrast compared to yesterday where the silence were the priority. And Team Singapore adapted well to actually burst open the middle lane so that they're able to invade both the jungle and the triangle. So this is something that we're starting to see, and how the Brazilians are going to adapt to this, because now you can see a bunch of heroes kind of grouping up in the top, clustering over. What's going to happen?
Well, now let's talk about timings a bit. Well, we don't get to because Timbersaw gets caught again, Yearn gets popped, Moonlight Shadow, the Dark Ascension, everything coming in for the side of Team Singapore, but Ember Spirit is coming in to join the party as well. Goes right onto the Lion, does not care about the Timber. They get X Freedom in return. He died to the burn right there, that's a bit unfortunate, but Analog, the position 2, will drop in exchange for that pause 5. You say worth here, I think.
I think it's still okay. This is still that even trade, the necessary skirmishes, but Team Singapore does get the slight just tiny jump over Brazil purely because it was only a support on their end, which died, and the casualty for Brazil was their mid lane.
And they used a lot of spells on the Timbersaw, right? That Timbersaw too tanky right now to kill, maybe.
Barely though, barely. Ember, as long as this Ember goes on to killing like a Bat Rider, killing up the supports, that's already in itself is already a big win. All Corrosion, Phase Boots, and the Javelin, he's doing well, but over the top.
Wait, 2 kills?
Yeah.
They got Polosen as well. I didn't see how
Timber is just that annoying. Timber is that annoying, and as this continues to scale, as he gets items, more armor items, and this is where the Nightstalker would tend to struggle.
But they're gonna look for the stacks, I think. They find this could be a bit of an issue. Looks like they might actually find this. They're going for X Freedom. They're going to try to chase him down. No Finger, no Fiend's Greed. We got to keep that in mind. The big outs, not available.
Bambi.
Yeah, but they're just going to burn down Enchantress.
Did you see that 360 he did? The nice little jiggle? He was dancing all over. He was dancing all over X Freedom's body.
This is big here for Team Brazil. Not just because of the kills, but they get the stack too.
They're just coming in, man.
Oh man, that's a lot of gold going to be going into Timbersaw's pockets.
Yeah, but immediately you will look over the other side. I do believe there's a counter smoke play from the Ember Spirit and the Mirana.
One troll.
Chains into the arrow.
They one troll. They're going to find troll.
Not easy.
Oh, the smoke does pop. I don't think Troll Warlord has seen them just yet. They're going to be looking for him. Going to put the ward down. They find him. Lasso lands. Arrow lands. Will he get the better trance off in time? He will not. That's going to be a very important kill. That's exactly what he
Bat Rider's coming in though. Where's the flank? The flank is coming in. Look at the triangle side.
Yeah.
You can tell the supports, they want blood. They want to punish this Mirana.
Lasso is up. They're going to try to chase down the Mirana. They're just going to be able to lasso her, it looks like. Nice, a little chain there from the Ember Spirit to make sure Mirana doesn't get dragged back to the high ground. But it doesn't matter. You just drag him to your supports. The hacks and the, what is that, the Mind Suck going on from Bane?
Yeah, the Brain Sap. And it's a pretty decent amount of nuke. They do get the Mirana. But more importantly, the Ember Spirit continues to go on. And this is where you see the net worth chart is just constantly going up, down, up, down, up, down because of that huge influx of gold into the Timbersaw's pockets. You can see that now he's touching net worth, and this is where the Medusa is also trying to keep up neck to neck. And the tempo of this game, it's constantly changing. We're not talking about just 1 or 2 songs here. We're talking about a whole damn playlist.
Whole playlist changing. You're going from emo night to rock night one day to another. Timbersaw, though, I feel like there's a bit of timer on this. Once he gets to the point of no return, we talked about this yesterday, tipping the scales. Are we approaching that yet? What's the timer on Timbersaw going nuts right now?
I think the tipping scale is for the next night time. We want to look at the next Dark Ascension for Mizu. He hasn't had the time to really shine just yet. Another smoke gank from this cheeky duo, which is Polosa and Exilent. Where are they going to go? Can they kill this Timbersaw again? If they can kind of slow down the Timbersaw's game, that could potentially be really huge. Dark Ascension popped.
There we go. That's what you talked about. Dark Ascension is popped. Smoke is still available, but everyone's just running. They're not going to find a single thing. Team Brazil, they just get out of there. That's the biggest play from me so far. You just ditch.
I like how, I like how even at the bottom lane, the troll, he basically was just farming, but he had someone covering him the entire time with the Fiend script just in case. the gank went his way. And the Brazilians, they are playing so good right now at positioning. I love it, the way they're dodging the fights. But this is something where it looks like once the Dark Ascension and nighttime is over, you know, once it's daytime, you want to play in the sun, you don't want to play in you don't want to play at night.
Yes. Well, it is nighttime for another 5 minutes or so, maybe 4 minutes and a half here. Is that something you can look for a play around, or do you really just need Ascension?
I think you have to play around the Dark Ascension. Come on, he's got Night Stalker. He's not got Day Stalker.
Well, it is nighttime. He just doesn't have Ascension. Well, Medusa is level 13 actually. I just noticed that highest level in the game despite not having the most gold.
She has been having like a lot of free farm.
Solo EXP, right?
And this, you know, this is that ticking time bomb, right? Which is the Medusa. Because after a late game, I do believe Medusa should come out on top over the Troll.
Yeah.
But this is where, you know, obviously when you don't see as many Troll matchups, you only usually see like in the EU region. You don't usually see it too much in the C region at the moment, or even the Chinese region. And I just want to quickly look at the Troll's items, because Troll did go for the Maelstrom, going for the BKB next to kind of deal with the silence. Yeah. Well, and the Brazilians, they are smoking behind. You know, I know they're looking for a pick, but where do you go? Team Singapore are all over the map.
Team Singapore, they really are all over the map. It looks like they'll look for Polosen indeed, but they don't really... The pick pull was kind of the problem there. He was in pick pull, wasn't able to hack the Mirana, wasn't able to stun the Mirana, but Lasso is used here onto Mizu. He's gonna get chased down. So much burst damage coming in from this Timber, from this... What's that hero called? Bat Rider, and that's gonna be
taking note as well that Lion still has the finger.
Yes.
And
Fiend's Grip as well.
Exactly. 2 key ultimates up. It makes it increasingly hard for the Night Stalker. And the way that this Bane has been playing, absolutely beautiful. Because his positioning, not only is he covering his core every single time, the threat of the Fiend's Grip ensures that if the Night Stalker tries to go for a play, one good Nightmare, and the guy is basically just kept out of the team fight. Whether he likes it or not, it's like a timeout.
And Mizu as well, he's buying this BKB, he's itemizing towards BKB. He doesn't have full items, he needs the BKB. But Fiend's Grip is gonna be so annoying for him trying to dive in.
This is the, you know, I want you to Fiend's Grip me, so that my Ember Spirit can actually have free flow of the way the team fights are going. And over there, you know,
okay, they land the arrow onto Rita.
Should
the
be dying.
Silence range is so big, yeah, nothing much you can really do. That's just gonna be an easy kill.
And this is where both teams, they just kind of keep on playing around. This is not so much like mirroring each other. This is like that, you know, one of those carnival House of Mirrors kind of thing. You don't know who is going where. But this is the high level of gameplay that we really expected. 17 minutes in, we're already like, what, 16 kills? And this game is still dead even. Just 1,000 net worth. It's like it never even changed.
Basically a dead even game, yeah. We saw it swing a bit to the side of Team Singapore, but it just swung right back. Brazil making plays of their own. And I gotta give credit to not just the support lineup, right? Just Lion, Bane. They've been doing their job. They've been doing what they need to do. But I've been very impressed with Timber and Bat Rider. They've been making the plays they need to as well. Giving Troll the time to just farm it up, farming up a Storm. A little bit behind the Medusa, but that's okay.
I want to see what Timber actually goes for.
Oh, Dark Ascension. Where's Dark Ascension?
Over the top lane. Over the top lane. They want to go for a chase.
Oh man, they're trying to chase. Well,
no void.
Yeah, no follow-up CC.
Oh, the arrow. It was so, I wouldn't say it was close, but it was on the right route. Just not the right timing. And I do believe Mizu
they were a bit
looking for one more.
desynced, right?
He wants a bit more. He wants a bit more.
Well, they want to look for this. They want to look for this Bane here. It looks like they will find it, surprisingly, but that's just going to be it. The sleep wasn't enough. DD is available for Exile. He's going to be a bit of a scary force in this next fight. If they opt to push to tier 2.
The flank.
Yeah, the flank. Timbersaw wants to come in. Doesn't quite land anything important, though. Low mana on Amber, low mana on Timber. I feel like this is going to be the end of that play. Oh no, but they're going to find X Freedom here. That's going to be that. Well, we say Enchantress is annoying, Enchantress is hard to kill, but there's so much magic damage, so much magic burst, they just don't care about Ench.
And this is just Timbersaw, you're just taking care of the jungle animals, right?
Yeah.
It's like that big, it's just like the big scary logging company coming in and taking out Bambi's home.
Yeah, that's the whole Warcraft thing.
Exactly. So, you know, yes, they get like the casualties on both sides, which is position 5. This is the unfortunate thing about being playing the support role, the necessary death. Because there's no such thing as like 100% like peace when you're farming. Somebody has to like take the hit.
Somebody does indeed, and I'm just glad it's the +5 here. If we look at the gold though, supports, you know, they're kind of having a rough time this game, but Polosen on that Mirana getting some gold for himself. Is there any item here on the support which you're really looking out for? Yesterday we saw the Forces, the Gold Scepters being so important. Push timing though.
Maybe the Aether Lens on the Bane, if he can afford one. And immediately you see they're bringing in the carry and carry action. They're bringing the entirety of both teams here into this river fight.
Yeah, we're looking at a bit of a 5v5 stare down, but no team is committing. They're just gonna back away. Power Rune spawns, nothing impactful, just a nice little invis. Pretty good chunk though on the turret. I'll say we can take that.
I'm looking because I want to see what, like, if this Timber builds into the Kaya Sanch. It's a bit greedy. I was thinking he might go for a defensive item to help, provide a bit more stamina for these team fights. But
he doesn't die though.
Yeah, but the Kaya Sanch is really good because of the status resistance and the extra damage and all the costs.
Dark Ascension is not available. Forced to pop the BKB here. Mizu gets less, so it's gonna get pulled back. Bane is extremely low, but X Freedom has already dropped. No Fiend's Grip in this fight because Bane is dead. Lion is a hit away from dying as well. They're gonna take the fight back onto the Timbersaw. Stun lands. A bit of magic damage coming in. He's trying to run. Yule Scepter buys a bit of time, but I don't think he has anywhere to go. Doesn't quite manage to get out, and that's a position 3.
This was the first ever team fight that they finally broke the pattern. So instead of just position 5s dying, Timbersaw is the first core to die in the first, in the past 4 minutes and a half. So if anything, this is where we start to see like maybe the potential bit of momentum that could tip this game into one side, which is the Radiant and Team Singapore. However, this is not completely over yet for the Dire. Team Brazil, they're doing very well at dodging more losses, makes minimal losses, and this is where they need to bide their time, get the troll up a bit stronger. That was the debut of the 9-second BKBs, which means that we're going to see a bit more downtime as both these two teams look to get that next power spike. Yeah, especially on troll, I would anticipate that they would try to kind of like open up the top lane. Easier than opening up the middle lane.
Yeah, that is true as
but
well.
He should be able to take tower.
And he has the BKB, so I think he feels pretty safe right now. You don't really want to use your 9 seconds like this. But what do you think about this? Maelstrom into BKB, just power spiking right now.
You need to. This is like the, okay, I'm going to scale, but I'm also able to fight thing.
Oh,
yeah,
I think this makes sense. Yeah, you have the BKB timing. This is about it. Dark Ascension not up. Scream from Medusa not up. You're going to look for a fight here. It seems like Team Singapore, they do know about this. They scanned it out, but will they be able to contest this is the real question. Rosh start to drop extremely fast. It looks like Singapore, they say, we don't care. You can have it. We're going to take your bot lane turret. We're going to give it up. Enjoy the Roshan.
But this Rosh is not like a game-winning Rosh. This is like, okay, we have the extra life. Now we can play around certain areas of the map with a get out of jail free card, supposedly. Catching the Medusa. Oh,
being a little bit greedy here, farming the triangle after you know they're doing Roshan. That's going to be the mana drain. No mana shield. That was a bit odd there. He knew they were doing Roshan.
A bit too cocky.
Yeah, a bit greedy,
And I think he probably forgot that Fiend's Grip, that ultimate, does take care of mana. It does burn mana, besides the damage. So that's why you can see the Medusa fall very early on. And that's very close to the level 2 Nightmare, so Fiend's Grip. And you can see, Team Singapore, zero hesitation. They're like, okay, you know what? He's already down. They didn't even look his way. They were just busy using up and trying to get as much resources as they can on the map. So the narrow lead there for 3,000 gold will still be maintained. Exilent as this, Ember Spirit, he's still trying to build his way towards the BKB. He's relatively close. Over in the bottom lane, Blink Dagger here onto X Freedom. And of course, they do have the dust. The arrow does connect onto the Lion. The Pulsar is trying for the return kill. They actually do get it. And of course, there we go, the lasso. Trying to burn one down. Can he burn another? No vision onto the Mirana. So that's going to be another support trade between both teams.
Support trade between both teams. I'm surprised Singapore even managed to trade back. They'll take what they can get there. That was the lasso committed, and at least it was only the pause 5 that dropped. So I guess you take that as a bit of a consolation prize. 4 minutes on this Roshan. What is this going to be? Farming Aegis? Is it going to be a pushing Aegis? What are they looking for?
I think it's a little bit of, it's like a 50-50 of the farming pushing Aegis. Like I mentioned, this is the Aegis that it's really the get out of jail free card. It allows you to farm cocky in certain areas. And it causes Team Singapore to hesitate. Like, do we want to do this because he has the second life? Is there someone sitting behind him? You never know. These are the mental games. Because from a spectator's point of view, we can see everything. We can see both the Radiant and Dire's perspectives. But in the game itself, these players can only see certain areas of the map. Their vision is limited, and they also have to play around the day and nighttime vision difference.
Man, and this was a really nice smoke attempt. They weren't caught out. They made a huge round, but they weren't able to find anything.
By the way. That's the spring cleaning smoke. That's the I'm going to check if there's anybody. There's nobody. Okay, cool. We go back home.
I love that. Spring cleaning. We have Chinese New Year's coming up in a couple of months, so that's New Year's cleaning as well. We'll look out for what Brazil are doing. They're not smoking up, but they're trading sides to the jungle. They're coming into Team Singapore's bot lane side jungle here as well. They might find something if you touch the mid wave here.
So you can start to see a little bit of variation in the way these teams are reading each other. And obviously with the Aegis onto the troll, he's able to farm where he's farming right now is considered somewhat dangerous.
Yeah, but he doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
He has the BKB as well. On top of that Aegis, I don't think he's going to die. He's queued up the Basher. He has the Yasha. He has a double damage in a bottle. Maybe it's time to push.
Maybe.
Not quite.
At best, you take the tier 2, you get the outpost. But Team Singapore, to them, that's not the biggest loss because the efficiency around the map, that lead, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 every minute and a half. There's a pattern showing here. Brazil, they're pulling it back in.
They are indeed.
This is a very, very tight game.
the kill score basically tells the story. 2 kills apart at 25 minutes. It's time to push, like we said. You don't want to engage into a Tro who has BKB, Aegis, double damage. You're just going to let him take this, enjoy the tier 2 turret, and that's going to be the outpost heading over to Brazil.
You know, even though Troll Warlord is a little bit behind, like 1,300 gold behind that Dusa still needs another item before she's able to like properly meet that raid boss that we're so used to seeing in Dota 2. You know, her Stone Gaze early on back in that fight in this exact location where, you know,
yeah, that was huge.
Smoked. I mean, it was okay, but it's so difficult for you because, like, you know, she's like probably the best CC that Team Singapore has.
But here we go. Dark Ascension with the blink to counter engage, but that's the Fiend's grip. Nothing at all Mizu can do, just gets taken down by the Troll with the double damage. They want to find more, they're not going to get more. Looks like Brazil, they're running the show right now.
And make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, that wasn't a, oh, why did he go in moment. That was like, okay, I'll die here, Ember Spirit, get out moment. Because after all, in the hierarchy of farm, Night Stalker is below Ember Spirit. This is what you mean by following the chain of command as well.
But really burning a lot. You burn BKB, Dark Ascension, everything to save your Ember right there.
So now this is where, you know, popping the double damage. Obviously,
right
a minute left on the Aegis. And this is where, you know, Team Brazil, they look to just basically get themselves the net worth advantage at long last. But even then, even if they had 1,200, yeah, it's just so even. This game has yet to really show that it's leaning towards one side.
Alright, but Sean, let's take a look at Medusa. Eye of Scotty has been picked up, has the Manta style, queuing up the Aghanims.
They don't really seem to lack damage right now. What they seem to lack is lockdown. This is what I'm looking for. They need
want the
something to,
Mystic
like,
Snake.
yeah, they want to. This is like this is that item which says, you know what? I kind of want to like mess around with the Brazilian tempo. I don't want to let them like just do their samba into this particular area. I want to like cause some of those pauses here and there.
Okay. That's going to be a good call, not lacking damage for Team Singapore. Brazil, though, I see they picked up some key items as well. Tro has a Manta of his own. He's going to be pretty happy with that one. There's an Obs Ward in Singapore. Saves a dangerous side jungle. They're going to see the Bad Rider here. Looks like they will force onto him. It seems a bit ambitious, though. He can BKB TP, has the lasso, and then TP so much damage.
God.
Oh my god, he nearly kills the Night Stalker. True that. That was a pretty
style
cheeky
points.
combo.
That's style points. The lasso just making sure you get the TP out. The damage was like a bonus. But wow, if anything, look at the bottom half in the Radiant jungle. You see 3 heroes from Team Brazil.
Yeah.
They're like, yo, this looks like a very nice house, Team Singapore. I think I'm gonna take it.
You know what I'm feeling here, Sean? I'm getting a bit of deja vu from Team Singapore Ladies Girls team yesterday. Playing a pretty similar team comp, playing tempo execution and just getting dodged every fight by their opponents. That's exactly what Brazil's doing. They're dodging every fight they don't want.
And now they go for the 5-man smoke gank. Yeah. Will they find the pick that they're so eagerly looking for? You know, there was no vision on that side of the map. You know, they
see the courier.
Yeah.
They know where they are. They see Medusa's career as well. They know they're in the jungle.
Pings. Look at the pings. Look at the pings on the minimap. They know where they are.
Yeah.
They're waiting for someone to go to the regeneration rune. So they're trying to bait the rune timing.
If you have a bit more time on the smoke left, they're going to find Medusa first. I think
but the illusion hit the troll.
Who you want. The illusions then bait them out. The Ember's coming back in. They're looking for
no mana
Lion,
already.
though, and Lion's just dead like
Jesus.
that. The Finger of Death takes out the mana of Medusa, and they trade right back. X-Freedom is dead here too. BKB is used by X-Silent, but just to run away. Night Stalker trying to get rid of whatever he can off that wave. They're trying to keep the fight going. They're trying to chase them down. Tro Waller wants a bit more. TP comes in. Can they stop it? Scepter will stop it. No BKB here means X-Silent. You have nowhere to go. He's just going to get taken down. Big win here for Team Brazil.
Wow, this is just amazing.
Oh no, the sleep as well. Do they have Fiend's Grip? They do. Nowhere to run. Just so long immobilization. That's
Beautiful
huge.
play, and this Troll Warlord for the first time well overcome this Medusa in the mid game in terms of net worth, and he is looking very, very scary. And this actually looks to be the reason why they would pick Troll against Medusa.
Yeah.
So this is something which I think that, you know, Team Singapore did not really factor in. And the way the Brazilians are playing as well, it's just been so amazing to watch. So, you know, I'm thinking right now, like if you're this Bad Rider, you know, do you complete the Aether Lens into an Octarine core?
It looks like he is, I think. I think he was queuing that one up. I'll have to take a look to double confirm here.
Oh, Bane's going for Aghanims.
Yeah, that's huge. He has the Aether Lens already, so once he gets the Aghanims,
that kind of means that Lions is becoming the 5 in terms of farm.
Well, he's still above him by that bare amount.
No, but earlier on as well, they prioritized trying to get the level 2 Fiend script by giving him the Tomb of Experience.
Well, he is level 14 compared to Lion's 11, so...
So this is where the priority lies, right? You want to have the Bane. You saw what a great Fiend script can do to the Medusa. You make it so much easier by burning her mana, and this way her mana shield doesn't mean anything. It's like an illusion.
It is like an illusion. And Dark Ascension is Pop Singapore want to go. They have the BKB Blink in here. They're just gonna find the Bane. Not quite yet. They find the support though. Lion does drop. Scream comes in. They want to keep the fight going. Bane is gone. This could be Singapore's time to turn it around. They're looking for it, but Troll wants to fight. He has the better trons available. Lion wants to come right back into the fight. They're trying to kite the Troll away, but he's gonna do so much damage right now. That was a nice little lasso. Mizu is alive. CC is there, but X-Silent is still available. Now they want to chase down Timbersaw. Spirit Vessel is here. A lot of magic damage. It's Timber time. He does it. He takes him down. He has the double chakram to take down X-Silent, and that's the fadeaway. Lion comes back in, though. The buyback means something as he kills a position 3. It's basically a position 5 here. It looked like Singapore had it in the back, but big turnarounds. Both support the last one standing.
4 for 5 trade. You know, expending the Lion buyback here, and you really didn't expect that the Night Stalker would have gone, would have died there, because Lion, usually you have thought, okay, when all my teammates are dead, I just bought back. Yeah. I shouldn't even be trying for that kill, because what if someone was there to cover? What if the Enchantress was there? What if the Mirana was there? So the big gamble pays off, for Tio Lico.
He knew the chaos of the fight. He could just get in, get out.
That was just game move. That was just honestly just great game sense. It was a good call, and now he's gonna get a bit more farm. And he didn't even use the finger.
Hey, Sean, when the calls are dead, the supports will play.
Yeah. Just like, I am the carry now.
Yeah, supports are enjoying this. They're loving this. And I think the point he raised her up about farm priority right now as well, giving the Bane the farm, I feel like it's also because they feel like Lion is what he needs. He has the blink, go in, hacks, off spike, finger of death, drop stun. Let the Bane, just really do his thing.
So now we're going to look at this in a bit of a pause, let both teams kind of regroup and see the way they wanted to enter the fight. Because if you look at the previous team fight, Team Singapore, they got the fight which they really wanted, like the way it should have been executed. Which is the Night Stalker goes to the backline, messes with both supports, kill them off. But then they are starting to realize that they have an issue, which is the Medusa. Because they know, if Troll Warlord builds up into that Satanic, it makes things very, very difficult. And you can see the network swing still back and forth. And I do expect that if Team Singapore wins the next fight, it will swing back that way, which just means it's still dead even, regardless. 17-22. It's just a great, accurate representation of how close this game is. So despite Brazil having just a few more kills, we are going to see this Medusa start to become more annoying very soon, especially why he went for the Aghanims, so that you can kind of save yourself.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about the BKBs as well, right? Those came out so early on from the side of Team Brazil. They've been chipping away at the timer there. So when the Aghanims come through from Medusa, maybe these snakes, it's going to be really annoying for the BKBs. It's only 6 seconds at some team fights, very shortly. Medusa throws in a Mystic Snake, a bunch of U-turn is known, you can't BKB it. That's going to be good.
Timber, dude. Timber is basically the position 2 play from the offlane. Yeah, Aghanims, Kaya Sanj, this boy is not just tanky, he's a beast in terms of the amount of damage. He's like that DJ, he's ready to start spinning, man.
Well, he's queuing up the Aghanim shot as well. He's going to get a flamethrower on top of that very soon. Singapore, they know. They are smoked up. They want to look for something. They feel like this is their time of the fight. There's a basher.
We actually might see a counter smoke because no one's showing on the lanes. The top lane is pushed in. There are no heroes there.
There we go, counter smoke. Both of these teams, they're playing some mind games going on. 5v chess. Who's going to run into who first? Who's going to find who first? Team Singapore, they're backing away. Their smoke is timed out, all but.
No, they're looking for the flank. They want to go get the right terrain. They want to get the terrain advantage.
Brazil, they're going to get the supports though. That's a nice little lasso. They kind of try to save Polosen. He will get out alive. X Freedom +5. You pay with your life. That's the tax you got to pay as position 5.
Alright, so this is like an open invitation to go to the Roshan, trying to force something out, but the Dark Ascension is, is off, pull down. And Team Singapore, well, they look, it doesn't look like they intend to really contest this just yet, maybe not too confident, 4v5.
Yeah, they don't want to take this. I mean, Brazil's so strong right now, just give this up, I feel.
Oh, but they're smoked up, they're just looking, they're gonna have to troll solo this, and they're setting up, they're looking for the potential, contest to this Roshan. The second Aegis of the game will go to Team Brazil.
Second Aegis of the game going to Team Brazil indeed. They're going to get the Roshan, they're going to get the
they're picking the double damage. They're picking the double damage. They want to take the double damage and then they go for the next. They might look for a pick off or 2.
Yeah, X-Silent has the double damage. I mean, that's a pretty good idea, right? Because when the opponent gets the Aegis, when they kill Roshan, they typically don't expect you to engage on them. Maybe you can find a cheeky pick up, but that's going to be a blink hex. Nowhere for Mizu to go. Double damage does a lot though. They're going to look for the troll. He's going to be tanky enough. The Stone Gaze will turn him to stone. X-Silent in the backline though. This double damage, Ember Spirit is going to town. He takes down Analog, and this is the Troll Warlord left all but by his lonesome. He's going to chase down X Freedom. The Enchantress slow attack speed doesn't mean anything to him. X-Silent is going to take down Timbersaw as well. Bane is just going to TP away. Has the Fiend's Grip, but he says enough is enough. Singapore, they find 3.
very selfless play there from X Freedom. He knew that the Troll Warlord's next target would have been the Medusa. He walked in on purpose to take the aggro, run the...
Is that what we're calling it now?
No, exactly. He ran the complete opposite direction, away from the Medusa,
That's true.
and actually bought time because, you know, obviously with the Untouchable, it makes it really hard to get it, right? But so even though that was like another death on the Enchantress, that was the much needed play to ensure that actually Team Singapore were the ones to get the better of that trade. So 2 for 3. And this is where Team Brazil, you know, you're wondering, like, hey, shouldn't we have won that fight?
The
What
Fiend's
a
grip
catch!
with the Troll Warlord beating on him as well. That's a heartbreaker. That's a heartbreaker.
It is.
Yeah.
And that's just annoying because right now, if you look at the Troll, he wants to chase. He knows there's no one else.
As well.
Piranha does not save you.
Yeah, 13 seconds on the Battletrons. He's going to be able to just chip away at this Medusa here. Dodges out on the Stone Gaze. I feel like Medusa's dead. There's no backup. He's left alone.
Oh, look at the taunt! Look at the taunt!
Oh, the spray comes down as well. That's going to be CC as well as like Silent. It looked like Singapore found something. They thought they did a thing, but it wasn't enough to get the tier 2, and then they get caught.
Oh man, Team Singapore getting a little bit careless. Exilent walking up like that. You don't walk. Oh, the mama always said never walk into dark, dark alleys, right?
Like when I was a kid, my mom would say, "Don't walk up the high ground." That's why I'm so good at Dota now.
But why don't you do that with me in games?
Well, someone has to face check it. You know, a good death. That's why we say just that I'm the position 1, so it's not that great a death. But it is what it is. I want to point out Bane. He has the Ghost Scepter as well. That's pretty nice. Has that for a while, I think. Look at this, a hasted Bane looking for a Night Stalker. How often do you see this? You can't find it.
It's not going to be easy because he's already waiting inside the trees, but hold that thought, hold that thought.
He hits him actually.
Oh,
that was
what?
blind. That was blind.
The courier vision as well.
Yeah, the courier vision saw him. That's just brilliant, right? We talked about the 4-5, we talked about the support lineup, having played at TI, having been some of the best players in the world, tier 1 players.
And this is why Teo Lipo has made it to a TI. Top level. That game sense was amazing.
Yeah. Both of these supports, they're just so in sync. I love it because you look at the line, you look at the Bane, it feels like they're on the same page the whole game.
So 28-20, the 5,000 gold advantage. Team Brazil starting to find some serious momentum here, and with the shot onto the Timbersaw as well, this gives the Timber a bit of a chance to push forward
down that turret.
He's been amazing this game. He's actually not only has he just created space by being in front as a frontliner, he's also being able to create clutch damage. Oh, Peloson!
TP's in a bit of an ambitious position.
You're kitty. You're kitty.
Boots of travel come in.
Let's go home.
That's gonna be that. Mistakes starting to be made here for Team Singapore. They're getting caught out. They're dropping like flies. Getting picked off left, right, and center. Brazil, 6,000 gold lead. Aegis still available for a while more.
Starting to crumble. You know, just as we were praising the Singaporeans for being able to play that momentum-based draft, they're starting to really.
Did you see that? That was cheeky. I like that play. The backwards kind of fade away going on there from the Timbersaw. He hooks, he blinks, and the damage procs from a different location.
This is actually really good. I actually didn't think about this because you don't usually see too many Timbersaws go for that. You usually want to go for like say a Shiva's or even like a Hex or something you give you more mana. But the fact that he went for the Blink Dagger, it's great because you can think about like overwhelming Blink.
Yes.
You slow heroes down, it's damage, obviously with the attack speed slow and all that. Or you can also go for the Arcane Blink.
Yeah.
Shorter cooldowns. It's great.
Look, he has a lot of damage right now. So if he buys an Arcane Blade, I would definitely get it.
Man, this guy reminds me of that giant spinning wheel in the Transformers movie. He's actually living up to that with
I didn't watch Transformers. I watched Transformers 1.
What?
I watched Transformers 1, that's it.
Wait, who hurt you?
It's just not a very good movie, is it?
Oh no, why are we casting together then?
Well, we watch a lot of other things. We talked about The Witcher a bit.
And we talked about Game of Thrones yesterday.
We talked about Game of Thrones yesterday, yeah. We had some conversations about shows. When is Dragon's Blood Season 2 coming out? That's my question right
Mostly next year, and it just says soon. Like when I check, yeah. So I don't really know.
Alright,
well, wait, the smoke play from the line. Wait, that's because he got the telescope as well, which means that his range is actually really far.
Huge for the Bane too.
Yeah, I want to actually take a look at the neutral items real quick. You know, Timber did go for the Stormcrafter, which means extra mana regen, and that tiny, it's like a mini Yules, you know.
Mini Yules, yeah.
Paladin
Yes,
Sword's
the
gonna
big
do
Yules
so.
and Yules.
Mindbreaker and Ember Spirit, so maybe one good silence could kind of be kind of useful. I like that, Mizu.
Blast Ring,
yeah. Blast Ring is just amazing, right? It's for the miss rate. The Enchanted Quiver and Peloson, though, I'm not sure how impactful that's going to be, but it seems like that's the only option he has.
He can get. Yeah, he'll take
exactly.
what he can get.
Spider Legs and Troll Warlord, though, this is big, because that means he can just go over anywhere. Hold that down, look in the smoke.
Though Dark Ascension comes right back around. They try to go onto Bat Rider, but he doesn't care. He's a tanky low boy. Gets the Lasso down. Lasso doesn't get procced by the low back as well. They're trying to go right in. Mizu buys back. Ember Spirit.
Fiend's Grip holding him in place.
He might just die here, but not quite. He's going to die from the back line. He's going to be still alive. He's going to be A-OK. He tries to take down the small lineup. Mizu and X-Silent, they take down the Force and 5 of Brazil. Now it's all about the throw wall. Like, no longer has the Aegis. Medusa's gonna drop though. Is there enough damage now to kill this Troll Wall? It looks like the answer is
Die
no.
back on Mizu.
Timber comes in. Mizu dies back. That's 100 seconds. 80 seconds of Medusa. Medusa does not have buyback as well. This is definitely high ground.
Oh no, and if X-Freedom dies here, no buyback on Team Singapore. 4 heroes down, 12,000 gold ahead. Team Brazil looking to claim game 1 for themselves. And I think they should know there is no buyback. If they take this tower here, they actually might be able to take the throne.
They might be able
It's going to be real close.
Yeah.
It's going to be very close, but I think they won't go for that. I think at best you go for like
you want to
maybe
play it
2 lanes.
safe. It's the grand finals. It's just game 1. You don't want to throw away what's basically a 1 game. If we look at the win probability, I think it's about like 80-90% right now for Brazil at least. There we go, 87%. Looks like they do want the troll though. They go melee,
They're trying to force their buyback.
X-Silent trying to do some fancy things, clearing out the waves. He saved the game for now at least, I think. Yeah, he
Trying
saved
his
the game
best.
for now.
He does stall the wave for now. So X-Silent, he's bought them a bit of time, but this is borrowed time. He's basically traded his soul. Oh, I like this. I didn't think
That's
about
nice,
this.
that's nice.
You never see this. He went for the mana restore talent instead.
Just for Timbersaw.
This is great. So that means when he manages to do so, he's going to give it back to the Timbersaw. You never ever see this play usually.
Yeah, you're right. It's just double value. You drain the Medusa and you buff the Timbersaw. Big brain stuff coming in here. Now let's look at the hero levels right now. Kind of depressing for Singapore. You got the level 20s on both Bane and the Lion. You've got the 27, 26 on the calls here. It's looking good. It's looking good. Can Singapore get to 25 before the next team fight end? Is that going to make a difference?
Might, but right now, you know, Team Brazil, they have some serious momentum and they're looking to capitalize on it. They're already heading on to the top lane of Rax. There's no fortification. The buyback on the Night Stalker, you need to wait 10 seconds. Looks like Team Brazil, they will walk away with 0 casualties. And of course, with Roshan coming up very soon, this is of course something where Team Brazil, they have the map control. They might even just wait up here, set up an ambush.
Set up an ambush. Look at the telescope. Look at the increased range on the Timbersaw. This Timber Chain, with the talent, I think he took it as well. He's just going to go across the world with the Timber Chain.
And actually, yeah, he is like going back instead of like upgrading the Blink
This
Dagger.
man has 6 skills. He has 6 abilities.
They hold that thought. Looking at X-Island, running over here, trying to get the hook. They will get the pick, which will be the Bane.
Okay, that's
but
one.
Team Brazil probably looking to go out. Yep, they have successfully retreated. And Team Singapore will find themselves just a tiny breath of air.
Just a tiny breath of fresh air, but at the end of the day, you just killed a position 5. He even has buyback. If you go for a play, you try to go into Brazil's jungle, he's just going to buy back in TP. So Brazil, they're safe right now. They're good right now. Win probability, agreeing with me. It feels like Brazil, they're firmly in the driver's seat.
I mean, for now you can say that, but Team Singapore never discounted Medusa because it's, you know, it's never over till the throne is down.
Yes.
And obviously,
Well, I mean,
Team Singapore and Medusa, I think, you know, it's never too late for a rapier, your favorite item in the game.
Yeah, my favorite item in the game, but the people that play with me, my friends, they hate
Not
that
so
item.
much. It's
Yeah, they
because
hate
you buy
that item.
rapier 20 minutes in.
It's because when I'm ending the game, I have a rapier, I dive their fountain, I give it over, and then we lose the game.
I mean, that's the only way to play Dota, right?
I mean, why play Dota if you don't do that, right?
Exactly. Like, why didn't they join you?
I know. Bad teammates. Thank you, Sean. I know you got my back.
I know, man. I got you, bro. Alright, so here we are setting up for the Roche play. It's not up yet. And Team Singapore, you know, they'll be like, oh man, it's unfortunate that Roche didn't come up, but it is timed after all.
Oh god, Troll has a Mjolnir.
And you can tell, look at the way they're positioned on the map. You know, Brazil, they're trying to kind of sneak into the triangle, but if you look at Team Singapore, they're kind of holding that triangle area. They are waiting for that particular area.
9-second BKB.
9-second BKB.
He's gonna go nuts
this
in the
is
next
huge.
fight. Yeah,
Night
he's gonna
Stalker
die.
will have nothing on it.
Yeah, Night Stalker will have nothing on the Timbersaw. And you know, we talked about the power of the first pick Timbersaw. Sometimes confidence is really all you need. But do you also feel like it might have been a bit of a drafting error here from Singapore? They saw the Timbersaw early on, but I don't feel like they have any real answers to it in their comp.
I wouldn't say it was a drafting error. I would say it was more of like not being able to deal with certain impact, like certain movements around the map.
Sure.
Like maybe trying to play more into
Look at that,
triangle a
look.
bit more.
I'm gonna cut you off, Sean, because this is more important. Look at that spray that lands on the tree, and then the mouth is just dragged across. That's scary. I'm creeped out right now. Can we pan away from that?
Alright, now waiting for that Roshan. Both teams, they understand where the next battle is gonna be.
Yeah.
This is really like one of the historic movies, right?
Sean, the troll has already backpacked his boots because he just knows he's gonna get the Aegis.
Dude, he's waiting for
He's
it.
waiting, he's waiting. Who do you give the Penta Edge shot to? Night Stalker?
Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard to tell. Dude.
Dire are
Even if you give it to the Ember Spirit, like what does it really do?
Oh, that's true, the Ember
The smoke
Spirit.
play. This is
Yeah.
like Team Brazil saying, hey,
This could be big.
they're looking for a big pick.
They're gonna find
Find one.
Sun, they're gonna find X Freedom. Finger of Death has been used. Buyback is coming right in. Mizu trade sides.
Oh,
dives
they get a
into
good
the
pick.
back line. Lion is gonna die at the start of this fight though. That's going to be the Fiend Script onto Mizu. He's down for 90, no buyback available, and it seems like Brazil, it's time to run the show. They're going to chase you down. The Lasso on the Medusa, there's nowhere to run. Exilent BKB pop to what can he really do? Medusa, no Scream available right now as well. The Troll is going to town. Triple kill here for FCR. He picks up one. Troll once more, but his team says, let's go, let's pick up the Aegis, let's play it methodically, by the book. We've got this game in the bag.
The only way right now with Roshan up that Team Singapore buys themselves more space is only if they can steal the Roshan. But Troll, I think he knows, he actually might suspect that they may not have buybacks, but they are opting to take the safer option, go back, take the Roshan. They are not going to make any unnecessary movements. So immediately, this is why I mentioned Ember Spirit. If he can pull off the Aegis steal, even then, that may not be enough to actually pull the game back in their favor. He needs to
steal the Aegis, the cheese, and the Ox.
Going straight to the Roche right now. It's gonna go down real fast.
Gonna go down real fast indeed. Troll Warlord, you know he does troll things. He goes to town, like you've been saying all day, Sean. Vamos, Brazil, Troll Warlord. He's really leading the charge here together with the Timber.
Oh my god, this is huge. If they can get if you can lasso any target that happens to be behind, it's just great. The double lasso.
Sean, can I ask you another stupid question?
Yes.
What if there's a Grimstroke and an Ox Bat Rider on the same team? You Grimstroke link the two guys together, and then can you pull 4 people? Is that a possibility?
I think it's only 3. It's
okay,
not
so
4.
3's the max.
I don't think the interaction actually applies.
Sad, but you take what you can get.
Hey, but it's still a lot. If you can pull... Actually, no, wait. I think it does. I think it does. I think it does.
I need to go home and try that one out. That sounds really fun. Octarine Call and Refresher being completed for Bat Rider. So we will see 4 people get lassoed, just not at the same time.
28,000 ahead. Team Brazil, they are looking in platinum form as they look to charge down the bottom lane and converge. 2 lanes pushing in over in the top, and right now Team Singapore, they're doing all they can just to plug the holes in their base.
There are quite a couple holes in their base, Sean.
2 giant holes, actually.
2 giant gaping holes in their base. 1 lane left of Rexes. Outposts are just gonna get taken here, crossing their T's, dotting their I's. The usual here from Brazil. They're gonna run it in. I like what we're seeing, though. They give the cheese to Bane. They want to keep him alive.
I mean, they need to, right? The Fiend Script. If anything, it forces, like, it wastes Mizu's, like, backline initiation.
Exactly.
And that makes it, like, it just nullifies his impact. Now, of course, Fidelis.
Oh, there we go. The blink. BKB onto the Medusa. Not going to let him go anywhere. Fiend's Grip, Mana Drain. He's not going to be tanky at all. This was so different from the Medusa we saw yesterday. Counter dive attempt comes in, but it doesn't mean anything. It's not even impactful.
They have to back off.
Mizu and Exilent, they have to run. BKBs are fading. Cheese has eaten that meant a lot in that fight. Exilent is going to get taken down by the finger of death. He does have buyback. Will he opt to use it? Not quite yet. Buyback was committed from both the pos 1 and the pos 2 of Team Singapore. They need to win this fight. He's going to be diving into the back line. He's looking for Analog. He finds Analog. But Timbersaw, he's the last man standing here, as well as the Troll Warlock coming up after the Aegis. Looks like they want to
Aegis extended.
Going.
They will get the Troll.
They will get the Troll Warlock. Timbersaw is going to say, I'm backing off. I want no part of this. Just kidding. He wants back in. He's going to kill Poloson with double chakrams. They want more, though. I don't think they're going to be able to get Timbersaw, but they're going to be happy with just killing this Bane right now. Look at the Bane, his grip here. The Aghanim is so impactful, so annoying, and even though he drops, Team Singapore, they committed a lot to win that.
Sound the horn. I mean, you can say that that was a very even trade. That was 4 for 5, technically even after the Aegis, like a dieback. Actually, no, so 4 for 6.
I can't do math, Sean.
It's a 4 for 6 because that was a dieback on the Bane as well. So even though Team Singapore come out on top in that skirmish, that amazing prolonged fight that basically had 2 halves, you know, that was very costly. Basically, their economy has been broken right now, and this is where they really need to
their economy has been broken for a while.
I mean, they need to look at this Medusa. You see, this is where your favorite item comes into play. Like I mentioned,
let's go
straight for the Rapier, and this is all in. And this is why I say, even with 2 lanes of Rax, never count out a Medusa. So this is where I also say...
This is really the only play
Timber honestly needs to get for a Hex. They need a Hex or Bloodthorn, and it was very difficult for Lion to actually pull off the mana drains perfectly. You can see immediately, Night Stalker just goes to the back. I wonder what Night Stalker's next item is, actually, in fact.
Wait, why doesn't... Does the Lion have the Aghanims thing where he goes BKB while he's sucking off
in the
mana?
shard?
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to go there. You can't afford that. And this the Lotus Orb would actually be the next item onto the Night Stalker. It's gonna be great for Medusa. So next time, like, he goes to push out a wave like that, put the Lotus Orb and make sure that, you know, Bat Rider doesn't get the pick.
What is that we see, Sean? What is that item right there?
Oh, this is what we call the Big Daddy item.
This is the Big Daddy item right
It's up.
there.
It's up.
Divine Rapier here for Mr. CC on this Medusa. He's gonna be trying to go to town here. No buyback available. The best excuse to buy a Rapier. I'm dead. We lose anyway, guys. I might as well buy the rapier right now.
You need to get something. Team Singapore, they need to get picked.
They might just get what they're looking for.
They will get the Bad Rider, but I'm not sure if this is the pick they really wanted.
It's good enough, right? You take what you can get at this point in the game, I think, for Team Singapore. But they don't find him, though. He just slips away. That's disappointing. They see him.
So
they see him. Maybe they see him. Can he break the blink? Not quite.
Oh, that's because he blinked. Did he know?
I don't think he knew.
Oh, he had a
though.
gem.
He
He
had
saw
a
him.
feeling.
There was a gem. There's a gem on the Bad Rider.
There's a gem. No wonder he saw them through the MLS. Oh my God, Brazil.
Oof, what a disaster.
It's the little things.
Team Singapore, you were hoping
He
for
voice likes them. I'm a fan of Analog now because he uses my favorite voice line. So the translation is, such trash teammates, are you not angry, bro?
Oh, man. You have to be frustrated with that. You were looking for, that lifeline. That was the lifeline. And when you see that lifeline just slip away from you right under your noses, you have to be so frustrated with that. But Team Singapore, they cannot afford to let that get to their heads.
Now, this Troll Wallard, he's kind of full build right now. His boots are gone because he has spider legs. He knows he's good to go. Queuing up the Swift lane, he has Satanic, Abyssal, Skadi, Manta, BKB, Mjolnir. Doesn't really get stronger than this, does he?
This time it's Team Brazil's turn.
It's Brazil's turn, and
The
guillotine
is all set. They're just looking to, just trip the
They're gonna run in Singapore. They're gonna get X freedom. Nowhere for him to run. That
double lasso
is used, but double lasso instantly. Mizu is dropped. Pulisic gets out. Buyback is used. Silent somehow on the back line. He picks up the
skip onto the Ember.
BKB comes in. Aeon this, that's a huge purchase here. But is that going to mean enough?
The refresher!
Because of the refresher, he gets the BKB, he gets to go back in. Mizu, this is his buyback. If he dies, it's all or nothing here. Divine Rapier from the Medusa, but he doesn't get to auto attack because of the sleep. The Bane doing so much work in these team fights. They're trying to chase him down, but the fight is over just like that. They just pick up one buyback use, and they're going to back off. They're going to back away.
One
That's
buyback
it.
beside, and that was the skirmish. A 2-for-2 trade. So 2-for-1 trade. And, Team Singapore, they're still not out of this just yet. We saw what the Rapier can do. And Brazil, they are giving the respect.
We didn't really see what the Rapier can do, right? Medusa was just zoned away the whole fight. Brazil played that so well.
Still being able to do pretty decent amount of damage from the low ground. And you see Team Brazil, they don't want to overstep. There's certain lines that just cannot be crossed.
Certain lines cannot be crossed, yeah. Brazil drawing the battle lines really well in that team fight for sure.
Man, at this point, I kill to hear what the comms are going like. I can only imagine what the players are speed running their comms right now, just trying to get some insight into how they even say retreat, how do we go. And they were so close because we just run into each other like that. In Team Singapore, you see this is where the 5-man Dota movement is so much different from your pub games. Look at the way you even enter the triangle together. You just ignore the other side. It's like, let's go here. You're following me, guys. All for one.
We are team for a reason. It's a team game. It's a 5v5 game. And Brazil, they're doing that oh so well here. Don't forget the Bad Rider has the refresher, so he can opt to double lasso again if he wants to go in. But look how safely Singapore are playing. They're not even guarding their base. They're just guarding their Ancient. They're really playing defense of the Ancients.
So now with another 5-man smoke, Team Singapore, they will try for the second lifeline of the game. Messing with the creeps, but when no one's showing like that, Team Brazil, you have to be
Dark Ascension is used. What do they see? What do they want to go for? Is it just a shot in the dark here from Night Stalker?
They're looking for a pick.
They just smoked and Dark Ascension. They're just random. They're just fishing.
The
They
arrow
find the
connects.
Bane though. That could be big. They're gonna be blinking in onto the backline. They find the Bane. He's gonna be dropped just like that. The arrow snipe is gonna be the most impactful thing here.
Die back on the
want
Bane.
more. Die back on the Bane. They're looking for the Bad Rider. They will find it. This is the power of the Divine Rapier. The Medusa just going to town here. The Abyssal Blade. Can the trade?
ultimate,
The
the
troll
fervor.
cannot do
The
enough.
bash.
He's stunned by the bash. Good stuff there from Mizu, risking his life to keep his position. One
On his side,
Slowly called
the
dives on the
Medusa.
backline. But this Timbersaw is basically the carry right now. He says, I'll do it myself. He picks up a support. He blinks
Trying to
right
focus
back
down the
in.
Medusa.
That's the buyback from Analog. They're trying to kill the Medusa. If he drops the Rapier, is gone. Mizu cannot
back
help him.
on the Night
There
Stalker.
might be the dieback onto the Medusa as well. He still has mana. He still might be alive. That's a big mana shield, but the Rapier is gone. I don't know who picks that one up. Troll Waller bites back. He senses they can win the game here. He wants the TP in, but he's going to be so far away. The Rapier is on the floor. They want to look for the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw wants to go back in. He has to blink.
He's
waiting for his
sprinting.
opportunity. He's sprinting.
He
don't
wants the
find
Rapier.
anything, though. That is the Rapier for Amber.
No, but Exilent has it. This Ember Spirit, he's trying to channel his inner Bruce Lee. He's trying to channel his inner Ip Man. He's trying so hard. And this game's still 2-for-2. This game, neither team is giving in.
Neither team is giving in indeed. Timbersaw, 8,000 gold saved up right now. This is the buyback here, of course, for the Troll Waller. So if he dies, it could be big, but I don't think he's gonna die. He's very
They're
tanky.
going straight for the throne. I mean, they have to play against the Megas at this point. No buybacks on either side. They've expended everything, and Exilent, he's going to look to try and at least hold the tier 4s, or at least hold the Ancient at best.
This Timbersaw is really such a nuisance. He never dies. And he does a million damage.
strangely intense. You know, even though there's a 24,000 net worth advantage, it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel that way. It still feels very even. And this is where the experience coming in, you know, to them net worth is just a number. To us, MMR is just a number, but not to them. Not to them, to them net worth is purely just a JPEG too.
Well, I gotta point out something really big here, Sean. Double damage is available. It's right there. Does anyone find that is the question?
Nah, I think they just wait. This is where you just probably try to just go. You're waiting for the next Roshan. You need the next Aegis.
Play it safe.
Close out the game.
Sure. So, amateur question here. If Rapier drops and my teammate picks it up, it doesn't work for them.
It doesn't work for them.
So they need to give it back to Medusa.
Exactly. And at this point, actually, I want to correct you. It's not about playing safe. Right. More like it is the necessary move to take.
Yeah. You don't want to risk losing a game that you've played out for an hour. Yesterday, we saw 75 minutes here.
And our first game already an hour, man.
Man,
Tier 5
if
items?
that means anything, we might be in for a long one. Like Great Britain, their team yesterday had a lot of wave clear. I can't really say the same for Singapore, right? I mean, Amber, Medusa, that's about it.
Think about it, getting the Ballista onto the Medusa would be really huge.
5 minutes away. But I don't think Team Singapore can leave their base now. That's the issue, right?
Oh, another Agonist, but who'd you give it to?
I don't know at this point.
I think you give it to Lion, right? Just like getting the extra damage on the finger.
What, they give it to Tro? I think that's not bad. You get the double trance.
Oh, that's true. That means there's also the Purge.
I do believe so.
Yeah, there's a Purge. When you swap over to the melee form, you actually do have the Purge, which basically means that, you know, Chains is not going to be able to lock you in place. And this game is just constant back and forths, constant back and forths. This is reminiscent of like Lord of the Rings right now, right? This is like when, you know, the last groups of men fighting against like all the orcs. But this is like, I don't know, man.
Then the buybacks would be the Knights of oh my god, I forgot the name. If I say it wrongly on stream, I'm gonna get
the
framed,
Eagles?
right?
When the Eagles
No. When the Forces of Gondor, I want to say.
Yeah.
When Gandalf comes back across the hill, that's the buybacks.
Man, that's what happens every single time. You know, there should be a different horn every time like people buy back. But this is an amazing way to start. And this is only game 1 of this best of 3, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Global Esports Games Dota 2 Open Finals. And this is something which I don't think anyone expected. You know, just game 1 alone, we're getting so close to neutral items, and this is something where honestly the neutral items can make or break the game right now.
They can. And we are resuming the game. Let's go right back into it. Let's take a recap of the situation. Brazil firmly in the driver's seat. Have Roshan, have Cheese. Is this gonna be it? Is this gonna be the final push?
It might be it.
You have to think so.
I mean, we have to believe, right? You know, neither of these teams are playing for net worth. These guys are playing for the Ancient right now.
Yeah, net worth basically doesn't matter.
That extra life, that extra refresher shard especially, is everything right now.
It is. The refresher shot is on the Troll as well, by the way, so he really can double trans with the Purge as well. That's going to be so important with the Aghanims. And oh, he gave the refresher over. I want to see who it went to. Maybe the Bane? That's not bad.
I mean, it wouldn't be bad on Bat Rider. If you have Ninja gear, you just smoke yourself, try for a pick, you pull someone out, and after you do it again.
And the Bat has the refresher off already as well.
Like, honestly, if you're the Bat Rider, I don't even care if you just refresh before you even like pull the full duration. You just want to drag it out as much as you can. Okay. So it looks like they actually gave the refresher to the Timber Saw because Timber, well, you know, pretty sure lots of utility. And of course, now I'm looking more towards like the Troll Warlord. I want to see like what is his next item going to be. He's actually opting to go for a Swift Blink, taking out the Mantis style. And this is something where I'm actually very optimistic that this Troll is able to jump the backlines in return because he needs to find a way to isolate Medusa and have his teammates follow up with him, while the Night Stalker is over in his backline. So this is not so much about ignoring your teammates, it's just the necessary moves taken, cold moves needed to win.
Yeah, I mean, the game of Dota can be brutal. They find the Troll Warlord, but I don't think that's necessarily the target you want. Past the Aegis, a lot of damage though, that's the Rapier in action. That's why you buy it. First alive down for Troll Warlord. They're looking for the Bat Rider. Look at the damage
so out of position.
Medusa, that's the refresher used. They're going to town on Medusa though. He might just drop before he can do anything. The Scream,
he doesn't have buyback.
Used. The buyback is gone. His Divine Rapier is gone. That might just be it for Team Singapore.
Ember's gone too.
Grip onto the Amber Spirit. The Aeon Disc will keep him safe. No Medusa for 90 seconds. No Divine Rapier for Team Singapore. The Finger of Death comes in. 44,000 gold lead for Brazil. Looking to me like they might just want to close this one out. Amber Spirit exiled. He's trying to do what he can. Uses all the remnants in the world, but it means nothing. Fiend's Grip, is it still available? Not quite. He doesn't have a refresh on that one. And it looks to me like
go straight for the throne. GG.
Game 1 going over to Brazil here. Amazing performance from them, Sean.
Well, that fight looked like it was going amazing for Team Singapore at the beginning. they had the right fight which they wanted, but Team Brazil coming out way on top and expected after we saw that mid-game transition. But still, really well played to both teams. You know, that wasn't what I expected for game 1 at all.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a long one. It was an action-packed one. It's everything we could possibly ask for. And honestly, Team Singapore, they had some punches in the game, but Brazil, they were able to definitely dodge all the punches Singapore were trying to throw. Quite reminiscent, like we said, of game 1 yesterday. Brazil coming in strong here. We expected a lot from the support lineup of Brazil, having that they've been to TI and whatnot. But the cause as well played so insanely well to me.
So this is where all these micro details, especially when we start to pay a little bit more attention to the giraffes. And you know, now I'm very interested to see how both these two teams will go back to adjust their game plans. You know, like you mentioned, the reliable
adaptation, Sean.
Easier stun, easier stuns and initiation. It's just hard. You know, Team Singapore were not able to execute their game plan, not because like they weren't trying to do it, but it's more like Team Brazil were not letting them.
Yeah, exactly. Same like yesterday, Great Britain's lady team did a very similar job against Singapore as well. Now let's see if the same story can repeat here, whether Singapore can adapt, whether Singapore can pull back in the series. Of course, it is going to be a best of 3. So Brazil, they've won game 1. They've punched the first blow here. Can Singapore punch back? Now we're going to take a look at the heads-to-heads between these two teams. We're going to take a look at the scoreboards between these two teams. But you know what I'm going to ask you, Sean. After the highlights, I want to know your MVP. You get a chance to refresh your memory here while we take a look at the highlights of that game 1.
Sure. You know, finding a match MVP for this one is so difficult.
You got to pick one, Sean. We've been through this.
I mean, maybe I don't even need the highlights for this. I can just think straight. It's definitely Bad Rider.
Bad Rider? I was going to say Timbersaw, actually, but Bad Rider is a very good answer as well. I think the tempo players on...
Like some of the catches, so you know, like when you see the Timbersaw, he basically stands in front like that boss. He's also like a giant camera, if you think about it. So when you have, once you open up the vision, this is where Bad Rider just jumps to the back, and that's where having that Aghanim comes into play. And it's very, very useful, very impactful as well. And then over here, multiple times you can see Team Singapore, like it's really very difficult for the follow-up, especially once your Medusa gets jumped.
Yeah.
But that's just the coordination, right? It's about who jumps where. It's like a formation at that point.
Look, honestly, I'll be real with you here. I feel like the Medusa got caught out a couple more times than he probably wanted to in that game. That was a bit unfortunate there. The Joe Waller, though, this pick, we weren't expecting a lot out of it. We don't know what to expect out of it, to be honest. It's quite an oddball one, but he went to town here.
I mean, I would have liked the Medusa to go to town, but it was really difficult. And that's where the Aghanim...
He even got the rapier.
It does even make you wonder, like, I don't even think like you know, like a Lincoln's or something, like a defensive item would have worked for the Medusa, and he went for his items, you know, best as he could. Yeah, it's a really hard call.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you here. If I have to pick an MVP, I would probably, you know, you don't typically give an MVP to the losing team, but I might say either X-Silent or I might give it to the Bane Lion duo. I know I'm breaking the rules.
Didn't you just say the Timbersaw though?
I'm breaking the rules that I said. Okay, I changed my mind. It's gonna be the supports. I think they played the fight so well. They didn't find initiations, but they did exactly their job in these team fights, Sean.
I mean, everyone did it the best that they could, but you know, once again, it could be tiny things like, oh, we weren't in the right place at the right time, positioning in which we approach the fights, and you know, even though surprisingly that one last fight that ended the game, you know, Brazil, they were so far away from the troll, and we saw like Medusa, yes, you could get the damage out, they even had the terrain advantage, but somehow it's just like coming in from the south, and of course from, you know, the southeast
as well. That was huge, right?
It was great to watch. Like the instant reactions, and even times where it was just like the cold shoulder, where like, okay, we don't want you here, or we know you're dead, we're just gonna walk away. Very calculated decisions, and these guys, this is where the experience.
That play was insane. The sixth sense, the instincts coming in there from Brazil support, very clean stuff.
And now we can see how Brazil, we were able to beat the Mongolians, and they're like, we're not intimidated by the Southeast Asia meta at all.
We talked a lot about Team Singapore, right? We said Singapore meta, we said Chinese meta, we said SEA meta. At the end of the day, though, Brazil, they don't care. They come out strong. They come out strong in game 1. They pull no punches. They dodge the fights when they need to. They take the fights where they can. Pretty disciplined game from them as well.
Here at the Global Esports Games, they're going to show you the GEG Brazilian meta. That's what they're showing right here. Confidence too.
Look, but Sean, we've talked a lot about tournament meta as well, and I think that we need to talk about series meta too. What adaptations do you expect to be made after this game 1?
Oh. You know what? I think I'm gonna keep it a little bit first because after all, I want to like properly like let
no
the
spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers yet, man. I want to like let it cycle through.
That's exactly what someone who has no answer would say.
Hey, that's not nice call out, man. But you know, I actually do enjoy the fact that this game, you know, having the Timber Bad Rider is not something that you would usually see for a duo to actually like open up the map, because neither of these heroes actually siege very early on. This is something that, you know, might seem pretty silly, but they managed to execute it really amazingly. Yeah. And it's something that I actually...
The supports were amazing as well, right?
Exactly.
Instrumental.
And the fact that they were very, very like fluid in the way they distribute the resources, and especially like the tomb, deciding who was going to buy what items, who was deciding to buy more of the wards. It was very nice to watch. And so this is something where, you know, I'm very, very sure they're very proud of themselves. This is where you see, this is why Dota is one of the most diverse games in the world.
We say that a lot, but that's because it's true. Adaptation is so important, especially in a series, especially in a best of 3 like this. Let's take a look at the stats here between these two teams in Game 1 of Brazil against Singapore. Amazing stats, honestly, coming in from Brazil. This Timber saw 19-4-19.
You know, even though you're seeing the 4-11 and the 0-10, it doesn't reflect at all the true story of what the supports, what their impact actually was.
Look, we talk about the suffering of Pos 5s. We saw that here today.
I mean, even so, what if it's 0-10 and 21? One Fiend script on the Ember Spirit from the shadows. You're like, why is this guy holding me from the shadows? It's really creepy. Save me! And there's no one to help you.
He was really on point with the sleeps as well.
Exactly. And you know, not to mention the nice little jiggle around what he did earlier on. Yeah. That was nice to watch. And you know, for the Medusa and you know, Chivix having a bit of a lackluster game. There we go, match MVP to the Bat Rider, no surprise.
You know what, Sean? Next time I'm not going to ask you the MVP until the MVP screen is ready. I don't want production cheating off you.
Scripted.
Well, of course, amazing performance from Analog here. We saw the pressure he put on in lane. We saw the pressure he put on in the team fights. And we saw the pressure he exerted from the fog of war onto Team Singapore. Really good stuff from all of Team Brazil. Really good stuff from the calls, the supports. Let's see if they can pull that out again in Game 2. Now, for my poor little Singaporean heart, what can Team Singapore do to come back?
Honestly, it's just about adapting with all the macro plays. This was more about movement, not so much into the draft.
Really? You don't think it was the draft? No stuns?
Not too much. I don't feel like it was too much into the draft.
That's why I'm definitely my point.
I feel it was more of the macro movements that were more of a factor here, especially looking at the Brazilians, the way they were dodging. But you could also tell like draft at best was like a tiny variable, but it wasn't like a deciding variable. That's what I felt. And you know, for both these two teams coming in with these, I wouldn't say like very meta drafts that we are so used to seeing. They had some of the meta heroes, but the way they executed them were very, very really good to watch, because this is the kind of high tier level play of Dota at the Global Esports Games that we expect to see, and I actually hope to see more of it.
Yeah, I definitely hope to see more of it as well. But let's put a pause on that, Sean. I need you to reach into your pocket and I need you to whip out your phone and scan the QR code we have coming up on your screen right now. Thanks to our official technology partner, Samsung TV. They've lined up some attractive giveaways for our fans. All you have to do is scan that code and you stand a chance to walk away with a 55-inch Samsung TV or event merchandise.
I mean, between these three right now, like the shirt, the hoodie, and the TV. You want a TV?
Sean.
No, but okay.
Take the TV, Sean.
Maybe I'm just basic. I like the hoodie.
Okay, look, you can buy a TV, but you cannot buy that hoodie.
That is true?
Yeah.
Hoodie's priceless, man. Event merch, can I have one?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we would love one ourselves. But without further ado, we will be heading into a short break. But when we come back, make sure you guys don't go anywhere, because in addition to a Game 2 between Singapore and Brazil, what's match point for Brazil, we have a little surprise coming up for you guys before Game 2 as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride, commitment, unity, equality. Innovation, not division. Let the world unite. Come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite. Standing on the edge of the world, we fight for the right to be us. We never give up on the fight. Let the world unite. Come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite.
Yummy Gaming to give women the resources to flourish, to empower women so when they join they feel good in what is typically a male-dominated industry. We are honoured to be representing Team SG in the Global Esports Games. Hi, I'm Ash Hashim. I'm the founder of Footballita. I'm a football player's agent, also a TV presenter and the founder of Lugyami Gaming. So when I was in Polytechnic, I spent a lot of my time playing video games about football, and I loved football so much I could feel it within my soul, and my lecturer actually encouraged me to get into football journalism. So it was always one of my biggest goals to interview some of these players, Sergio Aguero, Javi Hernandez, Ronaldo, and many more, but more importantly to build a name for women in football, and that's why I started Footballita, because when I started there weren't many women, and it was my goal to actually elevate and also get women empowered in football. So yeah, I mean, definitely when I started, I used to get a lot of negative comments on my social media, and some of these comments were really personal, and as I grew older, I started to mentally strengthen myself. So that's why with my girls at Lugyami, it's especially important for them to get access to good mental health, just not internalize any of these comments. So yeah, I mean, I had to fight through these adversities, and I'm really grateful for them as well because it built me to this day to get to where I am. I think I've been really lucky to be overseas as well and gone to many summits and events and conferences. You know, I met some amazing female football players and women leaders in sport. And when I look at them, I'm like, you know what? If they can do it, so can I. So they inspire me to try and be the best at what I want to do as well. So to the girls who want to join the industry, you need to know that you must always be prepared. The job comes with its own set of challenges, but there will be people backing you along the way as long as you put in the hard work.
And there's a reason I'm standing this close to you here, Sean. It's not because we're the best of friends or anything, but because someone has hijacked my seat.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very cheesy way of opening, but I suppose it's something that is pretty interesting. We don't really have this kind of meme-worthy stuff just yet, but we'll make that into a meme, maybe. I don't know. But okay, so let me just jump right in and tell you guys a little bit more about what we are doing here and why I have hijacked Omo's seat. What we're going to be doing right now is just a short little segment of talking about the Dota 2 meta. Now, when it comes down to Dota 2, I'm not by far, I'm not really much of a professional as compared to these two.
No, I'm not either.
That one gentleman there, of course, he lives, eat, and breathe Dota. I believe you have, what, 16,000 hours?
Yeah, we were just talking about this.
Yeah, we were talking about
How many was it?
They're rookie numbers, dude. Rookie numbers. It's just like more than 10,000 hours of Dota. It's rookie numbers.
That's more than 10,000 hours. It could very possibly be 20,000, 30,000, because it's still more than 10,000, right?
Yeah, but not good enough to go pro, apparently. So, I mean, like, if you look at all the professional players, I'm pretty sure you have, like, easily more than 20,000 hours.
Now you know what to ask them in the interviews.
What?
Exactly. That's what you should be asking them.
Well, okay, now let's talk a little bit more about the Dota meta, right? Because we have just saw game number 1. You guys have pretty much broken down about this and that, their picks here and there. But one thing that I really want to talk about is their picks and what the draft usually comprises. Because from what I know, at least when it comes down to the most recent major Dota games, we're starting to see a lot more of, more sustainable cores over as position 1. But when it comes down to the previous game just now, what do you think about it?
think it was very back and forth, especially when you look at, at first I thought like, Brazil, you have like, you don't really have that secondary follow-up, but the way they executed it, the way that they positioned themselves, especially with the team fights, was really nice to watch as compared, when in Singapore, you had lots of jump. You had basically everything except, let's say, like great crowd control. And that's something where, they were, like I said, they were not able to execute their game plan the way they wanted because Team Brazil just simply gave them minimal room to actually execute anything the way they ever wanted. So it really, I'm pretty sure at some point it felt like, wait, things are not going the way we planned, and maybe they might have been on the timer. But despite having that fallback plan, which was the Medusa, I think it just boiled down more to the impact between the supports. Like, what could you actually look to accomplish? Like the first pick, Mirana, might seem like that could have been like a bit of a confidence pick or just something to just fill the first pick. But at the same time, like something which a bit more reliable, easier to maybe say like even Spirit Breaker, Shaker, anything. Basically like the Lion or even Ogre Magi, with a clear purpose. I think that would have been slightly better. But like I did mention to Omo back then at the end of game 1, I felt like the draft wasn't like the deciding factor of the game. It simply just made it just a little bit more difficult to play.
I'll be his anger translator here. It's not about the cost, it's about the supports. Draft doesn't matter, play better.
I really needed that. Thank you so much. But well, we have been seeing quite a lot of Medusa nowadays, right? Or rather, in this game itself. Because one thing that I was expecting to see a lot more when it comes down to maybe position 1 was probably more Ursa, which we did manage to see yesterday. I was expecting to see Kunkka, because Kunkka was is definitely one of those heroes that can really cheese his way one single strike and the backline is completely gone kind of thing. Because now, when it comes down to the team fights, it is more about the position 1, 2, and 3 being able to kind of survive it all, while position 4 and 5 just ends up being in a dumpster most of the time, right?
When you're playing against Amber, that's for sure.
I mean, yeah. I believe that, Sean, you yourself, you're a support main, right? So how do you feel about being dumpstered all the time?
He's used to it.
I felt his pain. I felt like the Bane's pain. Like that KDA did not reflect how much impact he actually had in those team fights. Like he's 0 and 10. But it doesn't actually matter. I mean, like, this guy got the Fiend's Grip on the right targets every single time. Whether it was the Ember Spirits or BKB doesn't matter. You force the proccing the A on this, or even like if you just hold the Medusa in place, burning out the mana real quick so that the mana shield just doesn't do anything. Not as tanky as you thought it would be. So really well played to him.
Well, when it comes down to one thing, I really want to talk about this a lot, and that is Monkey King, right? Because when it comes to Monkey King, everyone has been hyping it all the way. Monkey King can do position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so versatile. All about the flexibility. Because when it comes down to first pick and second pick, it always comes down to like flex as well as specialty. But it doesn't seem like we have been seeing a lot of Monkey King. We did see at least game 1 it was banned, right? But yesterday when it comes down to the Whitmer finals, Monkey King was actually like leaked all the way through. No picks, no bans. Do you guys have any comments about that?
Do you think
the only explanation I have, like for the grand finals yesterday, is that maybe Monkey King is not a hero that they're very confident in playing. But here, between the two, like obviously between Team Brazil and Singapore, you can see that Monkey King was immediately banned. Like you said, it's a very flex pick. It's something where as a support, it's great at giving you all this invasive ward vision very early on, a stun every now and then, and a great crowd control fight. So this is something that I do anticipate that they will continue to remain banned with the IO.
Alright, as much as I really want to stay on and just cast Dota with you guys as a commentator myself, but you guys are the experts. You guys will be walking us throughout the entirety of this next game.
Alright, Sean. Alright, Eugene, off to the dumpster you go like a typical support. We see a Snapfire come in. You're excited about that one, Sean?
Definitely. Shredder with the Tide, I wouldn't be surprised if they're already setting up to build that with like another hero who's able to follow up in terms of negative armor. And this is a hero that's able to play as a 4 or a 5, in fact. So, once again, another flex pick like Eugene mentioned. Looking at the draft this time, Singapore will be looking to open with the Grimstroke, the wombo combo that we are hoping for. And they will go with the Clock and the Grimstroke. So something a bit more like of a comfort pick for Pelosin. We've seen him on this hero before, and he was beautiful. He was amazing on this hero at the Singapore Major.
Such a fan, Sean.
I am. I'm a fan of any local pro player.
Why aren't you a fan of me? Oh, because you said pro, sorry. Okay, I misheard that one. Now, I think it feels like teams kind of need to learn their lesson the hard way, right? Lose one game, then realize we need stuns. Is that the story again here?
Not really. I mean,
not really.
You have pick, dude. You have pick. I wouldn't even call like the Grimstroke, Inkswell like a reliable stun in a sense.
But with the Clockwork.
With the Clockwork, I guess it's kind of okay, but you don't want to keep relying on that. If anything, I'm looking for like maybe a Necro this game, because after all, you can see the Timbersaw Snapfire pick. This is a lane that will destroy, and it's not easy to lane against. That's why you see MK is always consistently banned, because MK is the only hero I feel that can actually do well against these negative armor strat situations. So Mars taking out the equation as well. They are effectively trying to force maybe something into a Tidehunter pick maybe.
Yeah, and the Ursa as well, right? You just want to protect your Timbersaw, let him have a field day. I want to touch on this Batrider. You said it was the MVP. Production said it was the MVP. I said it was Timber. Oh, I think I said it was the supports. But, well, it seems like Team Singapore agree with us, banning away the Batrider here.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, right? Because you want to make sure that you give Exilin the lane matchup advantage as much as you can. And this time, this kind of means that OD is open, because we did see before that I do believe, Brazil, they did ban out the OD. Could be something that they want to pick for themselves or maybe take it out. And, we might even see the battle for the Leshrac in this game. I have a feeling, because you have very capable Leshrac players on both teams. And they will take out the Medusa, which means we are most likely going to be looking at maybe a draw pickup. We might even see, like, just the battle of the melee cores come into play here.
Now, Singapore, they've been banning the same things pretty much every game, right? They ban the IO, we kind of get why they do that. But this Timbersaw, is it just a target ban?
Maybe. I mean, wait, Timbersaw's target ban he's picked?
Oh, sorry, Terrorblade.
Terrorblade? Yeah, so Terrorblade is like... No, it's just a really strong hero. It's really annoying because he's also in a sense like a deucer, right? You lose the lane, you just go to the jungle. Illusions will shovel the lanes for you. Suddenly he comes out with 2 items, bang bang bang with Metamorphosis, and when you don't kill him in the nick of time, Sunder can often just turn an entire team fight just like that, 180. And this is something which I think there's Team Singapore, they don't want to waste time dealing with.
Yeah, and Brazil, they don't want to waste time dealing with a Medusa themselves. Just gonna ban that one away. We've had enough of this Medusa, even though we beat it. It's annoying. We don't want to face it again. I can respect that.
So now looking to see how they will start to go into the second phase. Taking a bit more time to think about the bans.
I like this music, by the way.
What do they want to follow up with? That's the main question, because we have yet to see how they're going to open up the second phase. I mean, they do have quite a fair bit of bonus time, but okay, they're going to go out to take out the Wraith King instead. They don't want to take the risk.
Well, it seems like your comp, at least with the Clockwork, you want to go into them, and you don't really want to go into the Wraith King. Is that the rationale here?
Yeah, and Wraith Kings, like in the SA region, they're really familiar on that hero. Yeah. Something that the C region they're not a fan of as well personally.
Look,
but
Sean,
Luna.
Team Singapore male team and Team Singapore ladies team, they've picked the same pos once yesterday and today. Medusa
looking to replicate that success with the Luna.
Yeah, Medusa then Luna both times around. Is there anything they're worried about with this Luna pos one picked up?
I mean, he's probably one of the only best heroes left in the pool without Monkey King. I wouldn't even say Slug is great against Timbersaw. This is a hero that should do relatively okay early on, but after a while, she will get chased out regardless. And Brazil actually going into the Gyrocopter, not the position 1 carry. I think this is just to keep Singapore on their toes. We have seen position 5 Gyrocopters, which can be so annoying.
Alright, we're looking out for that flex pick here from the side of Brazil. Could be a position 1, could be a setup for a position 1 as a pos 5. Let's see what they want to follow it up with. I feel like this is going to cue us in a little bit more what Brazil's team comp is going to look like. Are they going to pick mid here, you think? Since they have the flex for the support and the pos 1.
Nah, I think you could consider this picking up your carry because the enemy carry has already shown.
True.
So you're not too concerned about that. You could still go into really the Faceless Void. I won't consider PA the best, but PA is good at blinking out the cogs, for example. Faceless Void can do that too, which means that you're not too reliant on a Force Staff. It gives your pos 5 a bit less to worry about. So when 2 minutes left after cutting to the bonus time, I'm pretty sure they're looking at that right now. You're comparing between maybe it's like a Void, the PA, just a hero of a jump, even a Morphling at some point. You might even consider Morphling.
Might even consider Morphling. No great synergies right now, or is that just less?
Oh, there we go.
How can we forget about that hero?
So this could even be a mid Gyrocopter. Still keeping them on their toes.
Wind Ranger at your
Wind Ranger's gonna come out.
Singapore just picked the same thing, so what?
The X Island Wind Ranger. I mean, this guy has been known for his Wind Ranger. He is a great Wind Ranger player. Maybe this is that Singapore meta we talked about. Wind Ranger.
This is Singapore meta.
Yeah, we create great Wind Ranger players.
Alright, so I know when I go home later today, I'm gonna pick Medusa. Failing that, I'll pick Luna. Got it.
Wait, what?
I mean, I gotta learn from Singapore meta.
5 seconds.
Exactly. Okay. Someone's been paying attention. I can dig that.
Actually, I think it's the other way around. I've been playing a lot of Luna in my pop games, and I feel like these guys have been stalking my Legend unrated games.
Is that so?
That must be it.
That has to be the only reason, right?
Well, we'll see what's gonna follow it up here. Pos 3 still up for Team Singapore. Same as game 1, right? They dropped that pick a lot for Mizu. Is there anything you think they're looking out for right now that could really excel in these team comps?
I mean, I just want to quickly point out first, before I answer that, is that Wind Ranger, going into this is not going to be easy. Snapfire has a lot of magic damage, Timber has a lot of magic damage, Lion has a lot of magic damage, even Gyro has to a certain degree quite a fair bit of magic damage, you know. So until like if they decide to put this as a Gyrocopter carry or even like, you know, Snapfire mid, there's still a little bit of versatility out there.
Nightstalker being bad. Just annoying to deal with.
Yeah, they don't want more heroes that run at you because when you pick Wind Ranger, you are looking at heroes that will run at you. So banning out the Kunkka, they're just looking at heroes that, you know, basically play mid.
That counter the Wind Ranger, right?
Actually, it might, if they put the Gyrocopter mid, that could even have been the Kunkka safe lane that we have been seeing recently. But you know, we don't see that too much. Like, so I've heard feedback that the Kunkka is just like it's a bit overhyped in the safe lane. It doesn't offer you as much impact for the amount of farm that the hero takes. But regardless, they're banning out the Ember Spirit, so that's the only hero they seem to be worried about. Might be trying to force the hero into Athena, but Exile, knowing him, he's probably not too afraid of that hero being picked up in the first place.
But you said that was a dangerous matchup for Wind Ranger.
It is, but you know, Exile, the way there's a reason why he's one of the top 10 players in Southeast Asia.
Confidence, yet
Confidence,
again.
and he's figured out how to play against the matchup.
Viper being banned away.
Yeah.
Were they expecting a post-stream Viper here?
This is tricky.
Oh, they just want to protect the Timber Saw. Is that the rationale behind that?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, you know, this could have been like the Wind Ranger offlane. This could be what they're looking for. I think, you know, they're probably to them, they're like, why would you pick a Wind Ranger mid this early on? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's true. But Wind Ranger offlane at the same time, like, is that something you really would expect?
I mean, double shackle. Think about it. If you can pull up a double shackle somehow, I mean, you're just like, damn.
Yeah. That is true. That's something we could potentially look out for here. Now we're going to see the last pick come in for Brazil. What's it going to be? They are on the Radiant side this time, I believe.
Dire team pick.
Final pick. It's going to be the Invoker.
Okay.
I mean, we did see an Invoker against a Wind Ranger yesterday, if you think about it.
We did. It went pretty okay.
It went okay. And the matchup was like, you know, pretty 50-50. You can't really kill the Wind Ranger unless she messes up. You know, will we see the Cross Exort or will we see the Cross Vex?
10 seconds
remaining. It looked like the Wind Ranger was kind of winning it out in the laning phase, but Invoker just does his thing.
5 seconds.
But it's interesting to see, like, regardless of gender, the mentality in which the way that, you know, these teams from different areas approach the game is still somewhat similar to certain degrees. So yes, there's common ground, but there are also these signature, you know, places of the culture involved in the game, in the way these teams approach the games, and that's what I like to see here at GEG. So now for the last pick, it's probably going to be like a Mizu hero again, right? You know, we might be seeing that LC. Oh, Spirit Breaker, this is great.
You've been talking about this for days. I was starting to believe you were scamming me, but finally, the Spirit Breaker comes in for Mizu. I'm pumped to see this hero. It's been extremely annoying in my pop games, and I can't wait to see what he can do here at the GEG Grand Finals. Of course, this is match point for Team Brazil. If they win this, they get the crown.
But Singapore, will we see the repeat of yesterday?
Yeah, the reverse sweep.
We couldn't ask for a better storyline if that were the case. For me, I just want to see good Dota. I mean, obviously it's a bonus if Team Singapore is able to repeat another podium finish. Yeah. Over here, they'll follow the ladies.
They have podium finish, Sean.
They have.
Top 3 is a podium finish.
Oh, technically. I mean, the champions. I want to see that. I want to see over here. We can bring more crowns back. I'll take it. But right now, I'm just enjoying the high quality Dota that we are watching right now between these two teams. Yeah. And for Brazil, you know, I want to see, like, you know, how the Snapfire is, because it's the first time I'm seeing a Snapfire like play here in this series.
That's kind of surprising, right? Snapfire also one of those.
Yesterday we saw one, but it didn't really do too well.
It took an L.
Yeah, it took an L. So I want to see Snapfire actually have its first win today.
All right, let's see if Sean's girl Snapfire can pull it out of the bag here for Brazil, or if the Spirit Breaker for Mizu is what it takes for Team Singapore to really charge their way into a game 3. We will be reloading into game very shortly between Team Singapore and Team Brazil here at the GEG Open Grand Finals. Sean, what do you think about how this one is looking?
Man, I'm liking the Spirit Breaker pick. This hero is so annoying. Bulldoze is like one of the most annoying spells. The status resistance, you know, even if you have the Lion, so what if you hex, so what if you stun? He's like less than, it cuts your spell like debuff time by half. Yeah, maybe even more in some occasions. Yeah, he's really annoying. Next thing you know, he just runs away and you're like, wait a minute. And the last thing you want is like the 17% apostrophe, like bash. You create a bash and it's so strong. The damage is insane.
That's the alternate style for Wind Ranger, right?
Yes, that's how many games he's played. That's
what do you need to unlock it?
1 million focus fire damage.
1 million focus fire damage. Well, with a player as good as Exile, and I'm sure he can get in like 10 games. It's a really nice
that's playing on steroids or something.
I just realized she has a phoenix on her shoulder. How cool is that?
Yeah, that's the cool
Now
more
I
light.
regret not buying that skin.
This is like what I would picture for, like, you know, Dumbledore's like a daughter or something.
Are you writing Harry Potter fanfic again, Sean?
Maybe.
Alright. Well, you have to give me a link later on. We'll have to see how that one's going. Pretty standard start. It is match point. We've said that a bunch of times. None of these teams want to risk anything. No cheeky wards, no cheeky smokes. Just average bounty start. Lane phase wise, is there anything we're looking out for? Maybe the SB lane for some aggression?
I really want to know what that means. That spray means, like Paradao?
Yes. We gotta ask Eugene to ask them later. Eugene, if you're hearing this, what does that spray mean?
And they've sprayed it twice every single time.
Yes.
I mean,
They've sprayed it on the tree.
Is that,
That
like
one
a
was kind of
streamer, is that a streamer's face? I really want to know.
Well, we gotta find out.
Wait, is this a snap mid? Nah, there's no way this is Snapfire mid. I mean, okay, Invoker is mid. Yeah.
It's gonna be your typical boring Snapfire support here.
You know, the emphasis here is so, like, they're both teams on the same page in terms of extra region on the supports. The line opting to go for the brutes, you know, obviously level 1 because you have position 4. Playing to X Freedom. I want to see like more impact out from X Freedom this game.
Yeah,
I mean, there's only so much you could do on the Enchantress last game, right?
Yeah, it's partly limitations of the hero, but also partly he didn't have the best game on the Enchantress as well, right? He kind of got caught out a lot. Same thing as we saw yesterday. The Wex start Invoker here for Analog. He was the MVP of our last game, playing an initiation-heavy hero. He wants to find the picks. He wants to set his teammates up for success, but this time around, he's playing to carry. He is the Invoker. I would love to see if he can repeat his performance.
Well, since that he's already revealed that he is going for the Quasvex Invoker, it means he wants to play tempo. Whether he will scale, that's a different case. But you can see X-Island, he's very, very hard on with the harassment here in this middle lane. Over back to the top, I do believe that this, the Lion Timbersaw lane is going to be real annoying. I'm surprised they didn't decide to lane it with like the Snapfire. So the Snapfire Gyrocopter, I mean, this lane's kill potential is, it feels great on paper, but it's really hard to execute.
Yeah, execution is the big thing, right? That's what you keep talking about as well, Sean. Drop can only get you so far. At the end of the day, execution is all that matters, and we always talk about this point as well, but we're on land here. These players are on the big stage. They've got fans watching from below the stage as well. It's going to be a lot of pressure. You're going to be playing for a lot. There's high stakes here.
They have to be, right? Yeah. With your backs against the wall, and then you realize you have a Space Cow chasing you, even closer, bulldozing you through that wall. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, we'll see if that works. I mean, actually no. So I take that back. Sorry. I mean, Team Singapore, they have the Spray Breaker, so they're gonna bulldoze through that wall.
Yeah,
and just create an alternate route for themselves.
Well, there we go. The bulldoze to get the creep, to get the charge, a little bit of damage. This missile start gyro. Do you think this is gonna be a lot of damage if he lands it on the Spray Breaker?
Yeah, I think it's okay. But Gyrocopter carry is like it's fallen out of favor for very good reason. The base damage, it doesn't scale as fast anymore. And honestly, like the base damage is really a deciding factor. Look at that, CS-wise, 9-6. So I mean, sorry, 6-1. You can't really do that much. You know, you're losing in CS to a Spirit Breaker among heroes.
Charging in, no bashes, set for Mizu, but he's gonna be fine. They're gonna back away.
I mean, as long as Snapfire covers.
Oh, but they want more.
Keep
How long till the charge comes up is the big question right now. Not gonna have it in time. No bashes.
What the bash?
One bash. Rocket lands. They don't have enough damage, like you said.
Yeah, the Rocket Barrage doesn't do anything. It's like throwing Nerf.
Him.
You're using a Nerf gun to shoot at these two very tanky heroes.
To shoot a Space Cow.
Exactly. Space Cow is too good.
Space Cow is too good. Something I didn't expect myself to wake up to say today, but here we are.
Alright, so right now back to the middle lane, 16-4 on that Wind Ranger, just barely pulling ahead of the Invoker, but still, it's gonna be...
It's back and forth.
It's very back and forth, and going for the triple nulls, there are triple null talismans on the Invoker.
Yes.
I wonder what his itemization is gonna be. Are we gonna see like the Orchid Rush, Spirit Vessel, the Witchblade? I haven't seen a Witchblade at all this entire tournament.
Well, yesterday what we saw from the Invoker was a Urn into Midas. Possible to see that again, maybe.
We might. Yeah, I think like Spirit Vessel is pretty important this game. But at the same time, it's not like the most ideal because I feel like Witchblade and Orchid gives you a lot more kill potential. We might even see like the Quasvex Invoker just still go into the Midas just because it's like your backup plan.
Something we could look out for. Wind Ranger queuing up that Maelstrom. Gonna be so important. We do see some pretty good damage coming from X-Island, but it doesn't really matter, right? The Quas from the Invoker, the Salves coming as well. That's so annoying.
Forcing out an unnecessary Wex, and that's just, I wouldn't say like the biggest loss, but it's just lesser mana for you to cast your spells in the lane. So X-Island sees these tiny details in the middle lane, and that's why the mid laners usually have the highest skill mechanics because they have to pay so much attention to all these tiny details. You're not thinking for like, oh, I'm gonna get this at 5 minutes. You're thinking like every 10 seconds, what are they, like even every 2 seconds, what are you doing? You have to be like 2 steps ahead.
Every creep you touch matters whether or not you can touch the root.
That's why, you know, everybody tries to be the mid player, but not everyone gets to be Cristiano Ronaldo, you know?
You do need role players so your stars can succeed. That's a recurring trend. That's a story. A tale as old as time. Well, let's take a look at this lane. I kind of felt like the Spirit Breaker and Clockwork would have some kill pressure, but we haven't really been seeing that come true.
And it's going to be a relatively quiet laning phase, 5 minutes in. No real action just yet, but that's because, you know, Singapore, they're biding their time. They're trying to be patient.
So when is the action going to come, Sean?
Probably not too soon. I mean, once the first blood happens, that's when things start to roll.
But what are you expecting?
I want an Invoker to like rotate to the top lane. Ooh, that level 6. So not level 6, I mean that whirling the Timber Chain.
Well, this Timber Stall is starting to get a little bit annoying.
Yeah,
When is
Luna has lost the wave, which means that Timber's going to start pulling ahead. 26 to the 7. And I think this is why like Brazil, they're so confident in Timber. And I did mention like to you and Abstract that Timber Stall is a really good pick nowadays.
It's so annoying. Well, we'll have to see what this Timbersaw can do. He was a menace last game. Let's not forget, he didn't even build any tank items. He was just doing crazy amounts of damage.
Why?
I want to see how creative like Mizu gets to play on this Nightstalk, obviously on the Spirit Breaker.
Radiant's
Now,
bottom
this hero
tower
is
is under
going for the
attack.
wand. He's already used up all his regen. He did buy a lot of regen heading into this
Playing against a double range. Oh, this is huge. The gang comes in. Clockwork makes a move on the map. The first move. They do have the sentry in the mid lane. That's going to be enough to get a kill. Focus fire as well as the Clockwork.
And there's going to be a regeneration rune over at the bottom half of the river.
Gets bottled up as well.
Pelosan already claritying up and very much needed gank. You know, Invoker was having a tough time against the Exile and Wind Ranger. Probably wasn't expecting the Wind Ranger to play at such aggressive, you know, tone entering this lane. And Timber and Lion, they should get themselves another kill here up over the top lane.
You hear that, Sean? You hear that taking, going away, tick, tick, tick, tick, tick, tick. That's the Timber time I'm hearing. It's coming to chop down your trees. It's coming to push your turrets. This Timber has just been a menace in the last game. I feel like he might just repeat the performance. If you look at Team Com coming in from the side of Singapore, what real threats are there against Timber?
Honestly, not many. I mean, yeah.
Luna, like that's it, right?
Unless like Spirit Breaker builds into like a Silver's Edge, that's like that best shot, and that's not like overwhelming amounts of magic damage that you can use to like really take out the Timbersaw. And you know, just having one hero is not enough. You often need two, like two heroes with magic damage to really destroy a Timber. Or maybe like if Luna gets to that crazy level of farm, but it's really difficult.
Maybe if she gets the Arc Scepter, and the Arc Shot, maybe if we get to that point in the game, but yeah, it seems a bit difficult right now. Now turret is taken down, and Timber, he's here in the bottom lane as well. He wants another turret, he wants to keep the tempo up. Not gonna find a kill. This lane is really annoying. The Spirit Breaker and the Clockwork, they haven't found any kills for themselves, but it's just annoying, right, to play against.
Nice cover, and ooh, hold that thought.
Stack.
This is a very
big stack. Gyro's gonna have a field day. Oh, don't you just love watching this?
Don't be surprised, by the way, if Gyrocopter chooses not to max out the homing missile and the rocket barrage after level 4 flank cannon.
Right?
More stats, more damage, you know, more right click. This is the farming build, and you really can see the Aghanim Scepter halfway almost done. Over at the bottom lane, I do believe there should be a little skirmish going on. The first Invoker, Quaspex rotation, no mana on Exilin, and with the Focus Fire, can't really find the range for the Timbersaw. Popping the Soaring, very greedy. Spirit Breaker can't go in. And Team Brazil, they force Team Singapore back. No casualty loss on either side.
He's going back
into the charge.
He's going back in there trying to set up a snipe here.
A snipe. Oh, beautiful stuff. Down to the line, and Mizu, that was very risky. A bit unnecessary, but
I
that's gonna be fun.
assumed they were going to set up for the snipe for the Wind Ranger. If you think about it, right? You got two long range, the charge coming in, the snipe coming in, but that just didn't happen. He just ran in to die. Some miscommunication perhaps going on from the side of Team Singapore.
I'm pretty sure he just wanted to go in for the kill, get the kill, and he was already low anyways.
Yeah.
So he wanted an excuse to like go back and get, you know, regen up, because Timber.
I can't tell if you're coping or.
Oh, actually, think like Timbersaw. I mean, the Spirit Breaker. Even if you die, right? Yeah. You get the gold, you get the EXP, and like, you know, if you go back, you just charge to a lane. You don't even need to use TP.
This is a nice gang, perfectly timed Earth Spike. Go into the cookie. The cookie misses though. Maybe he wanted to put that on a creep. Exilin, he just gets away. The cookie missing, that was the key.
You know that Exilin also means excellent? It's just a typo.
No way.
Legit. He's actually called Singapore Excellent Player.
This is why I love Singaporean players.
Because we have meme names.
We have meme names. I love the meme names.
Like a miracle, not miracle.
Well, I have to feel like that one was intentional.
Like Valve, come on, man. Yeah, you gotta like do the man justice and give him back his own profile picture in the game. It's so sad when you have like another player, like's face on your profile. That's so sad.
What's the context of this?
like as in, you know, for the Dota 2 like player cards, yeah, it's not his own face. It's the Enigma Galaxy Miracles face.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's like, I'm like, come on, man.
Okay.
Gotta give the man respect. He's been in the Dota 2 professional scene for ages.
It's just one of those things. It's one of those things. Earn is completed for the Invoker. He has the now talismans as well. Oh, this is so annoying. Every time the Clockwork uses the E on him, he loses a charge of his rain drop.
Much needed. And now popping the double damage to the bottom lane. You know, Invoker might give it a little bit more kill potential. He has to point the Exalt for Wind Ranger, and this is where Wind Ranger, even with the dust, you know, and for the Ghost Walk, he can't kill the Invoker because of he has the Deafening Blast on standby.
That's really annoying. And Sean, Book has been bought here by the Clockwork. He's gonna be level 6 really soon. You think maybe we see some Clockwork Spirit Breaker action coming in?
100% Clock, Wind Ranger, Spirit Breaker. This is the ultimate like run and you comp. Chibik's just trying to pick up within the the last hits in the lane. Sorry, in the jungle with all the stacks and stuff. But Jarkops is just so far ahead. He's basically set up shop inside the triangle, clearing up all the camps in one time.
The massive stacks that he got to farm with the call down and the flat cannon, that was just insane. But we see a smoke play coming in.
Oh, they want to kill this Timber. I think they're waiting for him to charge. If they can bait him to charge out, then yeah, they can go for the kill here. But they're being very patient.
Yeah, they're definitely being maybe a bit too patient. I think, yeah, there we go. The head comes in.
But the Bulldoze, he's okay.
Finger of Death though. The Bulldoze is going to do a lot here. The Clockwork comes right in. They want to keep this fight going. Do they have enough though? I feel like the damage is a bit lacking. Wind Ranger is in here. Finger of Death, he just gets level 6, but he doesn't get the kill. Grimstroke gets level 6 off that kill. This is going to be Luna coming in for the rotation as well. Do they want to keep the fight going? The charge comes in. They don't have to double out from Spirit Breaker though. They want to keep this fight going. Yeah, they're going to settle for the Snapfire. Feel like they maybe could have given that one over to the Luna, but all muted. He's just going to get away here on this Timbersaw.
And a lot of TPs over to the bottom lane. The bright side for Team Brazil is that you open up the map, and this is where the Spirit Vessel is almost completed for the Invoker to deal with these other heroes, especially with the Wind Ranger and the Spirit Breaker. And over at the top lane, you can see Gyrocopter casually pushing out the top lane. He's very, very close. He's 200 gold, 300 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. And this guy he's only going to keep on going. He actually cancels his TP.
Okay.
And I think he wants to clear the jungle. You're just clearing the jungle right now.
Yeah, his teammates are going to the bottom lane, so he's going to be a good team player. He's not going to steal the farm away. He's going to let them have it.
Oh, Luna's
Timber might steal this away, though. Okay, he's not gonna. I felt like Timber might want to walk into the jungle here, but he's just going to back away. Can I be honest with you here? I got tricked. I thought that Clockwork was Timbersaw.
Oh,
I debated myself.
No, that's like that?
Yeah, that's actually what happened. I tried to cover it up, but I thought I would just come clean.
Well, right now, you see the 3-man smoke gank, Team Singapore, they're looking to try and make something happen. Killing the Invoker here will be so crucial, especially instead they're going into the jungle.
As well.
Going into the triangle. They do get the hook shot, it does connect. They get the Shaco shot as well. I do believe this should be the kill, but here comes the flank. Oh, Pelosan. And Invoke, oh my, how's this Gyro still alive? That Tornado safe. Now he finally goes down into 1-2 trade.
Huge
and it looks like, no, the Space Cow steak is on the menu, and I'm pretty sure Brazil, they're happy for that.
Brazil, they're definitely happy with that. You try to kill the Gyro, you can't kill the Gyro, he's so tanky. We talk about the stats being added. It works out.
Luna gets down calm here. I mean, if we swap over to the net worth, you can see that, Luna, this guy, he's building up a lot of bank. He's building a huge bank right now.
He's trying to catch up, right? Both of these guys, they're just farming the big stacks that have been left them. They have the AoE, they can do it too. Pushing time. It's Timber time.
They'll take the tower, they'll take the tower.
They'll get him.
I like Snapfire into towers. And they still have the Snapfire ultimate. This is actually pretty big. I think they're still okay to keep fighting.
Oh, the charge is coming in. Spirit Breaker going on Invoker. I don't know if he wants to keep this one going. The turret is already down. They're just going to back away. I like what you said there, Sean. What's your favorite Snapfire matchup? Oh, towers.
Yeah. Oh, the Tornado EMP combo does connect actually on Pelosa. No more mana.
Charge is coming onto the Invoker though. I don't know if he has a dust right now yet. They're just going to back away. Bulldoze is popped. And he's just out of there. Just a bit scary. I want to point out the itemization from Spirit, but he is going for Shadow Blade. Maybe the Silver Edge, like you said.
I mean, the Silver's Edge is just a really good item with the crit included. It's a guaranteed crit. And the break is so huge right here. So anyways, 5-4. Team Brazil maintaining a narrow advantage, but the Luna is also catching up not too far behind, this helicopter that's been basically free farming the entire time. Both carries are doing their thing. I think Chibix wasn't too comfortable on the Medusa. I know he wants a hero that can be a bit more active.
That Shadow Amulet is a little bit cheeky, but no team being near him, no backup available. He will just back away.
And now both sides. Let's see if they can look to try and make something happen. I mean, with the Aghanim Scepter up, I know that the Gyrocopter will probably want to go to something more like maybe say a Maelstrom, maybe a BKB straight up, just so that he can actually fight into the Team Singapore. But now we're going to see the two-man smoke yank rotation headed over to the bottom lane. I mean, this wouldn't be like the biggest loss per se.
Well, the Timber isn't taken. Well, he did take.
Look at the triangle.
Now he wants to go for this play. Where does the hook land on? Do they find anyone significant? That's going to be the double silence onto Invoker and Snap, but the Snap has the machine gun to just take that one down. Breaker doesn't want to keep going. They want the Invoker and just the Invoker. Focus Fire is going to take him down. Grimstroke on the other side is going to get dropped as well, though X Freedom is dead. Invoker takes really long to drop, but he will die. Now, Mizu is a little bit caught out here. He's in trouble. The Snapfire is not quite going to take him down.
They want the Luna.
Does though. Luna drops as well. Timber, sorry, does all the work himself.
Oh, Brazil. These guys are looking very dominant in that team fight. But I like the way as well how the Gyrocopter, he was so close to killing the Spirit Breaker, but in the comms, the moment the Luna was falling, he changed priority targets immediately. And even better, his teammate cleans up the Spirit Breaker, wipes the floor with him, and this way they get a 3-for-1 trade. So if you look at the fight recap, you can also see that there was a very significant, like advantage headed the way of Team Brazil. I'm pretty sure there was like about a 700 to 800 goal swing.
Look, I want to point out as well, right? I hate to bring this up, but the lowest network call right now is this Wind Ranger. Is that a hero that you say needs to snowball or wants to snowball?
Not necessarily. I just think that this is a hero that is really good for brawling. Yeah, that's what Exilin really wanted.
But the brawls are not going in their favor.
Yeah, especially like compared to the Ember Spirit. This hero, once you get a good shackle, you focus fire, a target should fall. But they're not really given that space to do so.
Yeah, it just seems like it's taking them really, really long to kill the members that they want to pick off. And that's what their comm wants to do, right? Spirit Breaker runs into you, Clockwork runs into you. But if you're going to kill the person and backup arrives, then, like you said, it's like the scene from Lord of the Rings all over again.
Team Singapore have quite a mountain to climb. It may not seem like it's the biggest disadvantage, but they know right now they are behind. The Spirit Vessel already done in the Evoker. We're going to see the Midas come up so that she can scale. So he can scale and popping up more points into the Exalt. This is the scaling Invoker right now, so hopefully we can see like some Cataclysm plays. Spirit Breaker just saying hi.
Spirit Breaker saying hi, but they're gonna catch him out with the Tornado. They have the Dust. No, not quite, but they have the Sentry. The follow-up is here. They have the Urn, the Spirit Vessel, like you mentioned. And Mizu...
Not ideal.
You said our stick was on the menu, right? I didn't know you could grab food stick.
Well, at that point, it's just, it's a beef bowl buffet. It's a beef bowl. Like, he was running through. I'm not sure why he cancelled the charge. I think he was trying to be annoying. But that just gives the Invoker another Spirit Vessel charge, which is not, his team is not going to be... Team Singapore is not going to be too happy with that. And of course, here with the Medallion and with Little Shredder, they're going to try to take Roshan. But I think there should be a little bit of something coming out over here. Team Singapore, they don't want to give this away for free.
Well, sure, Spirit Breaker's back up. He can charge right back into the fight. I don't think you want to commit to this. Team Singapore, it seems like they successfully dissuaded that from this. Oh no, they are just going to find more pickoffs though. Clockwork going to be able to...
They are trying to disengage. Pelosa, nice sidestep. And if the Spirit Breaker up, they could be looking to try and make something happen here. They're waiting to catch Team Brazil out of position. Look at the way they're just playing with them. They're toying with them. This is the tease.
The Timbersaw is so annoying as well. You see how confident he is, just standing on the high ground, face checking. He's not afraid of anything.
Yeah, just notice how the players are holding the stairs.
Yes.
They're holding the stairs. Like, you come down, you die.
Come down, you die. That's exactly the case. And now they're confident enough to walk into the jungle. They're going to take over this one. Team Singapore, they don't have a recourse. There's no respite. Where are they going to farm? Smoke comes in. Brazil wants to keep this one going. It's popped though, but they don't quite find an X silent.
Oh, the Hex.
They might though. The Hex lands, the Earth Spike, the Snapfire. That's going to be it. Wind Ranger drops yet again. 10-5, Brazil, they're looking good, Sean.
One more.
They won the Luna. If they find this kill, it could mean everything here. They might get the Roshan off of that, but I think he successfully has juked them away. They might just turn around. The Gyrocopter is 1 against 3. He's not afraid of a thing at all. He has the call down. He has the cookie. He takes down one more. Teocalor drops though. It's going to be a support traded for a support.
Oh, Luna's in trouble.
They want to chase down Luna. Your Timbersaw doesn't care. He doesn't have care in the goddamn world. And he's got to get chased down to Luna. That's going to be Gyrocopter coming in as well. They picked that one up. Spirit Breaker is charging back in, but I don't think you won this one. He's trying to charge him back in the tower. Is that enough? Is that enough?
It will be.
It will be. But Luna drops. Your pulse one is dead yet again, Sean.
Very, very nice bash. And you can see, even though those fights were going on in two completely different locations, over in the triangle and over under the tier 2 tower, you know, both teams were very, very on point, very clear what they wanted to do. But you could tell that, you know, Pelosi, when he tried for the hook shot, his team were clearly not on the same page in that particular aspect, because they were just too far away. And it was a bit of a long shot, and of course, wow, look at Gyro, he's going back up to collect even more cash.
Now, Sean, if I were to ask you, what bar item do you think Gyrocopter is building towards? What would you say?
He's already going to an MKB.
Yeah, I mean, we would expect a BKB, right? But he wants an MKB. Is that the...
the way the team fights have been going,
he doesn't care.
He doesn't care. And BKB is not going to save you from focus fire.
Okay.
It's not going to save you, you know, from...
Lunar Glaives.
Like, even the Spirit Breaker Bash. You know, you just need to, like... You want to kill the Wind Ranger before she even comes close to killing you.
So his idea right now is, I want to just damage.
Yeah, damage. So, you know, if any of Team Singapore decides to try to get close to the fight radius, he's already zoned them back. He's got all the turrets just blazing.
So RDO, his mindset right now, the best defense is a good offense. We'll see if it works out for him. But given how the games have been playing out, I feel like Brazil, everything is looking good for them. Every play they make is working. Every play Singapore makes, it's going to be a disaster. And now they're going to go right back in. They are smoked. They're going into the triangle. There's no wards, but there's also no one to catch. Except this Luna, who is exactly who you want. Finger of Death, Mortimus. Everything is used really. That's just going to be it.
I feel like we've seen this before, where Chibix has just been getting focused on every single time. He keeps getting picked off. And
Radiant's bottom tower,
I mean, just look at the ward plays.
So what's the cause of this? Is it his mistake? Is he mispositioning, or is something going on?
Honestly, I think he's just struggling to like play it safe.
Right.
And you know, to be fair,
I've been there.
To be fair, like right now, and because with the Roshan's going on, you know, Exali's like pushing out the bottom, and it may feel like he's supposed to try and use his farm to like take over the map, but hold that thought. Pelosi gets caught first.
Yeah. They get the Roshan, they get a nice little bonus as well. They're gonna walk away with a kill on that Clockwork.
Yeah, and as I was saying, you know, Chibix, obviously, I think he's just struggling to find his right stride and farming behind a certain area. Because if you look over, like, you know, the rest of Team Singapore, they're just trying to force heroes back. But Team Brazil they actually just don't care. They're not giving any respect at all to whatever Team Singapore is trying to do.
Yeah, that's exactly the case, right? Everything Team Singapore is trying to do. We saw in Game 1, they gave respect, they backed away, they dodged the smoke plays. It looked good for Singapore at times, but in Game 2, it just seems like everything's looking up for Brazil.
This is one of these occasions where, you know, reacting, just choosing not to react is just a better play.
Okay.
It's like, you know, if the bully teases you at school, just ignore him, man.
Okay. That's a good way to put it, and that's working out for Brazil somehow. Nice little play there. They try to use the cookie onto the Forge Spirits to get it done. Won't quite do so. Look, I mean, we gotta be real here. We had our doubts about RDO, his picks, right? We said the Troll Warlock, not sure about this one. Gyro, kind of falling out of favor. But look at his goal, look at the damage he's been outputting. This guy's been insane.
I mean, Luna, you was not too far behind the Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
But now it looks like Gyro's just pulling ahead. You know, after you get the MKB, you go into the Satanic, they're basically impossible to kill. The team fights are going to go great for Team Brazil coming up. And I actually feel like right now, Team Singapore, they are under pressure to make something happen.
Yeah. And let's look at this Gyro right now. He has the growth ball, an item he loves. Closing in on the Satanic, queue up the BKB. Those are going to be massive items for him. And I feel like Singapore, what do you do into those items?
Not much you can do. I mean, look at Timbersaw again. He's already got the Fire Sanj almost done. He could, of course, decide to just transition this into a Halberd if need be, but he clearly doesn't care about this Luna at all. I don't think any one of them do. Because right now, they only see the Luna as food, which is very wrong if you're at position 1, you know. Like, if you're the carry and the enemy team is like, you know what, you're free food, something is really not going according to plan here.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. And that's not just the case in this game. In the Medusa game, he had struggles as well. He was picked off a couple more times than he would have liked.
This is one of those occasions, Leonard, and money doesn't buy happiness.
That's exactly the case, right? I'm just saying, if Team Singapore, you know, you need a +1, you get my number, you can give me a quick ring. I'll die 10 more times than this.
I actually think this is also because of the Spirit Breaker pick. That it's very greedy. It's really very greedy. Wind Ranger needs items for tempo. You know, Spirit Breaker needs items for tempo. Oh no, Pelosa.
Awkward's gonna get caught out in your jungle. Finger of Death, extra stack here. A third one. It's not looking good, I'll be honest with you.
And Exort almost maxed out on the Invoker, which means that he's gonna do some serious damage.
Singapore, they're just getting everything they could possibly want. You're not safe in their jungle. You're not safe in your jungle. Where are you safe?
Where are you now?
They get Gyrocopter though, but that's the Smartimus
this could be a
Kisses.
turnaround fight.
BKB is out, and that's gonna be Luna dropping the chasing down the Spirit Breaker. Looks to me like once again, no recourse, no respite for Singapore. X-Silent, he's gonna get chased into his base. You have to hide in your own base. That's not a good sign here. Luckily for him, Timbersaw out of mana, he gets away with his life.
That team fight, it looked so good for Team Singapore at first, but basically that was, like you said, no respite. It looked, this is like that team fight was basically summarized as a nap which you take, but you only feel more tired after.
I've been there. It's not a great feeling.
It's not a great feeling, man. And Team Singapore, with the 7,000 net worth advantage continuing to grow, you have to feel very, very choked right now. You can feel the anxiety starting to creep up if you are playing on Team Singapore right now, because they're running out of space.
Feeling.
Exactly, and the Spirit Breaker, what you thought was the hero that might be the answer, charging in, it's really not paying off.
It's the sinking feeling you start getting in your gut right now. You tell your teammates, guys, we can do this, let's play for this, that's our win condition, but you kind of feeling at the back of your throat that maybe this game is out of our reach here. Singapore, it's starting to slip from their fingers right now. Brazil, full control. They won game 1 in pretty convincing fashion. Really good performance from all members of their team this time around, repeating that yet again. Playing in tandem, playing as a unit. Brazil, amazing performance from them. Will they be able to close that out in 2?
We shall see, because I do believe they are waiting for Roshan. They are able to play for outpost control, which they will do so right now. Bottom lane, you can see the split push coming out as usual, but it's really difficult to tell, especially when you see like, the Wind Ranger. The Wind Ranger is just trying to get whatever items, try to keep the lane push out, which I feel at this point it should be the Spirit Breaker doing that. You need to like kind of.
He's hard to kill. Right?
He's hard to kill. Yeah. Team Singapore kind of like clustering up in the middle lane.
I like this.
Yeah, look, they want to catch somebody, but it's so hard.
Yeah, and it's Timbersaw the one you want to catch. Focus Fire is doing a lot of damage though. This is what Singapore did do some success in the last game. Finding the picks, but he Yules buys enough time. They do get the double lasso down. It's not going to be enough. They're going to back away. They can't kill the Timbersaw.
If you're Team Brazil, that team fight wasn't just a disaster for Singapore. You're actually really happy because you can see the nerfs. That combo didn't even go off properly.
Yeah.
The stun didn't land from the Ink-Swell, and the Soul Bind was used for basically nothing. If you're Brazil, you're just laughing right now.
Sure, they've been laughing the whole game. They've been laughing since game 1. We saw the voice lines. We saw the sprays coming in. Confidence from Brazil. The spray on your high ground, you walk up to be greeted by that. It's scary, right, when it splits across the terrain. That's the nightmare fuel for me.
Baradao, man. I want to know what that means. Is that somebody's name?
Eugene, you know what to do.
Exactly. And Luna's going to build into the Skadi, hoping that she's still going to Daedalus. You know what's really interesting here about this game is that the net worth advantage comes mostly from like the chorus farm like disparity.
Gyrocopter has been farming up a storm. He's eaten a bunch of stacks. He's been in the team fights. He's been hard to kill in team fights, while Luna's just been dying.
And what do you even do? I mean, Luna, you see, she tickles.
Okay, once again, they're trying for this Timbersaw, but he's so hard to kill. I don't think they're going to find him. Rita kind of gets caught though.
Still alive.
KB's pop. Rita is taken down. Timbersaw gonna get taken down as well. Could this be what Singapore's looking for? But this Gyro does not care. He's standing in the front line. He is tanking with his face. He cannot die. He does not care. That's gonna be Gyrocopter RDO here leading the charge. Doesn't matter if his teammates die because he knows he has what it takes to carry this one.
And at this point, very soon, I should be writing a eulogy for the Luna.
Man, high ground, Sean.
This is it. The fortification is forced out. Only buybacks and 2 heroes from Team Singapore. And when you were hoping for 2 gold, it looks like it's not really going that way.
Singapore. Doesn't matter.
They've thrown everything at them. They're running out of stamina.
They've thrown everything and the kitchen sink, and it still did not matter. Singapore, they're running out of options. I'm going to be real with you here in their hometown. Faltering at the finish line. Brazil, they just look too strong right now. We set their support lineup, the 4, the 5, Kyolakor and KJ. They played at TI. They're going to be the carries here. But RDO, Analog, they're just looking so good. FCR as well. He's been popping off on his Timbersaw.
Popping off? That's
putting it lightly.
At that point, it is such a modest statement, right? This guy's been playing.
Okay, let me give him a better compliment. He's starting to look almost as good as my Timbersaw. Nearly there.
No. I mean, this is why, right? The Timber Pick is just so value, and the fact that Team Singapore were not really able to punish it. I mean, what could you actually do? And right now, Team Brazil, they're going to play the map, choke Team Singapore out. And this is where they were. I think they might even I don't even think they need Roshan at this point. It really feels like it doesn't matter. The Halberd pick instead of the Kaya Sanj. As you see the disassemble into the Halberd. Really good to mess with the Luna. And if you're Luna, you're so sad. Like, what do you do?
Ranger as well. The focus fire. Nothing. Roshan is up.
Shard. I like the Shard. Shard is so good here.
For who?
Invoker. You know, short immediate cooldown. It's great for Timbersaw so that you can siege. It's also good for like the Gyrocopter so that when you lay the rocket out, the rocket barrage does damage for you. There's so many good ways. Or even the Snapfire where, you know, your skills become like a stun.
But we're starting to see some caution here from Brazil though. They do start this one off. Spirit Breaker is exerting pressure at the bottom side of the map. A bit of copium here, maybe he gets the turret, maybe he doesn't. But it looks like Singapore, they're well aware of this. Do they want to contest?
You notice one thing though, Team Brazil is refusing to play in the bottom half of the map.
They don't care.
Yeah, they actually don't care. They have been like running.
Oh man, but look at this. The supports just dive right in. Finger of Death. Bottomless kisses. Wind Ranger BKB pops the will be forced to run away from the fight. That's gonna be that. Till Lacan does drop the Polo Sun though, but X-Island, he dies to the dot. That's gonna be it for him. And that's another kill as well onto Polo Sun. They use everything. X-Silent, he doesn't get to do a thing.
They know that Miracle wants to try and rat.
Cut.
They get the Deafening Blast, and of course with the Spirit Vessel, but this, the Shadow Blade, this is Spirit Breaking things. He's trying his best to delay the game. But over in the middle lane, you know, there are no creeps.
How much can you delay though?
Oh, but the top lane has pushed it in. There is no backdoor protection.
You cut the mid wave, but your base has a gaping hole in the top lane. There's nothing you can do. That's mid lane turret taken down. That's mid lane Rex taken down. Spirit Breaker does not dare to charge in. Brazil are laughing in the face of this Spirit Breaker because they know there's nothing he can do. A second lane of Rex broken open. They want a third, Sean. They want the Megas here at 30 minutes. Will the charge just land?
So grim. I know they have the Grim Stroke, but then maybe that's not what's grim right now for Team Singapore. The final lane of Rax.
He's charging, he's trying, he's looking for the gyro, but he has the Aegis. Any damage you do, it doesn't matter. I bet he has the Satanic. There we go, using that once lifesteal up as well. There's not enough damage. He's full health. Again, the charges are coming in. The Moonlight is used. The Eclipse is used from Luna, but it means nothing. The BKB is popped. Aegis, it's not even going to get close. His Satanic's up in 8 seconds again. RDO trying to carry this one. Buyback is used. X-Island is back up. Polosan buys back as well. That's just the Aegis taken down. Do they want to keep the fight going? I feel like Brazil can. I feel like Brazil do not care. They're going to try to push this one in. They're going for the Magas. Charge lands yet again. No BKB this time. He needs to be a bit more careful. Starting to get trapped, but it doesn't matter. Mizu gets taken down. The stans
oh
are
my
enough.
God.
Bulldoze doesn't matter.
Disaster.
Silent, he's going to get taken down now as well. No BKB. The blink hangs.
No buyback as
That's
well.
all that matters. No buyback as well. GG is caught. Vamos, Brazil, Cabello, Mundo. That's going to be Brazil. Your champions here at the GEG Open.
Wow, just excellent play coming out there from the Brazilians, dominating Singapore in Game 2. That was just insane. So different from Game 1. And just when you thought they were trying to adapt the plan, they used different heroes. But you know, Brazil, just, what can I say? They wiped the floor with Singapore in that Game 2 and well deserved to them. Congratulations to them. I was really impressed with that level of gameplay.
Amazing gameplay coming in from Brazil. Like, I can't repeat this enough. I was expecting the support lineup to be amazing, but their calls were so good, Sean.
Well, what can I say? I mean, that was quite a grim moment for Team Singapore. When, you know, you throw all that out and you still can barely kill 2 heroes. It's just not what you would expect.
It takes everything in the world to kill the Timbersaw, but at the end of the day, even if he dies, which it took really long for him to, the Gyro comes in, RDO comes in, he cleans up the team fights. The Troll Warlord, the Gyrocopter, everything he's played has worked. And honestly, I gotta give credit to FCR as well. This Timbersaw, that was a thing of nightmares, man.
I mean, Teal Lee Core, you can see why this guy, such a notable player.
Yeah.
Great stuff on the support play. And this was, I think this also came down to like, you know, the reactive like movements. Like, you know, I think you could see like they were trying to play the bottom half of the map, but that part just never really got to getting Brazil to ever retreat. They never retreated.
They don't care.
They just stayed up there. They just stayed up there.
They know what they need to do.
Faces.
They played to it. Very good understanding, very good ideation of what they needed to do in that game. Team Singapore, understandably, looking dejected here, but commiserations to them as well. They played their hearts out to get here to the Grand Finals too. They took a 2-0 earlier today against Great Britain.
Great stuff, great stuff. I mean, as well, you can see like I really wish I could have seen like the games in Mongolia. Like was it like with this kind of ferociousness?
Yeah. Well, Mongolia, yeah, they did take a game against Brazil as well, right? We got to keep in mind a lot of good teams here. What was it you said earlier today, Sean? Any of those teams could have been here in the grand finals.
Exactly.
I think we're seeing that.
So exactly, you know, like when you look at Team Singapore, they're still being able to make it to the grand finals, still a really decent achievement and something which they should also be proud of to represent Singapore on the international stage, you know, having another international LAN tournament in COVID.
You talk about the younger players as well, right? Someone like Exile and getting the experience on the big stage, always going to be so invaluable. Now, with that in mind, I know there's a lot of questions we want to ask, but the man with the mic right now, let's toss it over to Eugene, Abstract on stage with the players from Brazil to hear their thoughts on that clean series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I present to you the grand finalists when it comes down to the Global Esports Games 2021 Dota 2 Open, and that is going to be Team Brazil. And with that said, I do have the team captain from Team Brazil right here. KJ is with me, and we are going to be conducting a short little interview. And to kickstart things off, the casters has been asking from me with burning passion. What is that spray that you guys put out? That what did it say? Badadao? Was it?
Paredão de Moracle.
What does that mean?
It's a famous quote from a famous Dota 2 streamer from Brazil. Beijo Moracle.
So, what? How do you use that? Is that a kind of like a BM thing or what?
It's more that his face scares the opponent, so we just put it on the ground. It also scares us a little bit, but we love him.
Okay, casters, you got that. You can debate about that a little bit. Now, when it comes down to this game over here against Team Singapore, did you come in really confident about this 2-0 convincing win, or were you expecting that they'll be able to take 1 point away?
I always expect that they can beat us. Like, I never disrespect any opponent. So I just came in here trying to play my best.
All right, and I mean, I gotta have to ask this as the grand champions coming in from GG 2021, right? How do you feel about this win? How does the team feel about this?
Everyone super happy. We went through this LAN experience in the middle of the world, like all the other part of the world, so we never went that far in the world. So yeah, it's like so many new things. There are players that had never had international LAN, so it's new things for some players, and the whole bundle is very, very nice, especially if you win, right?
Especially if you win indeed. Congratulations once again over to Team Brazil. I hope that you have enjoyed your entire stay here in Singapore as well as enjoyed the game against Team Singapore. Thank you so much once again. And now I'm just going to be passing it over back to the casting boys. Take it away.
I love that, Sean. I love that. It was a full interview full of quotable moments.
That was actually amazing to see. The fact that we're using, you know, crediting one of their fellow streamers back home, saying that was a face to intimidate the opponent, man. I'm going to see that in a completely different light. I'm very tempted to buy it myself when I get back home.
So now you know why they intentionally sprayed it across the trees so that the face gets distorted and it's extra scary. Spooked me a little bit too, I gotta be honest, but great mindset there. Congratulations once again to Team Brazil. Now let's take a look at the highlight package we have here. Let's take a look at the winning moments of that game from the Brazilian squad.
There we go. You can see it. This was like very, very even laning phase. I mean, we talked about how this laning phase was relatively quiet compared to what we were used to. And, you know, the soulbinds, you know, there wasn't really much for them to really like follow up with. Something impressive like maybe like a Reaper Scythe or just some single target spell to like combo with. So that part was a little bit strange to me. But at the same time, I could see what Team Singapore are trying to do. They're trying to go with these invasive things. They're trying to think out of the box. They're trying to get between the enemy lines. But at the same time, you know, Team Brazil is holding their formations pretty well.
Yes.
Every single time and actually out-reading Team Singapore in these movements. So that was just very unfortunate. And just the way like they decided to execute the fights in certain parts of the map, I just felt like Team Brazil, not only did they have, you know, Team Singapore in their pocket, just the way that they understood playing around certain terrains of the map was just very, very on point.
Yes, indeed, Team Brazil in game one, you know, they play a little bit more respectfully. They ran for some of the attempts at getting picks from Team Singapore, at some of the smoke ganks from Team Singapore in Game 2. They just didn't care. They knew they couldn't die. They knew they could outplay. They knew they could outfight. And they just held their ground, like you said. It's just really great stuff from Team Brazil. Really good performance coming in from them. The picks as well. This Lion, that's a pick we talk a lot about. And for good reason. We saw how impactful that hero can be here on the big stage. This Timbersaw as well. I mean, stuff with nightmares.
Indeed. I mean, this giant robot is running in your face. And of course, you know, TLD4, that's very, very on point with that Lion play. And I just like the fact that the Snapfire is also a very versatile hero. Like, you can play as a 4, as a 5. The fact that they let it do. There's some things that, you know, I felt that, you know, Team Singapore, maybe they might have been confident enough. Like, they felt like the thing against Timbersaw is not really an issue. But, you know, Brazil just saying, you know what, you let it do, that's your problem, that's your loss.
Yeah, like this Lion Snapfire duo just did not let Wind Ranger play the game at all. Even with the BKB, it doesn't matter, Blink hacks into Multimus, into Finger of Death. What can you really do? Not quite much.
Very difficult, and this was already, I wouldn't even say the beginning of the end, this was already at the end.
Yeah.
Before
like,
the GG
can't
was
die.
called.
You can't die.
I mean, you commit, you know, your life like that, and then you just go down. Yeah. Gyrocopter is having a really great time. It's very, very difficult. Like, you know, popping the ages, no BKBs. It's really rough. Like, I don't even know what you would do if you were the Wind Ranger trying to play against this like super fat Gyrocopter. Because you already had the MKB, he had the Satanic up. It's so hard.
Yeah. Like, we had questions, like I brought this up again, right? The Trollwalla, the Gyrocopter, something a little bit off from what we're typically used to seeing. Doesn't matter. He plays it so well, RDO just popping off. And throwing back to the interview as well that we heard from, some of these players not quite having LAN experience coming across the world, especially in a COVID landscape. It's just such an amazing experience to get experience here on LAN. Against, you gotta keep in mind, Singapore team, that's an experienced roster as well. That's a roster with some pedigree too. Just an impressive performance.
And of course, when you, like you mentioned, you know, not having international LAN experience, the fact that they came down here, they beat players who have you know, some of these guys have already like DPC level experience. This is something which will be so great for their confidence. I'm pretty sure it's only going to motivate them even more to improve. And this just means, you know, moving forward from the Global Esports Games, this is something which we'll pretty sure see that these guys deserve more opportunities at a higher level.
Definitely the case. Let's take a look at the stats from that Game 2 and Brazil's 2-0 win over Team Singapore. Let's take a look at that real quick. Where are the stats?
Well,
it's coming.
As we're waiting for them. I mean, okay, now they're up, but, you know, like, once again, you can see. Like the KDA doesn't even really reflect like how
we talk about that, right? KDA is only half of the story, but I feel like in this game it's kind of accurate. Team Singapore never really had a chance to throw a big punch here.
I mean, I saw Peloson on the clockwork. He was trying to make all these plays here and there, but the follow-up thing was a bit awkward. You know, like what would your crew really do?
Like the Timbersaw would come in, the Mortimers would come in, and just cut your team apart, right? What can you do there?
It really came down to the mid-game part. Like, you know, Chibix against RDO, and RDO was just farming up as much as he could, and then at the same time just being ever so amazing in these team fights. And Luna, meanwhile, getting picked off, you know, every now and then. You know, it may seem like 1, 2, 3, you know, maybe it's not that bad. But with those 3, you know, casual pickoffs just like that, it really slows your timing down. Meanwhile, with Gyrocopter just, you know, accumulating all the extra farm, the extra items coming up, and it just makes your problem even bigger. And how do you deal with it? You know, it's hard. It's something that at some point you just cannot ignore.
Exactly. Now, Sean, it's time for the $1 million question.
Who's your you want to ask, right?
Who's your MVP, Sean?
Dude, this is
you
like
gotta pick one.
This is not even close, man. This is like the Timbersaw, dude.
Okay, the Timbersaw, finally we're on the same page here. I might have given it to the Gyro, but I feel like the team, you know, set him up for success there, whereas this Timbersaw just charging in, impossible to kill. They threw everything at him and he still stood there strong, itemizing the Heaven's Hell, but really just doing everything. Amazing performance yet again from Team Brazil. Now let's see if production agrees with us. We're gonna have the MVP pop up on your screens really shortly as well. I mean, who else would you name here in this team?
I mean, honestly, I would just, I'm not even like think of a second option.
Okay,
because,
it's
like,
just Timber.
Yeah, because like the part where I went for the Kaya Sanj, right? The moment where I saw like, okay, you saw the Sanj, he was still not really like committing to the Kaya. I was like, you know, maybe he's thinking about the Heaven's Helper.
Yes.
Because then, you know, even if Luna does get another item, it doesn't really do any. Helper just basically just makes sure that Luna, you can have all that farm, but you're going to be useless, and the BKB is not going to dispel that. So that was just something that I just felt like Team Singapore, you had a lot of issues, but there's no real way to address all these issues within the game at the moment.
Now, let's see if production agrees with you. They might have waited so long because they were waiting for your answer, but let's take a look at the MVP right now. Who's it going to be? Teolicon, Lion,
wow, the one time I say that it's not the Lion, the one time.
Supports are getting some love here today, Sean. We've been complaining about it. Production have heard us, and it's going to be Lion. I mean, I feel like it makes sense as well. He's been instrumental in finding these picks, setting up the Snapfire for success too. The Blink hacks us into Mortimus.
his timings as well, knowing when to not use the finger of death. And like just the versatility in the way he used the line. Like how when he went for the mana restore talent, that was something that was very funky. I like that. I like the how innovative he is on that hero. Makes me think, what other creative stuff could we have seen if this had been a best of 5 instead? Like would we have seen something more fancy or something else?
If it was a best of 7, if it was a best of 9, maybe we would have seen something crazy. Unfortunately, it's not
best of 9. Call it best of 9 is dragging too much. I can hear production and it's like no.
Now, with that, if you guys want to be as good as these players, if you guys want to pop off at home as well, be sure to go over to Razer.com, check out the new Razer. I do believe this is the Naga Ultimate. That's going to be a really nice mouse pickup for you guys at home. Arm yourself with gear built for esports. I personally use the Death Adder. I talk about that one a lot. I'm a big fan of Razer. If you're hearing this at home, wink, wink. Be sure to go over and check this one out.
Oh, sorry. There's something I like the Razer. Can I have a mouse? Wink, wink. Oh, sorry about that.
Now, I do believe we're getting ready for the award ceremony here today. We checked that one out yesterday. These teams, these players. Well, we're going to head for a quick break first, but when we come back, make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Check out your favorite players at the award ceremony as we head into a short break, and we'll be right back.
In casual gaming, you don't really think too much, you just think about having fun. But in competitive gaming, there's this huge change in mentality where even fun is now officially your work. My name is Sean, also known by the gaming persona Hades. I've been a shoutcaster, a coach, and a stats person / manager as well. I started gaming probably since I was a kid, going across Game Boy, Xbox. Eventually, I started my journey to Dota 2. And ever since then, I've been all into gaming. Shoutcasting was something that I wanted to try when I attended my first event in Singapore. And I thought like, wow, they could hype an entire crowd, you could feel an entire arena. And that was something that I thought I really wanted to give a shot at. Burnout is something that gamers don't really talk about. So I definitely have suffered from burnout, whether it's working till like 3 to 4 a.m., thinking that I'm doing something beneficial for myself when I'm not. So that's where I learned that I need to set boundaries and learn how to say no to myself. So from playing all these diverse roles in the esports industries, my position in this is to help be the bridge to provide opportunities for Singaporeans to get to that next level. We have loads of young talent everywhere. Every time a game comes out, a Singaporean is there. If we can learn how to compromise and actually iron stuff out, I think it's going to make us a lot stronger and get us back to that Titan status. I would say my biggest obstacle will always be myself, because I know if I get too comfy, I'm going to stagnate, I'm going to stop growing. Even for me, I've had to sacrifice a day of going to my grandfather's funeral just because I knew that he would always be supportive in me pursuing esports as my passion. It's gonna get lonely at the top, as my dad always says. Stay true to your path. Surround yourself with people who will help you level up. Obviously, making it at that top level, it's not always going to be a pretty little picture. It's gonna get ugly, and you gotta get ready for that battle every single day of your life.
Listen. Let the world MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride, commitment, unity, equality, innovation, not division. Let the world unite. Come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite. Standing on the edge of the world, we fight for the right to be us. We never give up on the fight. Let the world unite. Come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite.
Esports to me is more than just entertainment. It's a way to bring people together without barriers. For many years, Taekwondo has been my main focus. So seeing it being represented at the global stage, like the Global Esports Games through Streetfighter, is super exciting. My name is Mingwei, a full-time content creator with over 21 million followers on TikTok. Up to 2020, I was a full-time Taekwondo athlete representing Singapore at Taekwondo Games. I started posting TikTok videos around 2018. At the point of time, I was training Taekwondo almost full-time. In my mind, Taekwondo was everything. It wasn't until 2019, where 1 week before the Olympic qualifiers, the pandemic happened and I had to come back to Singapore and put a hold on my training. To be honest, I was quite lost. My training wasn't going as planned. My friends were all working, and there I was. Making videos was a distraction to me as I realized there are more content creators on platforms like TikTok and Twitch. I started to explore videos of different formats, and eventually one video took off and the views started to come in. Especially during the pandemic, people were looking for ways to distract themselves. Somehow my videos, especially with my dad, were able to bring joy to people's life. My decision to pursue TikTok was definitely an unconventional one. On one hand, I spent many years pursuing Taekwondo, but on the other hand, I saw many brands putting more focus on digital presence. However, I'm someone who believes you either do it or you don't. It's encouraging to see Singaporeans so receptive to content creators, be it on social media or gaming. It's a privilege to be part of the Global Esports Games as an ambassador, as the tenacity shown by the top esports athlete is something I identify strongly with. The Global Esports Games aims to celebrate esports, youth culture, innovation, and fair play, just to name a few. Through TikTok, I hope to showcase the sportsmanship of our esports athletes. Don't forget to tune in to the live stream.
So I started Lugiami Gaming to give women the resources to flourish, to empower women, so when they join, they feel good in what is typically a male-dominated industry. We are honoured to be representing Team SG in the Global Esports Games. Hi, I'm Ash Hashim. I'm the founder of Footballita. I'm a football player's agent, also a TV presenter, and the founder of Lugiami Gaming. So when I was in Polytechnic, I spent a lot of my time playing video games about football, and I loved football so much I could feel it within my soul, and my lecturer actually encouraged me to get into football journalism. So it was always one of my biggest goals to interview some of these players, Sergio Aguero, Javi Hernandez, Ronaldo, and many more, but more importantly to build a name for women in football, and that's why I started Footballita, because when I started there weren't many women, and it was my goal to actually elevate and also get women empowered in football. So yeah, I mean, definitely when I started, I used to get a lot of negative comments on my social media, and some of these comments were really personal, and as I grew older, I started to mentally strengthen myself. So that's why with my girls at Lugiami, it's especially important for them to get access to good mental health, just not internalize any of these comments. So yeah, I mean, I had to fight through these adversities, and I'm really grateful for them as well, because it built me to this day to get to where I am. I think I've been really lucky to be overseas as well and gone to many summits and events and conferences. You know, I met some amazing female football players and women leaders in sport. And when I look at them, I'm like, you know what? If they can do it, so can I. So they inspire me to try and be the best at what I want to do as well. So to the girls who want to join the industry, you need to know that you must always be prepared. The job comes with its own set of challenges, but there will be people backing you along the way as long as you put in the hard work.
You know, viewers on my stream always ask me why my reaction time is so slow. Just wait till you are my age, and I want to see how fast your reaction time is.
Hey Arthur!
Hey Jill, what's up?
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. I
Sure.
heard the food here is really awesome, so let's go and try it out.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go!
So you know, everybody always says, right, esports players, streamers, always just drink energy drink and play video games all night. But I think it's very important to have a nice healthy meal, you know?
Yeah, Arthur, that's so right. There's so much work that goes behind the scenes. It's multitasking or streaming and posting and entertaining and talking. It's like no joke, you know? So Arthur, how did you actually get into streaming?
Ooh, when my dad passed away like about 10 years ago, I look at it as like an opportunity to take a break. Actually, I was quite comfortable at my job, but I wanted to try something new, so I decided to start streaming. But the first thing that came to my mind was, who would want to watch this? That was when my wife came in, and my wife is like, who cares? Just get a cam, just get a mic, just talk to the camera, just show people your face, and then show your gameplay. I mean, isn't that what eventually people wants to watch? So that's how got me started.
Here it comes!
Oh, it's here, nice. Wow, it looks good.
And the best part, right, is that a lot of its ingredients are harvested at the back in the garden right here, okay? That's how fresh it is.
Really?
I know.
Yo, so what about you, Jill? I heard that you're a songwriter too, right?
Yeah. When I first went into entertainment, my mom wasn't really for it because, you know, in our generation, right, you have to work a 9-to-5 job. Even though I've not been a gamer and streamer for a very long time, it's been like really encouraging, and the support from the local community has been like really awesome.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And events like Global Esports Games are giving a lot more exposure to this scene. You know, when it comes to gaming, it doesn't really matter who you are. As long as you have a passion, you really never know where you might go.
And we are here back at the Global Esports Games 2021. It's me, Omo, and with me, Sean. Yet again, we're going to take a look at the recap of some of the games we had here today at the Grand Finals. Looking at some exciting moments before we hop on over to the awards ceremony. Let's take a look at the highlights whenever that one is ready. What were your highlights, Sean?
My highlights? Honestly, my highlights just came down to like the support play. Like the support defense, that was just everything. But this was, you know, this is just a recap of game one. You can see like where the Maranica, it's really hard to have strong impact, especially with the Enchantress, you know, into the Timbersaw. I mean, that's why the machines coming out, cutting little Bambi out of a little forest. That's something that we're so used to seeing. The Fiend script in place, and this is what I was talking about, you know, in there at the right place at the right time. I felt so helpless, you know, if I was that Medusa. Like, what can you actually do?
Yeah, he really had a hard time that game. Kept getting picked on
again
by the Lion, by the Bane.
And it doesn't do anything, like right there. And you know, you're just gonna keep on seeing. That's basically the highlights, and that's why I said, you know, Teolico on that Bane. It's constantly being a pain in the ass. Actually, no, that wasn't Teolico. I believe that was the other support player.
Yeah, it was KJ.
So you know, once again, you know, Mizu trying his best. I thought that was as best as he could do, already, honestly.
Yeah. It's just a really tough call, honestly. I think there were points in this game as well with the rapier from Medusa.
Oh, this is the one I like. This is the play. This is the play I like. In the intimidation play. that was the Team Brazil intimidation play.
Yeah, it worked. I mean, it worked. This was my personal favorite player. It's a bit more low-key,
the snipe,
the instincts, the Sands coming in using the courier from the side of Team Brazil. Support doing all the work here, getting the love for the MVP in game 2 as well.
And this is where the Stone Gaze, you can see, it honestly didn't do too much. And then when he was so desperate, he went into the Egg and Scepter. And even then, it just had not the kind of impact that you would have hoped for. Like all the disasters everywhere, left, right, center. And the Bat Rider, you know, obviously this was a huge commitment. I remember this fight going on for a very long time. This felt like 2 halves of a soccer match.
It really did, and a lot of these fights did as well, because a lot of these fights, Brazil's, they had the ages, they were able to just, you know, send their +1 up. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter, he comes back up again. We're able to play around him again. Not to mention this Timbersaw, he never dies. He comes out, he goes back in, and he just plays around the +1 ages timings. It's just Brazil team fighting so well, knowing their limits, pushing it to the absolute limit, really.
The power of the Bane. I mean, this is where like fighting the choke zone into like the Bat Rider Aghanims.
Yeah.
So deadly. You know, getting the double lasso off. You know, even forcing the first A on disc, breaking that from the Bane, keeping it like kind of like giving him a little bit of a shock, you know.
Yeah, this fight, it looked good for a moment, right? This was the Divine Rapier fight. This was the fight. They killed the Bane at the start of it. No well, he wasn't able to use the Fiend script really. The blink in from Night Stalker is so effective here. But still, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. This Troll Warlock, he died. He came back up from Aegis. Like you said, 2 halves of the same fight. He just went to town.
I mean, just look all the way at the river. Meanwhile, while that was happening, Lion was just keeping that poor Ember Spirit there for like a good 5 to 6 seconds, and you're just like, no, wow, just like really wow. And I believe this was the questionable charge, right?
Yeah.
Like kill.
It happens. But the Earth Spike, I mean, the Earth Spike was the MVP here, right? One more auto attack.
Shadow
I think he
Blast.
would have gotten the kill, but you know.
Oh man, this
Spike.
charge, this was the somewhat questionable play, but at the same time, the Snap was like running away. Timber, giving a bit of time to get out.
This one was huge because they nearly killed the Gyro, but not being able to kill him in time. He got off enough
It did
damage.
get the kill, but it took a long time, and this is where, you know, obviously when you try to like sneak in, get one pick,
full rotation,
very difficult. And it was a very awkward position because when Gyrocopter was near the stairs, I think that was like probably the kind of pick which you should not commit for. But you know, they were under pressure to try and make things happen. And this was the one where the Invoker died, but the Ice Wall very good at zoning them out. And yeah, this was the very unfortunate Exiled pick-off right here.
Yeah, it happens. This is the Timbersaw show right here. He gets enough items, he gets to the point of no return that you keep talking about. Just chases you down. You're not safe under your tier 1, you're not safe under your tier 2, you're not safe in your base, as we saw this game as well. Timbersaw thinks.
Yeah, this was what we call the consolation kill. That was the consolation kill.
Yeah.
And that was as best as could get. You know, you really can't ask for more. And this was the death of X Freedom on this Grimstroke.
That was really nice as well, right? He knew exactly the damage he had. He faded away, picked up that kill. And these fights, these couple of fights are exactly what we talked about. You kill the Timber, right? Sure. It takes you everything in your kit to kill the Timber. The Gyro comes in. Look at this. He doesn't die. He has the Aegis right here as well, I believe. He has the BKB. He just runs you down. He cannot even lose his first life.
The no BKBs, man.
Nothing he can do.
And I believe that was even before he had the Satanic at that time.
This fight, he had the Satanic.
And the Aegis too. So yeah, okay, cool, you get the Aegis, but what next? You just burn everything. Like this is where he tried to go for the Focus Fire, no, but without the BKB, you just don't dare to commit to that. And that was the game right there.
Yeah.
And it's just showing like Team Brazil's dominance overall, like between the two games.
Dominance is a word I hesitate to use for game 1, but it was definitely the case in game 2 here. Brazil, they just know what they need to do. They know their win conditions, and they managed to execute on it. Really good stuff coming in from them. Now, I mean, a lot of takeaways from that game in terms of draft, in terms of hero pick, in terms of meta. We talk a lot about tournament meta, adaptability. Not much of that came true here today. We didn't really have time for a lot of that. It was a quick 2-0, to be perfectly honest with you. What were your takeaways?
I mean, my takeaways was that how Brazil, every single time, they seem to be like somewhat in the right location. Every single time a skirmish would go on, even when Team Singapore was looking for a pick at a very specific area, it was very textbook to a certain degree. And every time, like Brazil, you know, they really know how to play around the map. They really know how to use the terrain to their advantage every single time. Even like if someone's going down, they made sure that they were using the spells to basically, you know, just kind of like zone out the rest, so that the team were able to like filter out one hero and then move on to the rest of the meal. So that was basically like the way I saw them approaching those particular team fights. Especially, this is why, like, you know, having the Evoker pick, it was like something really nice to watch, especially with that death, which led to the Ice Wall thing. It's a tiny detail, but still yet pretty impactful.
It really was very impactful here. I mean, the Invoker into the Wind Ranger was something we saw yesterday, something we saw again here today. They won the game this time around. I mean, Invoker didn't manage to win against the Wind Ranger yesterday, had a hard time in lane. Same thing today, had a hard time in lane, but doesn't matter because you win the game. What were the key differences here, you think? Was it a team thing?
I think it might have been a team thing, but also like maybe in the execution part. But then, you know, that wasn't really complete down on Ruby on the Invoker play. Yeah. Like I honestly felt like it was a really hard Invoker game, to be fair, that one. But this one like was a little bit easier, it felt. Especially, you know, when it's against like a hero like a Wind Ranger.
Exactly the case, and we talk about you need to protect your hero picks, you need to protect certain key picks here in the draft. The Wind Ranger, what are your thoughts on that one? It's a bit iffy, right?
I mean, they had a very clear plan, which is you wanted to be running at Brazil.
Yeah, but that means the moment you fall behind.
Yeah, like often, I think often like the common denominator right there was that when every time you tried to run in, they would be running away. Like we saw back when they did the smoke angle to the triangle, Gyrocopter had already cleared the stack in time, and he was towards the stairs. He was basically like running away to the close to the tier 2 tower, and that's why, you know, overcommitting for the kill was very risky. And it felt like, okay, yeah, even if you did get the kill, it allowed them to actually allow Brazil to kind of like flank around them from the tier 1 tower with the TPs in. So that's was something which I didn't really think was a risk that, you know, but at that point you're already so deep in, you have to commit. So that was very unfortunate.
it's just one of those things that happens. And you know what else is one of those things that happens after you win a tournament, after the tournament closes and you have your first, second, third placing? We have an award ceremony. We have the teams waiting in the wings. So without further ado, let's throw it over to Claire with the teams for the award ceremony. Oh, wait, not quite yet, not quite yet. We're going to be going into a quick break before we go into the award ceremony. And with that, it has been amazing here casting at the GEG. I'm Leonard Olmo, and with me is Sean Hades as well. We were excited to bring you some amazing games. Anything else you want to say before we head off?
Man, I'm just grateful to see that getting all this international Dota, more cross-regional play. This would not have been possible without the Global Esports Games happening here in the Lion City in Singapore at Resorts World Sentosa. Shout out to all the supporting partners, of course, which are helping us out to make this event possible. And Leonard, it's been great casting with you. Hopefully we'll see you for the next one.
My man just left me hanging. With that, we are gonna go into a break and we'll come back with the award ceremony.
In my years of competing in Streetfighter V, I've learned one very important lesson. There's going to be nerves, there's going to be pressure, but there's a quote that I really love: to play as if it means nothing when it actually means everything. Hi, I'm Brandon. I'm a competitive Streetfighter V player. I'll be competing in the Global Esports Games for Streetfighter V in December 2021. I first got into Street Fighter when I was 7 years old, so I would actually go to the arcades back then with $5 and get tokens exchanged. Back in 2016, I got more involved with the local Street Fighter V scene. The first major breakthrough victory that I had was actually when I played Momochi back in 2019 Flash Vision Cup. Momochi is one of the all-time greats when it comes to Street Fighter, so having that victory was a really big thing for me, and it gave me a lot of motivation going forward. Reaching the highest levels in competitive Street Fighter V has been one of the most uphill challenges that I've ever faced. The cause of my burnout was probably driven by the thought of winning. I was initially getting the results early on, but I started to feel very, very tired, both mentally and physically, and I wasn't getting any of the results that I thought I could get. I emphasize setting aside some time for your family, friends, and loved ones, because ultimately they are the ones who are going to support you all the way through. I'm really thankful that there's more support for local gamers in Singapore, and that there are more events such as the Global Esports Games that are happening. Even though I'm preparing for the Global Esports Games, I adhere strictly to my personalized training schedule. I only practice 4 days a week because I know that it's really important for me to keep a balanced lifestyle, to keep myself match fit for the tournament itself. The one thing that I can advise esports athletes would be, to don't let the lows overtake the highs. Continue practicing in a very healthy way. Don't forget to set aside time to rest as well.
So I started Lugiami Gaming to give women the resources to flourish, to empower women, so when they join, they feel good in what is typically a male-dominated industry. We are honoured to be representing Team SG in the Global Esports Games. Hi, I'm Ash Hashim. I'm the founder of Footballita. I'm a football player's agent, also a TV presenter, and the founder of Lugiami Gaming. So when I was in Polytechnic, I spent a lot of my time playing video games about football, and I loved football so much I could feel it within my soul, and my lecturer actually encouraged me to get into football journalism. So it was always one of my biggest goals to interview some of these players, Sergio Aguero, Javi Hernandez, Ronaldo, and many more. But more importantly, to build a name for women in football. And that's why I started Futbolita, because when I started, there weren't many women, and it was my goal to actually elevate and also get women empowered in football. So yeah, I mean, definitely when I started, I used to get a lot of negative comments on my social media, and some of these comments were really personal. And as I grew older, I started to mentally strengthen myself. So that's why with my girls at Lugiami, it's especially important for them to get access to good mental health, just not internalize any of these comments. So yeah, I mean, I had to fight through these adversities, and I'm really grateful for them as well, because it built me to this day to get to where I am. I think I've been really lucky to be overseas as well and gone to many summits and events and conferences. I met some amazing female football players and women leaders in sport. And when I look at them, I'm like, you know what? If they can do it, so can I. So they inspire me to try and be the best at what I want to do as well. So to the girls who want to join the industry, you need to know that you must always be prepared. The job comes with its own set of challenges, but there will be people backing you along the way as long as you put in the hard work.
Uncompromisingly engineered for the multi-chain future. Assemble blockchains like building blocks. Earn with your tokens through decentralized finance. Buy and trade NFTs. Fast, scalable, and very low energy. Come join the future.
This time, I'll wake up for that sunrise to see every little thing. I'll make tomorrow a brighter place. I'll stop to smell the flowers. I won't just do it for the gram. I'll say yes to everything. This time, it will be different.
This is where all is never seen and rarely done. Here, you can steer yourself in any direction you choose, through HDBs, jalans, and lorongs. Walk atop trees or around them. This is where your passion for wandering the familiar and exploring the unknown is made possible.
This time, I'll wake up for that sunrise to see every little thing. I'll make tomorrow a brighter place. I'll stop to smell the flowers. I won't just do it for the gram. I'll say yes to everything. This time, it will be different.
This is where all is never seen and rarely done. Here, you can steer yourself in any direction you choose, through HDBs, jalans, and lorongs. Walk atop trees or around them. This is where your passion for wandering the familiar and exploring the unknown is made possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for the Dota 2 Open Medal Ceremony, where we are gonna crown our winners right on the stage there. We have Brazil and Singapore. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, everyone.
Well, I'm gonna get right into it. Thank you so much for staying here with us, and to all of those streaming as well. In a silver position, Team Singapore. And in gold, we have Brazil.
Our official telco partner, My Republic, has also kindly prepared a special swag kit to be presented to our gold medal winners of the inaugural Global Esports event, Dota 2 Open. Thank you, My Republic.
Well, at the same time that these guys are receiving their swag packs, I'd like to introduce the VIP, Mr. Kelvin Tan. He is the GEF Director of Esports, to take a picture with our winning teams. Okay, if everybody could just look forward for the photo taking, please. Thank you.
Smile with eye.
Guys, if you could just look in front, just for the photo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the Singapore 2021 Global Esports Games. And we've had 74 countries that were represented, and 3 epic game titles and a special segment of Dota 2 for women. And this is true to the values of diversity and inclusion for GEF.
We'd like to give a big thank you to our players, officials, partners, and sponsors for their continuous support.
And right now, we'd also like to invite Mr. Paul J. Foster, Chief Executive Officer of the Global Esports Federation, to share a few words.
President Chris Chan, Vice Presidents and members of the Global Esports Federation Board, Chair of the Organising Committee, Your Excellency Madam Ng Shening, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, Global Esports Federation member federations here in Singapore and throughout the world, leaders of our organising committee for Istanbul 2022 Global Esports Games, leaders of the organising committee for Riyadh 2023 Global Esports Games, dear friends near and far, welcome to the closing ceremony of the inaugural Singapore 2021 Global Esports Games. Athletes, gamers, you are champions. Every one of you, thank you and congratulations. You are a real part of the future, but you are now part of our history as the first athletes at the first Global Esports Games. And when we look to the skies over Singapore tonight, all we see are stars. The world does feel much brighter tonight. Thank you. Just 2 years ago, we launched the Global Esports Federation right here in Singapore, and here we are again today. On that day, a wise man and great leader turned to a small group of us and said, what if esports could connect the world? What if esports and gaming could help us join the world together, everyone? And in that very instant, that very moment, our motto was born. The Global Esports Federation community became World Connected. As humans, all of us, but particularly young people, love to play. This playing of games teaches us joy, fun, friendship, inclusion, fair play, and the celebration of our creativity, our energy, our diversity, and yes, all of our differences. All of us can remember the happiest of times when we play games, either in sport, in music, or with friends taking a walk together, and in esports. We all love playing all types of games. It's a beautiful part of life. At this time of year, many of us start to think about giving and receiving gifts. A new great gift has arrived and is right in front of us. The gift of the metaverse, where real and virtual worlds join in seamless harmony. We look to Web3 and the fourth industrial age, powered by limitless technology, to make our lives easier, to be more fair, more equitable, more just, more inclusive, and yes, more great games, and yes, much more fun. But there is more great news for the athletes and teams here today. This morning, Hugo Fillion, the co-founder and CEO of Flare, our global partner for blockchain technologies, reached out. In partnership with the Global Esports Federation, Hugo wants to give a very special gift to every athlete, every member federation, every coach, every team manager. Every one of you will receive the first ever NFT of our Global Esports Cup and 1,000 Songbird tokens. So all of you can start your own collections and invest in real ways for your future, a future that you decide in our beautiful metaverse and beyond. To the millions of fans watching and the billions of gamers in the world, including you here in Singapore, thank you for reminding us, for showing us how to have fun once more. And as we say farewell to Singapore, we thank the Singapore Esports Association, the wonderful people of Singapore, and everyone who helped stage these historic Global Esports Games. We look forward to the next Global Esports Games in Istanbul in 2022, in Riyadh in 2023, in China in 2024, in the United Arab Emirates in 2025, and in the United States of America in 2026. We now invite the entire Global Esports Federation family to get ready for the Istanbul 2022 Global Esports Games. Istanbul, let's go.
İstanbul'u Türkiye'de gerçekten oyun sektörünün kalbinin attığı yer yapacağız.
It has been a really exciting last 2 days here at the inaugural Global Esports Games. And we just want to thank all of you for being part of this. And for those of you live streaming as well, for being part of the Singapore 2021 Global Esports Games. You know what? My name is Claire Jedrick, and this is...
My name is Abstract, also known as Eugene, and we shall see you guys in the next iteration of the Global Esports Games 2022 in Istanbul.
Bye.
Declare the games closed.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride, commitment, unity, equality, innovation, not division. Let the world unite, come together.